Hi, everyone. Callie from All Brands here. Thank you so much for joining us. I know it's a little bit before the top of the hour, but I wanted to come in really quickly and introduce our first vendor. So we're going to be hearing from Designs in Machine Embroidery for the first about hour or so of today. And then I want you to stick with us because we have some other really amazing vendors. We have Hoop Tech, we have Aero Cabinets coming up, and so many more. Please go to our website, allbrands.com/quiltfest if you'd like to see some of the deals and specials that our vendors have lined up for you. We are so excited to show you what we've got going on this year. I know this year is just a little different. Things are just a little different this year than usual, but we're making it work, right? So we will have Designs in Machine Embroidery coming up in about a minute now. But like I said, I wanted to hop in and tell everyone hello before we get started. So I'm going to go ahead and hop on over to Designs in Machine Embroidery, and we can get this whole thing rolling, okay? All right. See you in just a second.
Hi, I'm Eileen Roche, founder of Designs in Machine Embroidery, and I'm delighted to be here today to talk to you about quilting with your embroidery machine. You know, it's a subject that's dear to my heart. I founded Designs in Machine Embroidery as a magazine in 1998, and the first cover of the magazine actually was a quilt that was, completely made on an embroidery machine. So it's been so interesting through the years to see the evolution of quilting on an embroidery machine. And boy, today we can almost turn our embroidery machines into a long arm. There's quite a few things that we have to pay attention to. So let's go ahead and get started with how to turn those embroidery machines into a long arm. The first things that we're going to talk about today are designs, the tools that you will need, and different techniques. So designs are really for quilting are made up of 3 different designs. And when I talk about quilting, I mean securing those 3 layers, the top, the batting, and the backing with stitches. The true quilting, not the piecing, not any kind of decorative satins or fills or applique, but just the quilting part. That's what we're discussing today. So there's 3 types of designs. There are custom designs, nesting, and continuous line. Custom designs fill a specific shape. In this instance, you can see we have 2 diamond shapes that are filled with different designs. You would kind of have the diamond in the pink and orange squares, and then just that loopy filigree design that's in the grayish brown. And in this instance, fleur-de-lis, now we have stipple, but it only fills the area surrounding the applique, and then there is quilting on top of the applique. Again, that's custom quilting. Custom quilting can also fill squares, rectangles, circles, and hexagons or other shapes. Table runners are a great way to get started in quilting with your embroidery machine because it's a smaller project that doesn't take a whole lot of effort, but it will give you confidence in your skills on how to go forward with bigger projects. So let's see, nesting designs are usually closed designs that are evenly spaced and offset. And when I say closed designs, that means there isn't a thread that is reaching towards another design, like a second hooping, that's trying to connect. And for this instance, this pretty loopy design is completely closed. And all of these designs are offset from one another, and they fill a quilt top beautifully. They secure all those layers together and really add a lovely texture. Here you can see I use software sometimes to preview what a layout of quilting designs will look like on actual fabric or a diagram of a quilt, and that's quite helpful. Continuous line designs are a little different. They are designs that have what I would call, kind of a reachy, a trail that is trying to connect to the next design. And that's often what we see long arm quilters do. They often are making, long pantographs and the designs connect continuously across that wide horizontal field. Embroiderers have smaller rectangular fields that are vertical and not horizontal. So here are 4 hoopings on a quilt top or table runner. And here you can see I've changed the color of those 4 designs. And now you can see how they connect left to right, and yet they do not connect top to bottom. So they just nest into each other. There's no hard lines, no sharp edges. So when this quilt is complete, you really can't see the columns or the rows. It's fairly, unidentifiable, which is exactly what we want. Now, for ease of navigating in the hoop, I've created designs that have a right start and a left start, because we don't really want to mirror image these designs as we move across a quilt. What we want to do is, and the only reason why we have a left start and right start is to just help you place the design and connect those 2 designs. And we'll get into that a little deeper in a little while. So let's take a look at how that kind of works. So here on, now, take a look at that template, and you'll notice you see the pretty happy flower design, right? There's like 5 floral blooms on there with some curly, wavy stitch lines that loop around and connect all those elements together. And then you also see the big letter R, which is actually a satin stitch. And it's there as the second color of the design in this instance, so that when you bring this design up on an embroidery machine, you can see the letter R, and you know that this is the right start. Otherwise, the left start version of the design looks completely identical, and you won't know which is which without some identifying moniker in there. And today our embroidery machines don't really see artwork, and that's what the words right start are. They're artwork, so they won't be visible on the machine, but that letter R will be. It is a second color of the design, so your machine will stop before stitching that R. Thank heavens, right? Because we don't want that stitched on our beautiful quilt. But you won't be able to go forward in the design without acknowledging you want to stitch the letter R. So don't worry about that. I don't think you'll make that mistake. Okay, so that right start means that when we center our design, or place our design on our quilt top, and we're actually going to do this under the needle in a little while. So I like to print my templates. I go into software and I open up a quilting design that I'm going to use, and I print that design on print and stick target template paper, which is a product that we make. Here, I'll get you some so that you can see what it is. This paper it's adhesive, and it has a protective paper on the wrong side, which peels away, revealing a sticky surface, so that I can place that template right on my quilt and it'll stay there until I remove it. Very handy. It's also translucent, which is awesome. I can see my quilt right through it, which is very helpful if I'm trying to align the center crosshair with a seam or something. In this image, I'm not doing such a good job of that, but that's okay. What is important is that we can see that first stitch and that circle that I've added there on the PowerPoint, so that you can see where it starts. Does help you connect to the previously stitched design. Okay. And then once I have centered my needle over that crosshair, I then advance to stitch 1. And now I can really get a bird's eye view and see exactly where that needle is going to penetrate the fabric. Is it going to be close enough? Is it going to hit the previously stitched design, which is the goal? Of course, when you're doing 50 or more hoopings in a big quilt, once or twice you might, leave a centimeter, a millimeter in between designs, and nobody would be aware. Here you can see how close you can get with a template. And of course, today's Brother machines are so helpful. They have projectors. The top of the line Luminaire has a projector that you could use to illuminate that portion of the design and see if it's going to connect with the previously stitched design. You could also scan the fabric and determine if that is your best method of placement. I will tell you, scanning can take a while, and if you are doing 50 hoopings, you might find that templates are a faster and easier way to go, but that's your choice. And not every machine has a scanner or a template, but that's a really good lineup right there. So I was pleased with those results. So what kind of tools are you going to need? Well, the quilting designs are important, and they're available in a lot of different places. You're going to need templates, and the templates that I'm talking about are templates that you create yourself, and you need to do that through software. And it doesn't have to be a sophisticated software program. You can use a free software program that Designs and Machine Embroidery offers, which is our embroidery tool shed. And our embroidery tool shed reads all formats of designs, and it allows you to print a template with the crosshair. And that's really the biggest thing that you need for quilting with your embroidery machine. And Embroidery Tool Shed also lets you size a design. So if you need to make it smaller, larger, skinnier, wider, you most certainly can. And of course, hoops. Now, we make monster hoops. So we're going to get into the magnetic hoops in a little bit. In designs you can find in 2 books that I've written. One is Quilt with Your Embroidery Machine in 8 Easy Lessons, and the other is the Flower Box Quilt book, which is a specific project. But if you're beginning this process, I would definitely start with Quilt with an Embroidery Machine in 8 Easy Lessons. So let's take a look at the designs that are in that. So there are some full blocks that also include some applique that fill a beautiful 6 and 8 inch designs. And then you're going to find some custom designs like that facets design and the loops and the hexagons, hexi swirl. And then you'll find some continuous line designs like Happy Flower, which is what I call that left happy and right happy. And then also just some meandering designs. Now notice those meandering designs at the bottom of the screen. They're shaped kind of funny, right? They kind of look, concave and convex. Well, that's because when you put them together on a quilt, you can't see the hard lines, which is what you want. You just want it to look like that was seamless stippling all over the quilt, and you didn't stop or start in any one place. So that's the goal of continuous line designs. Now, a monster hoop is really, in my opinion, the only way to go when you are doing quilting with your embroidery machine. The number one reason is because when you quilt with your embroidery machine, you use a monster hoop, you don't have to take the hoop off for every hooping. Now, quilts take like 50 hoopings. So if you are planning on using a standard hoop, you literally have to remove your quilt and the hoop after every hooping, take it out of the hoop on a work table, and then advance the fabric, rehoop it, and put it back on the machine. With a monster hoop, you don't need to do that. You're just going to lift that top frame, advance the fabric, drop it back down, and stitch, which is awesome. And I'm going to show you that in a little bit. So let's take a look at hoops. So this is how you're going to see them in the shopping cart. Oh. And here, maybe we'll just go full screen on this so you can see. So in the shopping cart, and if you were to go into All Brands store and find this on their shelf, this is what you would see. But when we ship it to you from our location here in Dallas, Texas, you're going to get it in a plain white box that's all taped up. And it has a label on it that identifies the hoop that's inside. And it will tell you the compatibility with it. And so I don't want you to think that you're getting you know, a bad hoop, this is our shipping hoop. We don't ship with that sleeve because we've learned when we do, we have to wrap it in brown paper and it just seems so wasteful. So we've stopped that. So same hoop. What's important is on the inside, right? That's what's really important. So let's take a look at a monster hoop. I'll bring one over underneath the camera so you can get a good look at that. And it comes with an attachment that's, of course, already on it. And that attachment is recognized by your machine. So you have to purchase the hoop for your machine. And once it's attached to the machine, your machine will think this is an 8x8 for brother, and it will just let you stitch those designs. So it comes with a magnetic top, and it has adhesive rulers that are stored in the instructions, and you have to apply them. We do have instructions on how to do that on my blog. I have more information at the end of the class to show you that. But it also has a magnetic shield, and the magnetic shield is used to store the hoop because it makes it easier to separate the top from the bottom when there isn't any fabric in there, because it's pretty hard to separate. It's a really strong hoop. So, and I also use that magnetic shield when I'm transporting a project from my work table over to my machine. That can be really helpful so I don't dislodge my fabric. So, what's the best test for a hoop? Well, let's take a look at that. So, when you're going to hoop anything in a monster hoop, I always give it what I call the hoop test. I hoop it with the, you know, whatever I'm stitching and the stabilizer, and then I lift it up and make sure it's going to hold. And if it holds here, it is absolutely going to hold on the machine. And if it doesn't hold on the machine, that's probably because you are not maintaining the weight of the item. Like in this instance, this is a hand towel, no big deal. Queen, full size, king size quilts, that's a big deal. You know, our machines, our embroidery machines, were designed to handle the weight of the sewing field. So even that beautiful luminaire that's 10.5 by 16, not really designed to control the weight of a king or queen size quilt, right? Like a long arm is, that's how they're designed. Ours is designed for its sewing field. So it's our job to handle the bulk of that quilt. And we'll take a look at that in a little bit. Okay. So where do you get the hoop in today's broadcast? If you just look below and you can shop underneath, you will find all of the different products that we're showing here today, and you have great pricing that's only available here at Quilt Fest with all brands. Super exciting to be able to participate in Quilt Fest this year. Aren't we lucky that it's connecting people from all over the world in this presentation, you know, in these 3 days of virtual events. So here, let's go ahead and switch over to PowerPoint so you can see there. Sorry. Okay, so here's the shopping cart. So please locate your machine brand, then choose the hoop size and the machine model. Now, if you don't see your model, that means that hoop size is not compatible with your machine. Now, you know what hoops you already own, right? That came with your machine. So every size that came with your machine and we make will be compatible with your machine. So don't worry about that. Anyway, super fun. Those hoops, they are just unbelievable. So how do we handle all the bulk of a large quilt? Well, that is the million-dollar question, I'll tell you. It's kind of like pulling a beautiful fishing boat or ski boat on a Mini Cooper, right? You wouldn't do that. It just doesn't make sense. But really, that's what we are asking our embroidery machines to do when we put, you know, a full-size, queen-size, king-size quilt on it. So we got to handle that bulk. This is what it would normally look like, right? There's your sewing field. That's a standard hoop. It's a jelly roll quilt, so you know it's probably not that big. It's probably 50 inches wide. Maybe it's 50 inches square. It's not that big. And you can see in the back, it's dragging off the back, dragging off the front. So after a little while, it is definitely going to pop out. And here you can see it has dislodged itself. And that's because when that pantograph starts moving, it's dragging the entire quilt with it. The machine was never designed for that. So one workaround that you could do at home is to place an ironing board behind your machine. and raise the ironing board so it's level with the machine bed, not with the table, but with the machine bed. Those couple inches make all the difference. And in fact, it's a pretty good idea to raise it to the level of the top of the pantograph. As you see in that image, here, as we take a look at that pantograph, see how it's so much higher than actually the top of the machine bed itself. So if you can raise your ironing board to that level, that's a good thing to do. Then cover it with vinyl or like a shower curtain, something slick, something that's really going to slide. Secure that vinyl underneath the machine so it doesn't, fall off and cause more problems than we even started with. Now here, I have a cardboard tube that I have placed from the top of the ironing board to the machine bed itself to illustrate that, we want all this to be level, right? We want that to be level. Even though you see a little gully there, a little valley of that vinyl behind the machine and to the ironing board, but don't worry about that. It's that part on top of the ironing board that has to be level. So this is handling it pretty good, not too bad. You can see the back of the quilt is supported. The front is still not supported. So in my mind, that's not that great of a solution. I feel that we really need a product that is more in tune like this. If you have that beautiful ski boat, you're going to have an F-150 or 250 or 350 or whatever you're going to need to pull that boat. So that's how the weightless quilter was invented. I actually invented the weightless quilter for free motion quilters. Those super talented people that you often see at Quilt Fest when you have the pleasure of walking those halls and admiring those gorgeous quilts in the gallery, in the competition area. And I've seen some of those so talented artists sit at these sit-down machines and free motion quilt, do all that work, stitch by stitch, and they are raggling this humongous quilt the whole time they're doing it. For years, I felt really bad for them. So I invented the weightless quilter, which is a floor frame. It's going to sit underneath my table on the floor. And you can see it has different brackets that have holes to receive poles that will protrude up and around my table. And I'm going to clip my quilt right into those poles. Now you'll notice in this image, we have multiple poles. We have 2 in each bracket. We've since learned that we don't normally use that many poles unless you are doing a king size, minky on the back, flannel on the front quilt. You're not going to need all that support. So let's see, where do we go next? Here's what it looks like when it's actually in application. Now you can see my quilt is held up behind the machine. And in the foreground, I have a pole on the lower right corner. I have a pole that's holding that one edge. And as I work around that quilt, I'm going to reposition the poles or the quilt itself in the fabric clamps. So we're going to go over to the weightless quilter and take a look at it live so you can see how it operates. First off, I want to show you how it ships. So it ships in a box that is this skinny, and it's fairly lightweight. And I actually, at home, I just keep this box and I store my poles in the box. So I have a free pole here. So I can show you this pole. So this is a skinny pole. The weightless quilter comes with 8 poles. 4 are very skinny and 4 are a bit thicker. And the skinny poles really flex, and the thicker ones don't flex as much. So maybe you use that in the back corner, or if it's a heavy quilt, you would use both in the back corner. It's your choice. And you kind of get to know it. You'll learn how to work with the weightless quilter by use. And it becomes like you're directing, or you're asking your good friend or husband or partner to stand there and hold this quilt while I stitch, right? So you would say, oh, well, could you move it a little to the left, move it a little to the right? So that's how the weightless quilter is. All right. I've already started this quilt. And here you can see I have a quilt, a template on here. I have the left start. because when I start quilting, I quilt in the center. And I've already stitched 2 designs in the center, and I'm about to place this next row, one of the first ones, and we'll do that. But I want you to notice how my quilt is all basted, pin basted, and also that my batting is larger than my fabric. And that I have the batting larger than my fabric because sometimes when I get near the edge, I may have to hold just the batting in the frame of the hoop so that I can stitch near the edge. So let's go over to the overhead cam here on the table so that you can see how I prepare my quilt. And I use pool noodles. It's so easy. Where do you see how easy this is? So here's my batting. And here's the back. Let me pull this out of the way for a moment. Here's my quilt backing. And you'll notice I've loaded this onto the pool noodle wrong side up, just like you would if you were going to lay your quilt back on the floor. That's what you would do, wrong side up. So I have pinned it to this noodle and rolled it up. I'll set that aside, and now we will do the quilt top. Now this is, of course, just fabric, but if this was my quilt top, this is what I would do. So I have, the beauty about these pool noodles is, first off, I can put a pin right into it, right? And there's no creases, no hard edges. It's just circular and it rolls. It's awesome. For big quilts, I actually tape additional lengths of the pool noodle together just with regular packing tape, and it's fine. I often can store my weightless quilter poles inside these noodles, and that keeps the noodle rigid and straight, which isn't the end of the world if it isn't. You can tame it. Okay, so once we get this positioned on our pool noodle, we'll just pin it in place, and it is wise to insert that pin all the way, because as you roll your quilt, that will create a little bit of bulk, and you don't want that. And then we just pin that in there, and then we're going to roll. And for a larger quilt, you're going to need a surface that is the width of your quilt so that you can pin and baste in that fashion. So once we have that pinned, we then take our backing and we release a section of the batting, however big the surface is that you're working on. And then we take our batting and we place our batting over our fabric and also over the needle. So maybe not the needle, the noodle. Maybe I should roll that up so you can see. So here's my noodle, and I'm just rolling that right over top. And then I take my quilt top, and in the beginning, you most certainly want to make sure that you are aligned. So my quilt top is not really centered. I would take the time to check that. And then I'm going to release this fabric. And then I take some pins and I pin baste it. Now, truth be told, I don't really put them that close together because the tension during the quilting is going to be applied by my monster hoop, my magnetic hoop. So I don't really have to, get it super tight, because really it's just holding them together, these 3 layers, during this basting process, and so I can maneuver it over to the machine and work the quilt. But once I'm under the needle, I am really taking the time to smooth and create tension on the fabric with the monster hoop, and you'll see what I mean when I do that in a minute. So this is probably more than I would do, but I just want to show you how we'll advance and proceed to, we won't do this whole strip, but that's how easy it is. Okay, so then I would just pull this off the table edge. Takes a little bit of doing, you have to work it. And you can always fold this back and lift up your batting to access that back. Make sure it's nice and flat. And then we're going to pull this forward again, smooth that out, and then we release that top. And again, we are making sure everything is nice and smooth. I do all of that with my hands, and then I would just continue to pin. And it's so easy, so fast to do this. In fact, The quilt that's on the machine right now is 64 inches in length by, it's pretty square. Actually, no, I think it's 72 inches in length by 60 inches wide. So, you know, I was able to base that in like a half an hour. I mean, it's really fast. So there you have it. That's how I do the pool noodle trick. I didn't invent that, but I sure embraced it. I absolutely love it. I think it's just a great, great technique. So then let's take a look, before we go back over to the machine, at our templates and what they really look like. So in our embroidery tool shed, that free software that's available on our website, dzgns.com, you can download it and then you can print templates of your design. It will have a crosshair with an arrow, and I use that print and stick Target template paper, and it has an adhesive. It's really tacky, really tacky. So if I was doing just one design all over a quilt, I literally only need one template. It will last the entire length of the quilt, which is awesome, which is just awesome. So here's my tops and bottoms. I kind of have some narrow ones for finishing the edge. And then I also have a vertical one that allows you to, sometimes you'll find that when you get close to the edge, you need a design that's about half the size of the original. Here's my original design, which is quite, you know, large. And then here's half of that. So that helps me finish the quilt and fill into the very edge. Okay, so if you have any questions, feel free to type them in. I think you can do that, although I'm not sure. There should be a chat to the right of your screen, and I'll be happy to answer your questions in the chat. I'm just going to get a drink of water here for a moment. Too much talking. Okay, let's go over to that machine and take a look, because I really want you to see the weightless quilter in action. So here at the machine, you'll see I have positioned my template. And what's important here? So I have a crosshair that's running down the center of my quilt. I have made sure that the top of the embroidery design is nesting right into the previously stitched design. I can see here that my crosshair is not really hitting the center of this yellow diamond. So I'm just going to lift that up and reposition it a little bit so that it does. And when I do that, I want to make sure that I remove all the pins that are underneath of it, because that's, you know, we don't want to stitch over them. And it's easier to remove them when they are not, you know, when the hoop's not on. But actually, the hoop is on. So let's take a look. I have a Brother 9.5 by 14-inch hoop bottom frame already in place. I have my bobbin thread that's matching my top thread, and same thread. I use 40 weight exquisite polyester thread. I love the thread. It has a beautiful sheen, and it's very strong, so I very rarely get thread breakage. And so matching top and bottom. I have a sharp needle in there, and I am ready to roll. So at this point, I now will focus on centering this quilt over that crosshair. And I'm going to retrieve my monster hoop top. And if you notice, I just pulled that off of the side of the machine. And the reason why I did that is I have a metal table leg, you know, holding up this table surface. So it just snaps. Storage. But you can also store it in this fashion while you are advancing the fabric. So whatever way is easiest for you. Okay, now I'm just going to drop that down. Now I am working at a very odd angle. So if you would just give me a you know, allow me to flub here a little bit, because I'm kind of like bending down on my knees. This isn't how I would do it at home, right? But we're trying to get the camera angles for you. And then I would just take the time to move my design and center that needle over that crosshair. And, you know, you can see it just jogs around a little bit. And then the key is to remove that template, and I peel that back. from the back. You don't want it to get caught on the foot or come apart like it just did, because I have this tiled. And then we're just going to store that over there. Cut my thread and everything, my goodness. What not to do, right? All right. I'll just make sure my fabric's nice and taut in that hoop, and then we'll lower the presser foot and off we go. Now you can watch the weightless quilter. You can see it's going to move with the pantograph. So as it stitches the actual quilt, I'll step out of the way so we can get a good look at how that is stitching. And you'll notice I have a device attached to my hoop, this little piece of metal, which is a hoop guard. And that hoop guard, it's sold separately, but it is what allows the quilt, it stops the quilt from falling into the sewing field. Let's see, and Judy Cooper, you want to know how many sheets come in a package of print and stick? 25 sheets come in the package. And then D. Workman, you just got here. You want to know if this will be available later. I actually don't know if it's going to be available later. I am teaching this class today and Friday and Saturday at 10 a.m. each day. So if you missed today, possibly you could watch Friday or Saturday. So same class, everything the same. I'm sure if you have more questions, you could bring them then for, if you go home and try to do some of this, or you are home and try to do some of this and then have questions. So notice how that weightless quilter here, let's go ahead and get a back shot of that weightless quilter, how it's just wiggling and moving into the seam. There you go. Give it a minute and it will get a little bit crisp. But notice how, all of it is moving, right? You see how that pantograph moves? And take a look how the quilt itself is just mimicking the movement of the pantograph. And so it's maintaining all of that bulk. It's just absolutely awesome. And I am down towards the bottom of the quilt. Well, getting towards the bottom of the quilt. And, oh, no problem. Okay. And so fun to see how this works out. It's just really amazing how it holds the bulk of that all of it. It just holds it up and just does all the work for you. And I mean, I'm across the room now. I'm not even standing right next to it. Look at the roll, the quilt roll itself, how that weightless quilter and hoop guard, how that hoop guard doesn't allow that roll to fall into the sewing field. And I mean, actually, I could have done a better job of rolling that roll, right? The bulk there on the right side of the frame, rolling it up so it was a little bit more tidy. But I'll tell you that hoop guard just does its job. And it's hard for you to see the hoop guard from this angle, but it is, it's right back there. And it's a straight perpendicular barrier that you most certainly want to apply to the hoop. We'll get a good look at it when this embroidery design stops and it's just about done. Now, one tip I will tell you, always start with a full bobbin. And when you are advancing your quilt and getting towards the right edge, check your bobbin. Because truth be told, bobbins never run out until you're in the middle of a design, in the middle of the quilt. So always have an extra bobbin on hand, that you've already wound, so that you can just quickly change bobbins during that process. And, it happens, it goes really quick, bobbins and thread, quilting takes a lot of thread. We often think, well, they're just running stitches, but it is a lot of thread. We have some great deals on thread today. All Brands has been so gracious to include some special deals on our 60-pack of exquisite polyester thread. It comes in beautiful colors. So there you have it. Now that's done. Well, it wants to stitch the L, so we'll just stop that. We're not going to stitch the L. Okay. Now to advance to the next design, I'm going to lift this, and I could put it here, which I think many of you would also do. But let's go ahead and take a look at that hoop guard. Now, hoop guard Let's go right underneath the overhead cam so you can get a better look at that. I'll move these templates and you can see right here how that goes. So here we have it. So this is attached. It just snaps on to, you can see it's like a right angle, a hard right angle, and yet it has a channel here that is the exact size of the magnetic frame. So it just snaps right into place, and you know, it's awesome. Yeah, so Terry McLean, you just asked how is it attached? Well, because this is magnetic and this is metal, it just snaps into place. So it's very easily removed and also very easily placed. What you have to be careful of and make sure you always apply it with the barrier towards the outside of the hoop. If the barrier were in here, it will hit, you know, the needle screw, you know, that attaches the needle to the machine will definitely hit that. So you don't want to have it on the inside. You want to have it on the outside of the frame. And once it's attached, I mean, I just always leave it there. Super easy to use it like that. Let's see. Okay, so now I'm going to put that frame back on my metal table leg, and I'll take my template, which is kind of torn apart on me a little bit. And now I just pull out my quilt and I get a good look at where I am, what I'm doing, what the next design is going to be. And I remove pins that are in that sewing field or could possibly be caught in the frame. And then I take my template and I position it so that first thing I focus on is connecting it to the previously stitched design, and then I pay attention to its vertical position. How is it aligning with the design previously stitched? You know, we do want to travel in a fairly straight, you know, vertical line. Now, if your quilt has seams that are, you know, vertical within the frame, I mean, within the quilt itself, then you would use the seams as a guideline and you would align your crosshairs with seams. This is a cheater quilt that I'm using. It doesn't really have any seams. It does most certainly have pattern, but I'm going to put this at 0 so that it moves appropriately and pull in my frame. There we go. Let's see. And then I just slide that in place. And I do want to pull on that quilt, make sure it's nice and taut within that frame. And so easy to do that. Now, if this is, if placement is really crucial, I often use the trace feature on my machine. And I just go north. And I want to make sure that I'm aligned with that crosshair. And if I'm not, then I can reposition that template right there and make sure that I am aligned just by kind of straightening that up. And these are brand new templates. Like I just printed these this morning, so they're still really tacky. They actually get a lot easier to work with as you work throughout the day. So there we go. Now we're nice and square, and I'm going to remove that. And I'll stitch my next design. I could advance to my first stitch to confirm that it's going to connect right with the previously stitched design. And boy, that is just about right on the money. So we'll go ahead and stitch that. Super fun. Can you get this for other brands? Terry McLean, I'm not sure what that question means. The hoop guard is we are the only makers of magnetic hoops for home embroidery because we have a patent on that. So the hoop guard only works with our magnetic hoops. We do make standard embroidery hoops, but they would not be applicable for the embroidery for quilting with your embroidery machine. Completely different product, different use, and only used with standard hoops. So and if you want to take our class Hooping 101 this evening, well, at 5, what time is that? 5 o'clock? 5 o'clock. We'll discuss, hooping all types of things at that time. So isn't that fun? I mean, and one of my favorite things to use the weightless quilter for is binding, and because that's that job at the end that you just, kind of are dreading, right? You've done all this work creating the quilt. Now you've already quilted it, and then it's time to add the binding. But boy, when you use the weightless quilter to hold that quilt, boy, you can zoom around all four edges so fast with the weightless quilter. So let's take a look at how the weightless quilter sets up in your sewing room, because I know people have lots of different sewing rooms. So what you are witnessing here in my sewing room today is a rather small table, and I have the machine on one, on the table, and of course the pantograph is over towards the left, which it would be. Each of the floor bars measure 32 inches, so they are surrounding my table. They are surrounding my table. And I'm just going to answer Natalie Cooper's question. She wants to know, do you need more than one hoop guard? You really don't. I have in the past, like when we first invented the hoop guard, used two, and I found it really isn't necessary. You really want the magnets to hold on to the quilt. And when you apply a hoop guard, you do lose some magnetism in that area. So one just does the job. And it always seems to be the area in the lower front right of the quilt frame itself that needs the hoop guard. So I wouldn't worry about that. Okay, so this is the layout of the weightless quilter that I'm using right now. But if I had a big table, say if I was on a 6 or 8 inch wide table, my machine would probably be centered more in the table. And then I would place the weightless quilter, those floor bars, underneath the table. Now the poles are still going to be outside the table, but I don't have to keep it so far away from the machine. And then on furniture style, you could also surround it like we did in the first image. The crossbar section is 3/4 of an inch tall. So if your heavy furniture is on casters, you just have to make sure that you have clearance underneath the furniture so that you can slide the bar underneath if you want it underneath. Otherwise, surround it like we have here. Now, the weightless quilter is also awesome for sit-down free motion quilting. In this case, you sit with the head of the machine at a perpendicular angle to your body instead of parallel with your body. So in this case, then the floor bars would surround the table, and you could use all four if you wanted to. But often I have learned that free motion quilters, they often just use 2 poles on the left or the right, depending on what section of their quilt they're working on at what time. So isn't that fun? Let's go take a look and see how it came out. There we go. It's amazing how fast that's stitched. So it did pretty well, not perfect, but pretty well. So here, I'll show you. I had some thread issue there. So I need to trim out. I had too long of a tail, so we'll just trim out some of that, get that out of harm's way. But you can see, even on TV, right, on a virtual class, where I'm kind of working at such an angle, I'm only about 2-3 stitches away from that connection. And, if this was for my home, that would be perfectly acceptable to me. I can tell you, I have also been known to go after, I do all my quilting, I'll check the connections, and then I can just stitch this without an embroidery machine, just to connect a couple stitches. It's close enough, but still have the thread and the bobbin work. And that is just awesome. So I think it's, if you have any more questions, I'd be happy to answer them. We do have these great specials that are down below. Make sure you take advantage of them. All Brands has been so gracious to allow us to teach you here at Quilt Market. So I'm very grateful for that. Our good friends down there at All Brands in Louisiana, and they're also here in Houston, Texas. So this afternoon, I'll be teaching Hooping 101. We're going to hoop everything from a onesie to a tote bag to jeans, left chest, center chest, you name it. We're going to use standard embroidery hoops, magnetic hoops, sticky hoops, and more. So we'll cover some multi-needle, but mainly single needle machines. So I'm looking forward to that. And I really appreciate you joining me today. And I hope you enjoy the rest of Virtual Quilt Fest 2020.
All right, everyone. So that was our presentation from Designs in Machine Embroidery. Thank you so much, Eileen, for that really amazing presentation. And like she said, if you are interested, she is doing another demonstration later today at 5 p.m. It's going to be another series called Hooping 101. So throughout the festival, you can join us both at 10 a.m. for quilting with your embroidery machine, and then at 5 p.m. for Hooping 101. And we'll have 2 more parts to both of those series coming tomorrow and coming Saturday. So we are going to take a quick break, and then we are going to have Hoop Tech on to show us some of the amazing products that they've got ready for us for the Quilt Festival. So we'll be right back in just a minute.
At allbrands.com, our doors are open, and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask, and after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Durkee, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com. At allbrands.com, our doors are open and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask, and after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Durkee, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
Hi, everyone. All right, so we're back. If you are just joining us, you just missed Eileen Roche's quilting with your embroidery machine, but don't worry, you'll be able to go back and watch these. If you are just joining us as well, and you are watching on Facebook, we strongly recommend that you share the stream with your friends. Let everybody know what you're watching and get them to watch as well, because we have some really amazing deals that you're not going to want to miss, okay? So if you're just joining us, we are about to have Justin from Hoop Tech on with us, and we have some great products that he's going to show for you guys. So let's go ahead and bring Justin on, okay? Hey, Justin. Can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you.
How are you? Awesome. How are you?
Good. I'm here with my engineer, Joe. He's going to be demonstrating for us today. So you want to say hi?
Fantastic.
Welcome, everybody, to Hoop Tech. For those of you who don't know anything about us, we've been making aftermarket embroidery accessories for over 20 years now. We have a wide range of different products that we manufacture, from cap frames and back of caps to wide range of different clamping options for you to use on your embroidery machine. Now, the first thing we'll do today is just give you an overview of the different kind of products and things that we do offer.
Awesome. Thanks, y'all. So if you do have any questions for the folks over at Hoop Tech, please leave them in the comments and we'll make sure that those get answered. All right. All right, Joe, so what do you have for us?
Right. So this is our cap frame. This is our Gen 2 cap frame. We sell quite a lot of these. They are very easy to use, and you'll see in the demo how they work. We also have back caps, which we'll be seeing. Today we'll be featuring cap products, and then on some of our other shows we'll have our clamps as well as some of our specialty type clamps. And now over here we have a wide range of our clamping products. We've got, this is our slim line, and as you can see, it's got a window that opens and closes. These windows are interchangeable. If we wanted to clamp a bag like this, we would just simply slide in the bag and drop the handle down like this and lock it in place. This attaches to your machine, and then you're good to sew. We have them in many different, 9 different window sizes for this particular type clamp, and for the PR. This one will fit on the PR. This is the larger version for the PR. We also have flat clamps like this. This is a shoe clamp. It comes in 2 different sizes. We also have a strap clamp here that allows you to do name tags and dog leashes and dog collars and things like that. We have our Persona style chassis and clamping window set. This also fits on the PR and baby locks. We have pocket windows. These fit on a driver, and they open and close like this. And you slip this into a pocket, and then you close this down, and then you put this on a driver, and it actuates left to right and gives you a larger sewing field. We also have large heavy duty clamps. We've got glove clamps here. So we have a lot of different type of products. So let's move on to a little bit of history. We've been doing, like I say, clamps for 20 years. And way back in 1997, the first cap frame was designed and started to be built and manufactured. And then shortly after that, we introduced our patented T-bar framing gauge, which allows the user to stretch the fabric out onto the cap frame, and then the cap frame locks it down with the backing, and you can sew very intricate details on your cap. And that happened in 2000. In 2001, we designed and invented a gator clamp, which was the first clamping system. And then we went on from there to do a slim line. We did the shoe clamp. We did the Dream frames, which is the frame that preceded the Gen 2 that we have now. Then the Gen 2, then we did a cap back in 2014, and especially flat clamps like the shoe clamp and glove clamp and those kind. And then just a few years ago, we came out with a laser line alignment tool that when you're framing caps up, it helps you to line up the seam, especially in a multi-head application. So basically, let me show you how the cap frame works. So the cap frame pivots open and close like this. And some of the features are that it has 2 gripping arms with teeth in it here on either side that grab the sides of the hat very securely, and then it in effect frames up this window here so that your cap can't move back and forth. Another feature is that we've got clips here that will hold your backing so that you don't have to worry about the backing slipping around on the inside of your cap. Now, it's an all stainless steel construction. It's very sturdy. It also has a very flexible bill band that tilts the bill back, as well as gives you alignment registration with these teeth here. It works on a broad range of cap styles. You know, you've got constructed, unconstructed, you've got low profile, you've got high profile. All these types of hats are a little bit different, but this cap frame holds them all very well. Just to run through a few of the styles of caps, is you've got your unconstructed here, which is nothing more than a fabric. There's nothing on the inside. It's just very soft fabric. So you can see there's not a lot of structure here. But our cap frame and framing gauge system pulls this tight against the backing, and you'll see how it locks it into place so that you can sew very effectively. Now, the next type of hat here is, this is a constructed hat. This one has a hard fused buckram in here that makes the front of the hat stiff. So along with that being stiff, it's more difficult to pull down flat. What your sewing embroidery machine wants to see is that this fabric is laying right on top of your sewing arm. That's going to give you the best stitch quality that you're going to be able to get. So this is a constructed hat. This is an unconstructed hat. This one here is a low profile hat. See how it slopes down right away? So it's not very tall. It's also a little bit more difficult to frame up because it is short. This is a trucker's hat. It's a Richardson 112. It also has a stiff backing in it, but it has a mesh top and a snap back. We've got flex fit type hats, this is a fitted hat that has a mesh backing in it, and this is a flex fit type. So you can see that it's stretchy. So these are the different types of hats that you may run into. And along with this is a 110 Richardson. This is a difficult hat to pull down because it's low profile as well as being stiff. So our cap frame will also do bucket type caps, which are soft and floppy, and we can do bills, visors very easily as well because of the way we grab the hat. So let me move on to the T. This is our T-bar framing gauge, and it's adjustable. If you notice, we have this support that slides in and out. This is important because of the way the different hats, or because of the way the different hats are constructed. Some of the ones that are stiff require less support. Some of the ones that are unconstructed or taller need more support. And then we achieve the stretch by having this T-bar that goes inside the hat, and then we're able to stretch this down. And we draw the fabric down over here so that it lays down nice and flat. So let me get a cap frame on here, and I'll run through the process for you. Let's start out with an unconstructed hat. So what we'll do is we'll take, whoops, I need a cap frame. There we go. Now our cap frame goes on. You raise it up like this, and then you set it down, and it grabs on these two little hooks. That now it's secure here, and you're able to do all the stretching and setup of the hat. So you open it up. There's like a little latch on the side here. You take that latch and you open it like that, and then you open this, and it stays in this position like that. So if you notice on either side here, we have little clips, and with those clips we hold our backing. Now that's important because you don't want your backing to shift around, when you're trying to frame it up as well as when you try and sew it. So you put your backing under the clips on each side, and then you push these little tabs through. These tabs are important. They don't only hold the backing, but they also hold the bill in the correct alignment when you start to stretch the fabric out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to adjust, because I know that this type of a hat, an unconstructed hat, needs more support because there's nothing up here. I'll take the support here and I'll move it out about to the edge of the backing. And this backing is 3 3/4 by 11 inches. We need to make sure that the backing goes all the way from arm to arm because we grip on that. So the procedure for framing up a hat is you take the sweatband and you turn it out like this. And then I hold it at each end of the bill, the point of the bill. And then I'll put the cap on the framing gauge like this. And then I'll reach down, open the back of the cap up, and put the T-bar on the inside of the hat. Well, what that does is that positions itself here where the fabric is, so that when I do stretch it, I'll stretch the fabric out over this curve. So my next step is to make sure that I'm past those two little pins here that locate the bill in place. And then once I get it past there, then I'll pull down on the fabric. And if you can see, that fabric lays down nice and flat. And that's what the machine wants to see when you sew it, because the cap driver, is a cylindrical shape, and this is what it wants to see in order to sew proper stitches. Now, if you look at it, this arc is exactly the same as what the machine runs at. So if you look at that fabric is laying right down on top of that. Now, while keeping pressure with my right hand, I'll reach across and take the clamp top, and I use this little this clasp here as a little handle. And what I'll do is I'll position that, pre-latch it like that, and then I'll lock it into place. Now I can release the pressure on my handle, and you see that the backing and the fabric of the front of the hat is nice and flat. So this is what I'm looking for. So when you take it and you look at it on the inside, you've got a nice sandwich between the two fabrics, and the whole thing is clamped securely in the cap frame itself. Now, if you look at it, you can see that this is really tight in there. So it's not going to move. So the effect of that is that every little incremental move that your driver does on a small column stitch or on a fine detail is translated right back into the fabric. The backing, I can't express the importance of having backing. The backing is the stabilizing factor on all your stitches. We recommend using it in any type of hat. You would think in one that has a lot of backing already in it that it wouldn't be necessary, but there's seams and joints and things like that in there that will definitely be improved by using a backing. And this cap frame fits on exactly the same way as your existing OEM cap frame. We have a Brother PR machine here, and basically you just slide this into place like this. Easy for me to say. Now, let me get, I can't see on the side here. There we go. I got it hooked on one of the clips, and then it just fits into place. And now you're ready to sew. So that is how you would do an unconstructed hat. And we'll take this one off, and I'll show you how we would do a constructed type hat. So this one, because it's got a stiff backing in it, although it's pretty tall, what we want to make sure is we ensure that we pull this down close to the throat plate when we sew. Now the process is the same. Is you take the sweatband and you turn it out. Because this is elastic, it's a little bit harder to hold out. But you put the sweatband on, and then you pull it down and put the T-bar on the inside like that. And then you pull this down. Now you notice it stretches a lot more because it's a stretchy fabric. But you can see that I have a lot of bounce here. And the reason for that is because I have the support plate out further than what it needs to be. What we're looking for is we're looking to take all this bounce out of there so that you don't get any flagging, you don't get any needle breaks, you don't get any thread breaks when you're sewing on the cap. So let's take this off here again. And what I'll do is I'll take and move my support in like this, tighten it back down, and I'll put my cap back on, turning my sweatband out, and putting my T-bar in. And now when I pull it down, see how I'm able to draw that down a lot further so that it lays down on top of that support plate. And then again, while keeping pressure on it with my hand, I'll take it and latch this on here like that, then lock it into place, and now I'm ready to sew. So this is two different styles of hats. One that's got the backing in it like this one, and then the unsupported one, but they do frame up the same way. Again, the hold is very tight inside the cap frame, so when this moves, you get very good stitches and good registration. You're also able to do a large design because the hat is held very securely here, here, and here. So even though this looks like it's loose up here, it does not move in relationship to the bill, and we're able to sew larger designs. So as we can see on something like this, this is a 3.5 inch design on this cap, but when it's framed up, it doesn't look like it would fit. So let's show you how this looks like framed up. I'm going to take this cap off of here, and we'll put this cap on. This is a fitted cap. Again, you turn your sweatband out, you put your cap on, now if you see, I think I need to be out a little bit further on this one because it's a pretty tall cap, so I've moved my support out a little bit further. I'll put my cap on, and then now this is laying real nice and flat, but you can see that this is over the side of the front of the support plate. But when I lock that into place, like this, it comes back up, and that's exactly how we sewed this hat. Even though it seems like it's below the crown of the hat, when the throat plate comes up and pushes it up, it flattens it out, and because the fabric doesn't move in here, it allows us to sew well up into the top crown of the hat. This is a good 1/2 inch above the vent holes in this particular hat. So it's because the cap frame holds very securely that we can get away with a larger design like this. Now here's another. Here's another large design, but it's on a side panel. So what we do is put a fresh piece of backing on here. Again, we slide it under the clips, pull the tabs through so they'll hold our bill. We turn our sweatband out like this and put it on the cap frame and framing gauge. I'm going to move my support in a little bit. So I put the T-bar in here and I pull it down. But now what I want to do is I want to shift the hat slightly to the right so that I clear. So I pulled it down nice and tight. And now this hat is shifted over, but now it gives me access to this panel here. And you can see how large of a design I have on this left side panel. Sewing on one side or the other seems to be very popular now, and this is a nice option. Again, we have a great hold on here, and it allows us to sew well up into the top of the hat, as evidenced by this particular design. So another type of hat that a lot of people have difficulty with pulling down close to the throat plate is a Richardson type hat. They're extremely popular, and they have a stiff backing in there. So what we'll do here is I want to make sure that our sliding support is all the way in, because we want to pull the cap down close to the throat plate on the fabric near the bill. So again, I'll put this on like this. Well, let me show you. Let me show you. If I don't do that, you can see I got a little lever down here. I'll loosen that off. I'm going to pull it out about where it would be for like a normal unconstructed hat. And if I put this on like that, and I put the T-bar in the backside and I start to pull down, I don't get this pulled down, because what's happening is that this material here is shorter than it is here, and the support is holding it out further. So I'm not able to get this pulled down as tightly as I'd like. So I take my support, I'll slide it all the way in. Then when I put it back on, and I pull this down, see now I'm able to get my fabric down nice and tight. And that's what we're looking for when we sew, this type of hat. So I'll bring my clamp top across and I'll latch it into place. And if you notice here, I can tell that I'm lined up because my stitches and my bill band teeth are all in a line like that. Now, until you go with being able to frame these up yourselves, there's a little trick that you might use to get it lined up, because a lot of times things don't line up with the bill. So, and you don't want your design on here crooked, even a little bit. It's very noticeable. So a little trick that I've learned is I'll take a piece of masking tape like this.
Joe, I hate to interrupt you, but we have about 30 seconds before we need to go to commercial break. So is there anything else that you'd like to add before we let y'all go?
Are you sure?
Yeah, yeah, it goes by really fast, right?
No, I guess not. Other than we also have a laser light that aligns up the seam of your hat if you're going to straighten it up like this. And then you can see this works especially well if you're doing a multi-head application, but it lines up your seam right away so that you can latch it down like that. So I think that's it. Well, thank you very much for
awesome.
Dropping by, and hopefully we can do this again sometime. We have many more things to show you, and I guess I thought I had more time. So.
Well, we'll see you again tomorrow. So if there's
All
anything else that you'd like to cover during your time
All right.
tomorrow,
Good
we'll
deal.
be able to pick up straight where we
Thank
left
you.
off. All right. Thank you so much. All right, we appreciate it. Okay, so you just heard from Hoop Tech Products. If you would like to go ahead and shop all of Hoop Tech's products and what we have on our site, you can go to allbrands.com/quiltfest and take a look at all of the Hoop Tech products that we have right now available for you. So we're going to go to a quick commercial break, and then we are going to have a couple of videos about Arrow's sewing cabinets. They have a lot of really awesome things to show you. And if you're watching this on Facebook, go ahead and share with your friends. You can hit the little share now button and make that post public so all your friends and everyone else can see what you're watching and tune in as well. So we'll be back in about 5 minutes.
At allbrands.com, our doors are open, and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask, and after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Durkee, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
All right, everyone, we're back. Thank you so much for tuning in to the allbrands.com mall booth at the Houston Virtual Quilt Festival this year. So if you are just tuning in, we have plenty of show specials for you. You can go ahead and shop them at allbrands.com/quiltfest. There are plenty of deals there that you absolutely do not want to miss that we've got going on these next 3 days, okay? So now coming up, we are gonna have Arrow showing us a little bit about their sewing cabinets. We're gonna be hearing from Laurastar, and you're gonna be seeing some stuff from EverSewn a little bit later today. So let me go ahead and pull up some videos for you from Arrow, and then you'll hear from them about their cabinets. Oh, just a few technical difficulties here, y'all. Sorry about that. So it looks like we're having a few technical difficulties here, you guys, so I'm sorry about that. Hang on just a moment for us, okay?
At allbrands.com, our doors are open, and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask, and after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Durkee, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
All right, everybody, so we're back. My apologies for the technical difficulties. That's just one of the things we're going to have to work with this year for the virtual quilt festival. But thank you so very much for sticking with us through that. So now, if you are just joining us, we are going to be having Aero Cabinets share a little bit about some of their products. And later on throughout the day, we're going to have Laurastar, you're going to see Martelli, Daylight, and we have some really, really amazing specials that you aren't going to want to miss. So go ahead and go to allbrands.com/quiltfest. Take a look at some of the deals and specials that we're running right now. And please share this on, if you're watching on Facebook. You can go ahead and click that little share button and then hit share now, public, so that way everybody can see what you're watching, get your friends to watch as well, because they're not going to want to miss out on these deals either. So here's a quick video from Aero Cabinets.
Hi, I'm Lynn from Aero Sewing with our premium luxury line of sewing cabinets, Americana. Americana is meant for those premium sewing machines that you invested in and love so much. I'm here with two examples of Americana's line, the Amelia and Betsy. I can't wait to show you some of the features on these luxury sewing cabinets. They truly are amazing. Amelia actually looks like a cloud when I open up her quilt leaf. So there's a quilt leaf in the back that's going to support those larger and maybe more heavy projects. So I'll get that open. Also, Aero has spared no expense at looking at the details of this furniture. The lines are very smooth, so there's no catching of your fabric. It's just a nice, clean, smooth, sleek look. Also, you're going to notice you're going to have 4 self-closing drawers, soft closing, I should say. They are really nice, and the hardware premium. The other really nice thing about this, because your machines, it accommodates the larger machines, and those can get kind of heavy. So what you'll notice here is we have an electric lift. Electric lifts are a little bit different than like your air lifts or the ones that you have to manually move. These, super simple, the push of a button and your luxury sewing machine is going to move into its different positions. So I've removed the acrylic insert that keeps this surface nice and flush. Now, with the touch of your finger, you can move your machine into the 3 positions. I have it here in the flatbed position, and it's going to go all the way down into your storage position. So you can close that off. There's also a cover well that goes over the top of this. So the really nice thing about this cabinet is so sturdy. If you have that cover plate on, it can double as a cutting area if you need it. Also, I like it because of the nice large workspace. You can use it to addition some fabrics, lay out some blocks. It's a really nice, smooth, sleek work surface. As a quilter myself, I've been there. I've started out with the very basics of machines on my dining room table. Oh, I've even sewn on a banquet table and the chatter that involved. And as I've grown to love quilting, I've upgraded my machine. Well, not a lot of cabinets will accommodate the largest of these machines. Your Janome M7s, your Babylocks, Solaris's. It's hard to find a cabinet that's going to be able to stand up to these heavy machines and yet still feel solid and give you that luxury feeling. I get it. We've just invested a ton of money in our machine, and you really want to find a special home for it, and it makes you feel so special sitting down to it, knowing that your machine is safe and secure in a luxury sewing cabinet. So I love Americana. This is the Amelia. There are other cabinets in the Americana line. We have the example of the Betsy, and I'll move over to that and show you what she has available. It's worth checking out, allbrands.com. All right, I have moved Betsy out. She has many of the same features that Amelia does. But the one thing I wanted to point out about our Americana line, they're amazing. They're made here in the United States. So quality American made craftsmanship. They have spared nothing with these. I love these cabinets. You've invested in a luxury sewing machine. Can you just see yourself sitting behind this luxury cabinet? I mean, I get so excited about sewing. I get even more excited when I have a dedicated workspace for my machine. And now that you've invested in a premium sewing machine, you need to protect it. This cabinet can do that. We have 2 pocket doors. They're a little tricky. You want to open them all the way up, fully extend them before you push them into place. There you go. It has 5 drawers, so that would be 2 small and 3 medium. They're also self-closing. Oh, I forgot about that feature. They're also self-closing and the same dovetail construction with the Baltic birch. This feature I absolutely love. It is a space that you can use to write down little notes or prop up your iPad and watch a video, play some music. Again, you want that luxury experience, this little dedicated shelf. You can put it here, or even, okay, a nice cup of hot coffee. Again, you're relaxed, you're sewing, you're doing what you love. So yes, this little pull-out drawer, I absolutely love this idea. Again, it has the electric lift. Those machines are a little heavy, I've said that. So the lift mechanism for this is on this left-hand side, and it's a fairly firmly closing drawer. These are very solid. And the lift mechanism is right here. So it's going to go all the way down into that storage position, and then move your machine right back up into a flatbed position. And again, I haven't taken the cover well off of this, but I can. But just to show you that this also has that quilt leaf in the back, giving you a really expansive workspace. And it's solid, so solid, just like the Amelia. You can use this as a cutting table if you wanted. So again, if you're not sewing, put your sewing machine into its storage position, get your next project out and get it ready to roll. Another thing to note, these 2 shelves in here are removable. So if you had a taller item or something that you needed to store, they can completely come out, or you can reconfigure them to whatever works best for your needs. So Americana, they have put their heart and soul into it. They're an amazing luxury cabinet for your luxury sewing machine. I can't think of a better way to sit down and enjoy a day, an afternoon, a couple hours of sewing, sitting behind this premium quality sewing cabinet. I want to thank allbrands.com for having me today. I'm so excited to launch Americana, the premium line of sewing furniture for your premium luxury sewing machine. If you have any questions, visit allbrands.com. These cabinets come to you fully assembled, ready for you to sew, sitting behind your luxury sewing machine in a luxury sewing cabinet. I'm Lynn from Arrow Sewing. Thank you, All Brands. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Valerie with Kangaroo Sewing Furniture, and I am joined here today with my colleague and quilting extraordinaire, Lynn.
Not extraordinaire. Hi, Valerie. And I'm Lynn with Kangaroo Sewing Furniture. Kangaroo Sewing Furniture is an amazing company that builds quality sewing furniture. And they have, especially for their customers, created a studio set bundle. And What is a studio set bundle, Valerie?
Great question, Lynn. Well, Studio Set Bundle is specifically made to build that dream sewing room, to have all the options for you, not only for sewing, but for storage. And the great thing is that it's affordable when you do bundle, because you do save when you bundle. And then also you can pick your colors, so it is customizable. The nice thing is our cabinets come in white ash and teak. So it comes with a signature, one of our 3 signature cabinets, as well as with a dingo and our #1 rated hydraulic chair. The hydraulic chair comes in 10 beautiful colors to showcase in your sewing room. So let's get started and let's show the best features of this Wallaby.
Okay, this is one of the 3 signature cabinets. This one is the Wallaby. What makes Wallaby special is that it does open up and give you a fairly expansive workspace. It also has room for a serger underneath here and a little storage drawer underneath that. It has thread spools, so you can store your threads with easy access to it.
Absolutely.
My important thing is the quilt leaf. Again, you have a really expansive work area here, and it supports all those projects that we so love to work on.
Now, don't forget, it's also got those heavy duty locking casters. So when you do need to pull this away from the wall to get to this quilt leaf, it'll pull away with ease and you don't have to struggle to try to get it to move.
It's true, Val. We all have different rooms that we sew in. So the ability to reconfigure our sewing room, should we need to repurpose it into maybe our children's bedroom again, we can do that.
Absolutely.
And this, the airlift. This is probably the thing that I love best from an ergonomic standpoint. It allows me to put the machine into a storage position so it does close up nicely. It goes all the way up into a free arm position if you need that. But my favorite position is the flatbed position. It keeps my projects at a level area and my wrists are really, it's very comfortable because my projects are flowing smoothly over my machine and I'm sitting at that correct posture.
It helps you to sit and sew in comfort and sew
Sew
longer.
longer.
Absolutely. And it does come with this nice little cover. So when you do close it up and you have your machine down into the storage position, you got this nice little cover here.
Yep.
So when,
again, more work area should you want to lay out some blocks.
yep,
Or
if you
do
don't want to
whatever.
sew or anything at that time.
Mhm.
And the nice thing is when you are all done, again, it closes up to a very nice small footprint. Let me go first. And it's got the nice lock on here to keep small little fingers out.
Or husbands.
Or husbands, that's true.
All right, and I am going to bring out the dingo. Dingo is pretty amazing.
The nice thing about the dingo here is it's got this nice quilt leaf that folds out and it's got this nice little work surface.
And you can get a cutting mat for the top of this too. So
it is included in that studio set.
Oh my gosh. And when you're cutting, you get that proper angle. So you're not hunched way over and it's
perfect
just
for standing height.
Right. Gives you that leverage you need to cut through some fabric.
And again, we've got these nice locking doors so that it keeps all the small little fingers out of there when you're not using this cabinet.
And the organization and storage that Dingo provides is absolutely amazing, not just from a quilting and sewing standpoint, but also from a crafter standpoint. You have 9 soft closing drawers.
I love the large one down here. This one is great for storing your large projects as well as an iron or even a smaller machine.
I know that's where I store my quilt that's in ready, where I'm ready for binding, you know, so you get those back and so you're ready, you just want to go to that next stage. So yes, perfect for that. That's also perfect for, you know, you put your iron in there, maybe a second smaller machine, whatever. It's a very nice drawer. And again, we lock it up.
Now, the one next thing that just concludes our studio set is our wonderful hydraulic chairs.
My absolute favorite, Val. I don't want to give up this little cute chair. Oh, good. You have one for yourself.
Yes. We both could sit in comfort.
Oh my gosh. This is amazing. It is adjustable. So again, it keeps that posture at that ergonomically correct area level. So you want that L shape.
Yep. It goes from 18 to 22 inches. So whether you're shorter or you're taller, like myself, you can still sit in an L shape when you're sitting and sewing.
I'm shorter.
Yep.
And you have the nice lumbar support, as you mentioned, in the back.
Yep.
You also have, shall we spin?
We
Take these for
should.
a spin. It's a 360 rotation. So if you do choose the Wallaby and say you have your serger project here and you have your sewing project, it's very easy to swivel from one to the other.
Absolutely.
So that's perfect. Also the base, I guess this is the most important for me from a safety standpoint because I'm constantly dropping things on the floor.
Butterfingers.
Okay, it's a little embarrassing, but you know, I'm so engrossed in my project. So a piece of fabric falls or my seam ripper falls to the ground. I can easily pick it up and my chair is not tipping me to the floor.
Absolutely.
So
you don't want to end down there.
Well, I'm a klutz. And so, yeah, it does happen sometimes. So now should we show them the best?
Yes. And speaking of Butterfingers, the lovely thing about these chairs is it does have a little bit of storage underneath, not only for your books, your reference books, your sharp tools, but also your, Lynn.
Okay, she's throwing me here. Okay, my chocolate. I should never have confessed that. I do keep some chocolate in there. Every once in a while, I have a project that does not go quite as well as I want, and I need to regroup. Maybe I've ripped the seam out for the third time. So I keep a bag of M&Ms, hate to say it. And okay, Butterfingers I do like, but my weakness is those peanut M&Ms. So I love this chair from the ergonomic standpoint. The 10 beautiful colors. I don't know if I could have 10 chairs, I would take all of them.
Absolutely.
They make me smile.
Again, so if you do purchase one of these studio sets, it is a great savings if you bundle the Dingo, the Wallaby, it comes with the cutting mat, and this wonderful hydraulic chair. Again, I'm Valerie with Kangaroo Sewing Furniture.
And I'm Lynn with Kangaroo Sewing.
Thank you so much for joining us, and we hope you have a wonderful day.
Happy sewing.
At allbrands.com, our doors are open and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask, and after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Durkee, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
All right, everyone, we're back. Thank you so much for tuning in to the allbrands.com mall booth at the Houston International Quilt Festival this year. So if you're just joining us, thank you so very much for tuning in, and you can shop all of our All Brands deals at allbrands.com/Quilt Fest. So now we're going to have Philipp Ueltschi from Laurastar with us today, and we're going to talk a little bit about Laurastar's irons. Hi, Philipp.
Good morning or good afternoon. How you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
So far, so good. First day, so hopefully everybody's well rested and ready for the next 3 days showing our cool products.
I'm excited to see what you have for us today, Philipp. I'm really excited. I've got one in the background, although you can't really see it at the moment.
Perfect. Yeah, I'm set up here. So if I cut out, you can take over my demonstration.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. And hopefully you're all excited about Laurastar. I don't know, many of you maybe have heard about Laurastar or are interested in ironing. I bet lots of you iron every day. And I think it's something that's very important to have a good iron. Laurastar is a Swiss company that has been producing irons for 40 years. It's a family-owned company. Our products are made in Europe. So they're really quality products. And I think that's one of the key features that's so unique about Laurastar. Our irons are built to last. That means if you buy a Laurastar iron, it will work for you for 10 plus years. Probably many of you have experienced when you buy an iron, you have to throw it away after 1 or 2 years because it leaks or it doesn't work anymore. This is different with Laurastar. Our irons are built to last. Yes, they're a little bit more expensive, but they're also an investment into a quality product. Obviously, we don't want to waste our resources. And that's why it's important that also with an iron, you don't buy cheap, you actually buy a good quality product. What's so special about our Laurastar irons is our steam. So as you can see, and probably also here, it's a very powerful steam. It's actually what we call dry microfine steam. And yes, it is a dry steam. So you can see I can steam my hand without burning myself, or I can even give myself a little facial. Oh, I'm all blurry here. So it's a steam that is very different from your regular steam that you have with your traditional iron. Our steam is a dry microfine steam. So how does that work? Our steam gets produced down here in the ironing system. This is a system what I have here. Then it travels through the hose here, and then it gets reheated a second time in the iron. And that makes it that the steam gets more in a gaseous state and not really wet anymore. And that this is especially good for you as a quilter, because you probably have experienced before when you iron or press your seams with steam, it can distort or shrink your fabrics because of the heat and the wetness of the steam. And this is different with Laurastar because it's a much drier steam. This is not really happening. As I said, we have with Laurastar two different types of products. We have the Lift series, which is a portable version, the same quality steam, the same quality, the same steam, the same longevity of the product. And this can be used as a regular iron. You would have this on the floor, and then you would have this sitting on your ironing board. You don't have to have a Laurastar ironing board. You can use your regular ironing board that you have at home, or your wool pressing mat, for example, or whatever ironing station you have set up in your house. So if this is the smaller version of the Laurastar world, we have several different versions of this in different colors. We have the Lift Plus, and the Lift Extra. And the big difference of all these items is just the features. One of the key features that Laurastar has is, for example, the 3D sole plate. This is what you get, for example, with the Lift Extra and with the Lift Plus. And the 3D sole plate helps you to distribute the steam much more evenly over the whole surface of the iron compared to regular irons. What's also special about Laurastar is that we don't have holes here in the back, and this is a real benefit actually, because we want to loosen the fibers with the steam in the front of the iron, and then when you iron, obviously the back of the iron, you don't want to have any holes, because this is where you set and put the fabric flat. And if you had holes here in the back, you would just loosen the fibers all over. So I think this is one of the key features. This is actually a 3-in-1 tool, because it's not only an iron, it's also a wonderful steamer. So you can use this to steam your curtains, your clothes, and so forth. And in addition, all of our Laurastar irons have a hygienic steam. We tested our steam with different labs around the world for if we can kill germs. And all of our irons, the Lift and the systems, have a steam that can kill bacteria, dust mites, and fungi. And now also the coronavirus. We went to test it here in the US with a lab. And this is obviously a great feature, because if you have your masks, now you can just go use your iron, use our hygienic steam, and you can kill all the germs, bacteria, dust mites that you have in your mask. It's not only the virus that's dangerous. You probably all know, by wearing and touching your masks all day long, you also put other germs into your mask. And we all know we don't wash our mask every day, so you can use your Laurastar and just steam over a few seconds, and you will be you can sanitize your masks. Not only your masks, you can use it for your upholstery or other textiles that you don't like to wash as often, or you cannot wash at all. Especially for you as a quilter, you know, many of you probably create baby quilts, or even if you have quilts that go to trade shows and you don't want to wash them, you can use your Laurastar steam to purify and sanitize all these textiles with our certified hygienic steam. So that's something very special about Laurastar too, that no other iron can do. What I have here today is the Smart U, which is our top of the line product. And probably also one of our most popular irons. The Smart U and the Smart I are our latest versions of irons. And what's so special about this iron is that it is a complete system. So you have here what we call an active table. And the active table can blow up air or suck down air. And I will show you how this works. So I have here a blouse. And as you can see, as soon as I touch the iron, I'll create an air cushion underneath here. And this air cushion will help me to get out wrinkles even before I touch it with the iron. So I can just hover over and steam like this, and as you can see, all the wrinkles are out. I can even, because we have such a powerful steam, we can even go and steam into the sleeve here and get wrinkles out. So it's really a big benefit, especially for those of you that use a lot of times batting. As you probably all know, if you have batting, you cannot really iron batting. And if it's wrinkly, what do you do? With Laurastar, again, because we have this fan that blows up the air, see what happens? Again, we have this air cushion underneath here, and I'm just hovering over like this, and all the wrinkles are out. The batting is super fluffy and nice. In addition, if you touch this fabric now, it's not wet. So if you would use a regular steamer, you would really get this fabric wet, and as soon as you put this back into your closet or fold it up, it will shrink, or it will get wrinkly again. So this is what our system can do for you. It blows up air, but at the same time, it can also suck down air. And all of you probably, when you quilt and you have a big piece of fabric like a backing, or even if you iron your curtains, or if you iron your tablecloth, it takes you a long time and it's a pain. And you probably all experienced that. You start to iron, you know, and then as soon as the fabric touches the floor, it will re-wrinkle. And that happens because the moisture in the fabric is still there, and it will re-wrinkle. So what we can do with Laurastar is we can iron multiple layers at the same time. So what I have here is a big piece of fabric that I folded up in 4 layers. So now what you can do is lay it out like this. And before we were blowing up the air, now I just press this button here in the front, and now it will suck down the air, or the steam actually. So now I can go over like this. And as you can see, I have 4 perfectly ironed layers done in seconds. So our Laurastar iron does not only provide you with a perfectly flat seam or perfectly ironed fabric, it also helps you to reduce the time that you actually spend ironing, because the 3D sole plate that I showed you before, because you can iron multiple layers at the same time. So this is a real benefit that you can use, obviously also for jeans or other fabrics that are a little thicker or harder to iron. You can use this pull function of the table here to really get the steam sucked through all the layers. For you that are all quilters out there, we also have a cool feature I always like to show is applique. You all probably do, a lot of you probably do applique, and I have here a piece of fabric, and I have here my applique that has some steam seam on. So normally what you would probably do is you put your iron on here for like, I don't know, 5 or 10 seconds. And now watch this. All I have to do with Laurastar is go over in 1 or 2 seconds, and it's on. You will not get this off. And the reason why we can do that is because we have a very hot surface of the iron. A lot of times when you buy an iron nowadays, they reduce the temperature of the sole plate. And obviously they do that because then they can promote it as, you know, it works for every fabric. You don't have to, it will not ruin your fabric. And with Laurastar, we always have a very hot sole plate. If you don't want the sole plate to be hot, we have something special. So if you, for example, want to iron a t-shirt like this that has prints on, or rhinestones, or any other type of fabric that's maybe a little bit more sensitive, that you don't want to touch with the hot surface of the iron, we have a protective sole plate. This comes with every Laurastar you buy. No matter if it's the lift or the system, this comes included in every Laurastar. And all you need to do is just pop this on like this, and it's on. And now you reduce the temperature of the surface of the iron. You still have the steam, and now you can go over any type of sensitive fabric without getting it shiny or get the prints onto your iron. So it really helps you to protect the surface of your iron, and obviously also your delicate fabrics. So that's something really beneficial that we have with Laurastar. Then our Laurastar is not only a great iron, as I said, it's also a wonderful steamer. I think probably the world's best steamer, because we have such a powerful steam. So what you can do now, as you can see, this jacket here is wrinkly. So all you need is you go over a few times, and you can see all the wrinkles are out. So this is obviously also a big money saver. You know, a lot of people nowadays bring their clothes to the dry cleaner just to get the wrinkles out, or they spend hours with the traditional steamer getting wrinkles out. With Laurastar, you can do this in seconds without bringing those clothes to the dry cleaner. And as I said, you also have the hygienic steam that takes out any germs, even odors, out of your fabric. It doesn't take out the stains, so if it's stained, then you obviously have to wash it. But if it's just wrinkly or it smells a little bit, you can use your Laurastar to purify your textiles easily at home without bringing them to the dry cleaner. So I think that's something very good. What we also have with the Smart U, or for example the Lift Plus and the Lift Extra, is a feature called Pulse Steam. So when you iron and you don't want to iron with full steam like this, watch what happens now if I press the button. As you can hear, the steam is coming out now in pulses. And this is really good if you want to be very precise, if you want to go iron and press your seams very slow, rather than having a lot of steam going into your fabric. You can now go and iron and steam very slow without having the big amount of steam going into your fibers. So this is a great benefit, again, especially for you as a quilter, if you want to go more slower, if you don't want to use as much steam. And then with our top of the line product here with the Smart U, we have another amazing feature, which is called Sense Steam. So what we have here is a sensor in here that detects the movements of your iron. So you don't have to press the button to steam. Actually, all you need to do is move it forward, and then the iron will automatically let out the steam. So especially if you use, if you iron a lot, or if you iron, if you iron a lot, then you don't have to press the button all the time, and it will allow you to easily iron for hours. What's also special about our Laurastar is the design of our iron. As you can see, it's lightweight because all the steam gets produced in the boiler. It's the same here with the Lift. They're all designed the same way. They're lightweight. They're also ergonomically designed. So as you can see, the center of gravity is exactly here in the middle of the iron. So when you press down, the force gets distributed evenly over the whole surface of the iron. So you don't really have to push down a lot to get a result. A lot of times your iron at home, traditional iron, the center of gravity is in the back. So when you actually iron, you push down more on the back rather than the front. And that's why you have to oftentimes push down a lot. And this is so different with Laurastar. In addition, it's designed ergonomically, so you can hold this very easily, especially if you have maybe problems with carpal tunnel or arthritis. In addition, you can also use it as a left or right-hander. So this iron has on both sides a steam button, so you can use it as a left-hander or you can use it as a right-hander equally. And I think that's also especially something for left-handers, because I don't think there's any other iron out there that can easily be used as a left-hander. Something very special about Laurastar. The systems here, they are height adjustable, so you can adjust the height. You can fold it up. There are rolls on the iron, so you can easily roll it around your sewing room or put it in the closet and store it away without having the iron out all the time. So I think this is also a great benefit that you get with Laurastar. Overall, you see, it's not just a regular iron that you get with Laurastar. It's much more than that. It's an iron, it's a steamer, it's a purifier. It helps you to save money. It helps you to reduce your ironing time. And overall, it's really fun to iron. You know, I iron all my shirts at home, and before I worked for Laurastar, I had a regular iron, and I never really liked ironing. But since I have a Laurastar, I actually enjoy ironing. It's so much easier. It's so much faster. You see your results, and you get really perfectly good results. Laurastar is, as I said, a Swiss company. The products are available here in the US since a few years, and the sewing and quilting community is really loving our product. And that's where we actually have the most success right now, is with you, because you get to enjoy the steam, the quality of our products that helps you to be a better quilter, to get flatter seams. It helps you to shape your fabrics, your blocks, whatever you have, to get better results. Today, or not today, tomorrow and Thursday, we have a very special promotion with all brands. You get all of our products are on sale, and in addition, exclusively, you will also get filters and other accessories with our irons. All of our irons can be used with tap water, so you don't have to get very special water or distilled water. Of course, if you have a lot of minerals in your fabric, or not in your fabric, in your water, then you maybe want to use spring water. But all of our irons use spring water. We have a big container, as you can see, that holds a lot of water. In here is a filter that needs to be changed from time to time, and that takes out all the minerals in your water. And as you can see, it starts to beep now, but I don't have to turn off the iron to fill up the water. You just go fill it up and put it back in, and I can start to iron again. So I think that's also a great benefit with Laurastar. Then another big benefit for you as a quilter is that our irons have a dual auto shut off. So our irons, if you just turn them on regularly and you don't touch them for 10 minutes, they will turn off. But if you want your iron to stay on, you can also press the button a little longer, and then it will be on permanent mode. That means the iron will stay on as long as you, until you turn it off. So this is especially great for you that maybe go back and forth between sewing and quilting and ironing and pressing your seams, and you don't want the iron to turn off and maybe wait then until it's heated up again. So this is a big benefit for you, the quilters and sewers too. As mentioned, we have amazing sales going on right now here on allbrands.com, where you can get the Laurastar for a special price, and you get free filters and other accessories when you buy the Laurastar product. And I think this is really something that makes this quilt festival amazing. So you can also benefit from great sales, not how you probably had it in the past at the show, but also here virtually. We offer you amazing deals that really make it worthwhile to buy the product now, and don't wait to buy them in. Do we have any questions? Unfortunately, I cannot hear you, Kelly, yet. I cannot, yeah. Maybe type them and I can read it, because I cannot hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yes.
There we go. Okay, fantastic. So we have a few questions that some folks wanted to run by you. Terry wants to know what the dimensions are of the Smart.
The dimensions, okay. I don't know them exactly out of memory, but I would say the best thing is, if you want to know the dimension, go to our website, Laurastar US, click on the Smart U. There we have exactly the dimensions of the height, the length. As I said, you can fold it up. It rolls around, so you can store it easily in your closet, so it gets nice and tight.
I can say, just from using the one that I have back here, if you are curious, Terry, the ironing surface is gigantic. It's amazing. There is a lot of surface area to work with, but it's not, I wouldn't consider it bulky in any way. Like Philipp said, it folds up. It's really smooth. It's fantastic. I'm in love with this one. I am. And Terry also had another question. Terry wanted to know, does it shrink the fabric?
Exactly. So that's what I was mentioning before. Because we have a much drier steam than regular irons. A regular iron has a much wetter steam. So as I said, you can do this. And as you can see, I'm not really wet right now. So the wetness, as you probably remember, when you wash your clothes too hot, they shrink, and it's the wetness and the heat in the steam that shrinks your fabric. And yes, of course, if you leave your iron, if you steam, for multiple minutes or so, it will have the same effect, but it doesn't shrink the fabric as much, I think, as regular irons, for example.
Okay. That still blows my mind that you can just like steam your hand and nothing happens. Like you don't feel any pain or anything. That's awesome. I think that's awesome, and I do love the
obviously, especially right now.
Factor.
Yeah.
So much.
Yeah.
Especially now. So if anybody has any other questions for Philipp, you can go ahead and type them in the chat. Thank you so much, Terry, for those questions. I think they were really helpful. I actually do have the dimensions for the Smart U pulled up, Terry, if you're curious. On the surface, it is 49 by 16.5 inches. When folded up, it's 54 inches tall and 16.7 inches long and 8.6 inches wide. Like I said, it folds up. I mean, the ironing surface is huge, but it folds up very small. And then when unfolded, it can go up to about, I think, 41 inches tall.
Yeah.
It can go up very high. And it is 16.7 inches wide and 16.7 inches long and 8.6 inches wide. on it. But like I said, it is height adjustable. It can adjust all the way down from about 32 to 41 inches. So you have a lot of space. I have nothing else to say besides I love these irons.
Yeah, it's really something you have to it's really an eye opener for many people. They just are used to cheap irons, and they maybe iron or press their clothes with cheap irons, and it's a pain. And as soon as you will have your Laurastar, it changes your world, I feel. It's like a good sewing machine. When you buy a cheap sewing machine somewhere, it's probably also not as much fun to sew and quilt rather than with a good sewing machine. So I think this is really something similar. Laurastar has this, this in it that you can really, it helps you to be a better quilter or sewist at the end of the day.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. Is there anything else that you wanted to add, Philip? I actually did want to hear a little bit about the little Teflon iron rest, because I think that those are awesome.
What do you mean? Do you mean the protective sole plate, or what is the Teflon?
The little iron rest at the edge of the.
You mean this guy over here?
Yeah, I think those are great.
Yeah. So obviously, as you can see, it folds. You can either store your iron on the ironing board, or if you need more space, you can obviously it holds the iron also outside, so you have a bigger space on your ironing board. I think you can hopefully see on the screen what we also have on the Smart U and the Smart I is a ironing board cover that has lines. And again, this was designed for you as a quilter because it helps you to align blocks or fabric to really help you, make sure that the ironing, whatever you do, is perfectly centered. Again, in combination with that fan that either sucks or blows air down, it helps you also to hold the fabric in place. So when you go over and start to iron, the fabric will not move because the fan will hold it down onto the ironing board. So that's also a great feature that we have with Laurastar on the Smart U and I that you get.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic. Well, thank you so very much for joining us today, Philip. If you missed a little bit of this and you would like to catch more and get some more information about Laurastar's irons, you can go over to allbrands.com/quiltfest and shop all of the Laurastar deals that we have. And you will, Philip will be here as well tomorrow and Saturday as well, I believe.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
So if you have more questions or if you want to know more, write them in the chat and I will try to answer them then tomorrow. Same time, same channel. Thank you very much for having me today. Hope you have fun. Everybody out there that's watching, enjoy Quilt Festival, virtual Quilt Festival. Hopefully you'll learn a lot. And thank you very much for your attention. Check out our great products and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Philip. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
All right, y'all. So that was Laurastar. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to talk a little bit about EverSewn sewing machines. So hang on for about 5 minutes. Stay with us. Keep watching. Go ahead to allbrands.com/quiltfest and shop our specials in the meantime.
At allbrands.com, our doors are open and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask. And after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Durkee, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
All right, welcome back, everyone. If you're just tuning in, thank you so very much for watching. This is the allbrands.com mall booth at the Houston Virtual Quilt Festival this year. Thank you so very much for joining us. If you haven't yet, please check out allbrands.com/quiltfest and take a look at all of the awesome specials that we've got for you right now, okay? So coming up next, we have Angel Jepson, and she is gonna be showing us a little bit about EverSewn machines. Hi, Angel, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
That's interesting. I can see me in the little screen.
I can see your Zoom camera, like the other view that you've got hooked up.
It shows that you're in the show with my main photo, but maybe.
Well, would you like to just switch to your to the Zoom camera and we can dive straight into some demos? Or
okay, sure. Let's see what we can do here. Well, with COVID and everything, we're kind of all home working, so I have
Right.
a camera set up, and I don't have anyone here to help me adjust the camera, so I apologize that this
Oh,
is
that's okay.
working.
This is just part of the magic of live streaming, I think. Let's see if we can hear you. Can you hear? I can't really hear you, Angel. I don't think your sound is on.
It says, oh, it says that everything is on and that I'm in the show, and like,
if you do scroll down in StreamYard, there might be a way. There might be a way for you to turn your camera on. I'm not sure if that's a bonus setting, but oh, and we lost Angel. Oh no. Well, we apologize for all the technical difficulties we're having today, everyone. I'm sure you can imagine, as COVID has everyone working from home. We're making things work, right?
okay.
Oh, there you are. I can see you.
All right. Well,
Fantastic.
that changed things a little bit. Hi, I'm so sorry about all.
Oh, that's okay. Hey, this is the magic of live streaming. You know,
Yeah.
things are just bound to happen, but we make them work.
So, thank you for inviting me here to visit everybody today. I think today we're going to show the EverSewn Sparrow X2. This is our new sewing and embroidery machine. Right now, I have it set up with the embroidery arm, which is kind of hard to see. Maybe now that we're not using the other camera, I should tip that screen down quick.
And any of you have any questions for Angel about this the Sparrow, please go ahead and leave them in the comments, and we will roll with them, or we'll try and answer as many as best we can live. All right.
Okay, so the Sparrow X2 is a sewing and embroidery machine. So you have your sewing arm and you have the embroidery arm on your machine. It connects through either Wi-Fi or your home router, which is really nice. Lots of times I use the point-to-point mode, and for those connections, I always find it easiest if I use my iPad close to the embroidery arm, which is what connects to the app. And I was going to use my smaller camera to kind of go through some of the steps of connecting everything to do a little bit of embroidery. We come with two hoops. One is 4.75 by 7, and then the smaller one, and unfortunately, I don't remember the inches. It's 50 by 70 millimeters. And to start an embroidery project, we will, sometimes I get, yep, it needs to calibrate without the hoop in there. With all of the camera things, it threw me off track. So it does a little bit of a calibration process, and then we throw the hoop on, and then it moves on to a little place where we can design what we want to do to a certain extent, or select apps. If you go to the first one, patterns, that's going to be the 150 patterns that come with the EverSewn machine. If you go to text, you can design text. There's like 2 or 3 fonts that are automatically on here. Like I can select this just to see. You would type out and you could increase the size of the font and everything. Input files. So one of the things that I enjoy doing is going to Etsy or other online places and purchasing their design files. Like if you have a kid's birthday coming up and you want to design a t-shirt for their age or a onesie, something for new big brother. This is a fun machine to work with to create those products. And there's tons of people on Etsy that have created designs already. Otherwise, you can purchase separate pieces or use the text that's on here along with the patterns. And there's just a lot that you can do depending on how deep you want to get into things. Today, we're going to just go through our patterns, and with our Christmas holiday coming up, I just picked on holidays, and these are some of the patterns that come already installed on the machine. And I will pick this Christmas tree. Now, this Christmas tree, you can edit it, and you can increase the design by 20%. It's kind of difficult when I'm doing it by looking at the camera screen. But when you increase it by 20%, it will not increase the stitch count. It'll be the same number of stitches, and that's why it's limited to the 20% increase. In order to do something more than that, you would need to use an additional program that that has
sorry.
Okay.
We're just having some strange technical difficulties on our end, but keep going.
You need another software program that can actually digitize your stitches. And so depending on how new you are to embroidery, which a lot of people, when they buy this EverSewn machine, a lot of people are new to embroidery. So it's just something to get out there and see all the opportunities and things that are available to use to work on that machine. So while you're in here, you can continue to edit this design. So like at the bottom, you can scroll over and there's one where, yep, right there, we can edit color. And from in here, you can pick the brand of thread that you like to go with. And the Isacord thread is really similar to the EverSewn branded threads, which we don't have in the system just yet. We are working on, but those are my favorite threads to work with. And we can go through here and see where I am. Like we could pick whatever color number we want if we have a certain color that we like. So that way we can see how the finished design would look like with these color choices that we're making. And from there, yep.
Oh, I'm sorry, Angel. We have a quick question from Donna on Facebook. Donna wants to know if we can use this without Wi-Fi.
The point-to-point mode allows you to use it without Wi-Fi because it has its own connection system worked in. And another thing to mention is it works with iOS devices and 64-bit Android devices. And yes, it's important to the Android devices. It's always important to know which models you're working with because that is a change I believe that Android just went through in the past year, that they're designing all their apps for 64-bit as opposed to 32-bit, which is when this Sparrow X2 was designed. So from here, I hope, does that answer your question? Okay.
I haven't heard anything yet, but That was
Okay.
very in-depth, so thank you.
Yep. So from here, we would accept this. Let me pull it around and look at it quick. Okay, it looks like, go back. All right, so now we have it in here, and I already have the thread installed, and I've put the hoop in here. And another thing that I'd like to mention about the thread is with your machine comes a little netting, and it's really good to put that over top of your thread. And like for mine, my spool is not as long as this piece of netting, so I just fold it in half over that. And the reason for that is because when this machine gets going, sometimes the thread can just get busy, the way sewing machines often tend to do. And so I like to put that netting on there just to keep it secure and make everything work smoothly. That's what they're designed for. So I've got everything set on our design, and I am going to send it to the device, and I'll put it close to here. It says your file is transferring. Takes just a little bit. Yep. And from there, yep, change the thread on 01, and I have the red thread in there, and I would have my other thread colors sitting by the side waiting for me. And one thing with the app is you can see how much of the thread are you going to need. Is most of it green, yellow, or red? One new thing that we did with our app is when we start working through the stitches, you can pause it at any step in the stitch point and back up to another stitch, or if something just goes wonky, you're able to work with that. You can turn on or turn off the jump stitch thread cutting. I think right now I have it turned off, but I'm going to check that I've changed that. And from there, it's really easy. We just come in, there's a start and stop button. It doesn't use the foot pedal for the embroidery process. And I will hold this thread back here. Oh, forgot to lower the presser foot. So it'll tell you when you forget to do things. And I'm going to pause that just so that way I can snip that thread. And I'm probably going at this. Yep, it was supposed to be the green for the tree, but that's okay. And now, as it's working, you can also watch the progress on your device. And evidently I bumped something there, but you can see how far in the stitch process it's become. And let's see, we can fast forward, reverse. Yeah. So lots of cool things that we can do there with the app. Do we have any other questions at the moment?
I'm not seeing any at the moment, but Donna did say that answered her questions.
Awesome.
So,
I wanted to write down a few questions that I knew might come up. Oh, another thing, with the purchase of all of the EverSewn sewing machines through this special today, tomorrow, and Saturday, we are giving a quilting foot accessory kit with the machines. It comes with an even feed attachment, left and right quilting guide, snap-on 1/4 foot with blade, snap-on 1/4 patchwork foot, and a free motion all metal foot with a large opening. So that's pretty handy. I have used several of these pieces already. The manual that it comes with is pretty thorough. The QR codes will help you go to your app store to download the correct app. One thing to note is there is an app for the Sparrow X that's still on the App Store, and that is for the 32-bit design, so that is only for the Sparrow X, and it's a different color. The one that you'll want for this machine is the pink app. Yeah, so very handy. And some of the other great features that come with it are the speed adjustment. And this works not only when you're doing embroidery work, but also when you're like winding the bobbins, when you're sewing in general. And depending on how fine you're getting on some of your sewing projects, I always really like to use that. It does have the thread cutter and the automatic tying stitch there, along with the up down for the needle. Let's see.
Actually, I would like to add something, Angel. So currently on our website right now, we have some Houston Quilt Festival deals and bundles with these Sparrow machines. So if you haven't checked out allbrands.com/quiltfest yet, you definitely should hop over there. I'm looking at our site right now, and currently we have a Quilt Festival special where you get this machine, and you also get that quilting accessory kit, like you said. And we are also throwing in this Great Notions 1000 embroidery design CD. Okay, so that's awesome. That is, I want to say that lists for about $500, and we're throwing that in. So definitely don't miss that. And I think that's going to be really useful with a machine like that. Like you said, you can go kind of as deep as you want. So if you want to go in real deep, this is definitely the bundle to get for sure.
That's awesome. Yeah, the sky's the limit with the things that you can create. Whether, banners for your craft room or sports t-shirts. My daughter's attending University of Iowa, and she's like, "Mom, I need one of these embroidery machines." So that way you can do stuff for everyone. So yeah.
All right. And everyone, so I would also like to announce that we are going to be doing a quick $10 All Brands gift card giveaway. So go ahead and write something in the comments below so we can enter you in there, and we'll put you in that drawing for that giveaway, and we'll announce it in just a few minutes. But let's talk a little bit more about this machine while they're getting their comments in. Like you said, the sky's the limit. So I had a question for you, and I completely lost it. I completely forgot what it was. But like I said earlier, it's absolutely, the bundle is something that you don't want to miss. And I'm wondering, is this something that you could make like patches, like sew on jackets or something with, or?
Absolutely. And this is the machine that I see a lot of things about online for doing those patch designs, and I want to create more information and tutorials about that for our website. I think right now we do have one tutorial on how to do that, but it's so fun. You can take those pieces that you would get from that CD with 1,000 images, and if some of them are small enough stitch size, you could put them into a patch and cut around that, and then you can apply it, sew it to your jackets or whatever you're going to do. But that is an exciting use for it.
Yeah. Oh, that's fantastic. And like I said earlier, go ahead and put your names in the comments, or just type a little comment out below, because we are going to be doing a giveaway in just a few minutes. And also, if you haven't checked it out, go check out that Quilt Fest bundle we have for the Sparrow X2, because it's awesome and you don't want to miss it. We're going to be running this special from today all the way through to December 5th, I believe. I think we could be extending that. I'm not quite sure. I'll have to check on that. But like I said, don't miss it. Don't miss it. It's fantastic. And we do have some people coming in to tell us hello. Hi, Marisol. Thank you so much. We're really enjoying doing this. So thank you so much for watching. Now, is there anything else, Angel, that you wanted to add before we run this quick giveaway?
I think I've hit on everything that was on
Yeah.
my mind, but yeah, with this COVID stuff, everything kind of changed really quickly. So
really did.
But yeah, I'm just hoping that everyone that gets one finds it as fun to use as I do. And yeah, it's a great machine.
Absolutely. And you're very welcome, Liz, for all the info. I definitely think you should go check out the specials online. But thank you so much for tuning in and watching, because there is a lot going on with this machine. And Angel, I think you did a great job of presenting it in a very easy way that doesn't seem overwhelming. Because I feel like with new embroidery machines, sometimes it can be really scary. You get a brand new thing and it's just, there's so much to do. There's so much to do so quickly.
Yes. And we find, like, when I started with EverSewn, I was new to the embroidery machine. I've sewn all of my life, but I hadn't embroidered. And so I have spent a lot of time on YouTube and Pinterest learning how to make sure that I know the tricks out there on how to use these things, because I want to make sure that when we are designing these machines, that we are ensuring everything is on this machine that users need and users want. So we really do care about the feedback that we get and how the user experience goes.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so everyone has put their names in for this $10 All Brands gift card giveaway. And I believe we have a name. So let's share that on screen. Deanne, thank you so much for tuning in. And you have just won a $10 All Brands gift card. So in order to claim this gift card, go ahead and send us a quick little Facebook message. Just give us your name and your phone number. Just message All Brands Corporate and we will get that to you, okay? And thank you so much for everybody who tuned in for this. And thank you, Angel, for demonstrating this machine.
Yes.
We really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you so much, everyone, for listening. And I'm so sorry for the
Oh, no, that's all right. Yeah, like I said, it's one of those things, with COVID and with the Quilt Festival being virtual this year. So we're learning, we're rolling with it,
Yeah. That's awesome. Well, thank you, Callie.
Yeah, thank you so very much. I appreciate you coming on. All right. Bye, Angel.
Bye.
All right, everyone. So that was Angel from EverSewn. She just showed us the Sparrow X2. And thank you all so very much for tuning in so far. If you're just joining us, like I said, that was Angel showing us the EverSewn Sparrow X2. And we have had a little bit of a change in schedule. So we are going to go ahead and show you a little bit of the All Brands, or the brother booth that All Brands has at the Quilt Festival this year. So thank you so very much for tuning in. I would also like to remind all of you that if you're watching this on Facebook, definitely share this with your friends. There should be a little share button down at the bottom of that video. You can go ahead and click share now and share it. And so we will be back right after this very quick commercial break. And then we will go ahead and broadcast a little bit of that All Brands brother booth for you. Like I said, thank you all so very much for watching. And in the meantime, go ahead and check out allbrands.com/QuiltFest and take a look at some of those specials we've got, especially those EverSewn specials, because you do not want to miss those.
At allbrands.com, our doors are open and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask. And after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Durkee, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much again for joining us. So if you are just tuning in, welcome to the allbrands.com mall booth here at the virtual Houston International Quilt Festival. Thank you again so very much for tuning in. So we have a pretty packed schedule coming up for you. We're going to be talking to Brent Taylor from Durkee, and we're going to be talking about a few new things here and there that Durkee's been working on. And we're also going to hear from a few Sew Steady educators, and we'll be doing some giveaways with them as well. And you're going to want to stay until 3:30 because we're going to have Eddie over at Daylight showing us, some new stuff and some of the great lamps that they've got. And if you stay tuned in, we will be giving away a Daylight Slimline lamp, which I have behind me, and you're not going to want to miss that. Those lamps are absolutely amazing. So again, thank you all so very much for coming and watching and just hanging out with us over here at the mall booth. So we are going to be having a little bit of a change in the schedule. We will be broadcasting a little bit of what's going on over at the Brother booth for a little bit before we get back on our schedule. And you're not going to want to miss that, though, because they are doing some absolutely great stuff over at the Brother booth. So if anyone has any questions about anything, please let me know. We have a team, we have a chat team talking with everyone. So, and again, if you have not been to the website yet, please, 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 you definitely need to check this out. Go to allbrands.com/quiltfest. There you can shop all of the brands that we've got going on at the Quilt Festival. They have some fantastic deals. If you just missed us talking with Angel from EverSewn, we have some really, really awesome EverSewn sewing machine bundles. It's really amazing. We're throwing in some great stuff. And if you've always wanted to buy one of those, now is the time, because we're throwing in some great stuff. And Elizabeth Lewis says, having a great time hanging with you. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for joining us. And Priscilla, thank you for joining. I really, really appreciate you all coming out. This has been a great first day so far. So I'm going to go ahead and share what we've got going on at the allbrands.com mall booth. And then we'll be back in just a little bit. All right. Let's see.
On. That's how easy it goes from off to on. And now I have it with a green rainbow. I always love it when the camera picks up the rainbow on that. So very, very simple.
That's really cool, Angela. And we're actually still waiting on Kathy backstage. Do you happen to have that magnetic hoop, the stashing frame?
I do. You want to see it?
Yeah, that's so awesome. And I love the little tool that picks up the magnets.
Okay, I got to find the tool, but I didn't bring the tool over, but yes, I have to, because I have to open it. So this is the frame. And actually, hopefully this camera doesn't flicker off on you. I think the cord is going on vacation today. It's not even Friday. It usually does that on Friday. So if I need to switch cameras, I can. Let me just...
Angela, I got to tell you what I did this morning, because while you're doing that, I was so excited. Like, I felt like it was the night before Christmas or something with all of this planning that we put ahead of time and everything. So for breakfast every morning, I fix a smoothie and coffee separately. So I made my smoothie, and I had my cup of coffee, my empty cup of coffee, and my smoothie that was filled up in the cup. And I was just thinking, and I poured my coffee into my smoothie.
Oh, no.
So I have a 2-in-1 breakfast this morning.
Oh my gosh. Okay. That's a double coffee.
Yeah.
That's okay. I think last time I was live with you was the morning that I was in such a, I was just getting things ready, not paying attention. And I have a Keurig here at my office, and I hit go on the Keurig, and I had the cup with me walking around. So needless to say, it was clean up in aisle 7, big time over there. The coffee was all over the counter, and I'm carrying around an empty cup. So I think you beat me on this one, though. That sounds, and actually, how did it taste, by the way?
It was really, 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 really bad, but all I have, so it's like I'm forced to drink that. So behind the scenes, I'm drinking my my terrible smoothie coffee mixture.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. All right, so I'll take you over here. I think I kicked the camera, so we'll see if it works now.
Okay.
You just never know. All right, so here's my huge quilting thing. I say quilting thing, so I'm going to turn it into some form of home deck. All right, so here is this frame. And this frame, by the way, it's heavy, it's sturdy, and I find myself, you know how much I love that big hoop that comes with the machine, right? But I actually have been using this nonstop. So you just lift this up to pull these off. And oh goodness, is that cord doing it again? Hold on one sec, Barbara. Okay, hold on 1 minute. You come up for a second. I'm just going to switch cords on you real quick so you can see it. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay, it'll just take a second.
Oh, look, Becky's watching. She said yeah, she was with me this morning when I took my first sip. And I was like, wait a minute, this is not right.
You're like, this is gross.
So,
okay.
Asks, where is the social club?
Oh, it's so it's go to angelawork.com and click on blog. You'll see it all there. There's one entry form, so you can enter to win prizes on the 18th. We're going to do a live show. Barbara, I hope you can join us on the 18th too for the live show.
I would love to.
I think it's going to be so much fun. So you'll see that, and then each day you hop to different places. And it's a lot of people that have been really good to the Wolfpack and stuff that we use. So I just think it's going to be awesome. So I have my frame ready for you now. Oops, right here. And if it starts blinking this time, then we're throwing the camera out. I've had to do that before too. All right, so you just lift this up. These are all magnetic. Watch. Don't put your fingers in there. But the nice part is that these are all little pieces. So now this is not the same hoop that you've seen on the 10 needle, okay? This is different. It's similar, but different. You can't use it on the 10 needle. There you go. And you cannot use this on the Dream Machine and things like that. This is just for the XP. So I'm just going to use this itsy bitsy thin piece of fabric. Isn't this gorgeous? I embroidered this with my new embroidery collection, and I'm going to make cuffs. So this is actually 2 sleeves. So there's one cuff, you have to imagine. So I just embroidered these together. And I did this with the frame. And the reason I'm using this fabric, you could of course use this to hoop big quilting projects too. But someone asked me the other day, are you sure this is safe on thin fabric like this, especially the mesh? And I'm like, heck yeah, I use it all the time. I love embroidering this stuff. So there's the fabric. You just slide this into place and it snaps like that. Okay. And then you have this side, slide this into place. There you go. Look at how quick and easy that is. So if you need it tighter, it's easy to move things around. If you had one big piece here, sometimes to get this mesh, it can really be a mess. So I'm going to do this piece and then I'll show you it on a really thick piece of fabric. See that?
Angela, that is absolutely gorgeous. I love that.
Isn't this fun?
Oh, it is so fashionable too. I would love to make a garment out of that.
Oh, these here? I believe you have this collection too on your website.
Yes, actually.
Collaboration with Dime.
Yes. So actually in our allbrands.com mall booth, we have some specials on Designs and Machine Embroidery with Eileen Roche, and she's been doing tons of giveaways. Not giveaways, tons of specials, and they're doing giveaways every live in that other booth. So yeah, Angela, guess what? Kathy's backstage now.
Yay! Hey, Kathy, great to see you. We had a lot of fun earlier too, by the way. She has recipes that I cannot screw up.
Oh, I'll have to get some recipes for her.
Ask her. They're not in the kitchen. They're better.
Okay, cool. All right. Well, thank you so much, Angela. And
see you in a little bit.
As usual, we'll see you at 2:30 Central Time, where we're going to talk about Brother My Design Center, right?
Yep. See you then.
Okay.
Bye, guys. Bye, Wolfpack.
Bye. All right, everybody. So I'm going to bring in our next special guest. So don't forget to watch through. We're going to do another giveaway at the end of Kathy's presentation. It's going to end at 1:25 Central Standard Time. And yeah, let me pull up her. Let's see. Kathy, where are you? Here you go. There we go. Transitional time. All right. So Kathy, I'm going to add you to the stream and you can tell us all about sewing rope bowls with your brother NS80. Hey, Kathy, welcome.
I'm glad to join you.
Yes. So tell us how you're doing and what you've been working on.
So what I've been working on are some little rope bowls and rope hot pads, trivets. Here's another little example. This is just a bowl to hold coasters. So that's what I wanted to share with you today with my little NS80 brother machine. It's a compact, lightweight, but powerful machine that I think everybody needs to have one. So should we get to showing it?
Yeah, that would be great. Charlene says hi, and Marilyn says hi. Rope balls, yeah. So I know these have been really, really popular lately, huh?
They have been, and I like the fact that I can be sewing one on my little NS80 while I'm embroidering one on my Luminaire.
That's wonderful.
Isn't that wonderful?
Oh, yeah.
So I'm just going to have to change cameras.
All right, so I'll come back in while you do that. And Kathy's making her debut on the All Brands demo stage. So welcome to the All Brands family, Kathy. We're so happy to have you. And she has a wonderful little sewing machine. It's called, and everybody saw you on Angela's show earlier, it's called the Brother NS80E. And we have inventory on this, and it's currently available online. So I'll put a link there if anybody's interested. It's a perfect gift machine. It's also a great travel machine. All right, so here she is.
So this is the Brother NS80E. It has 80 different stitches, 8 one-step buttonholes, and there's just so much that you can do with it. It's a perfect little machine, and I think you can see that I've got the extension table attached to it. I really love having the extension table. It sure makes making rope bowls a little bit easier, and also it's better support for whenever I'm quilting with it. But I wanted to start out today with the rope bowls and just show you a little bit of how I get started with them. So I'm going to angle my camera down just a bit. Okay, so you can see that I start out with coiling the rope. And I'm just going to coil it around. One of the things that I have done, this is a scrap of water-soluble adhesive stabilizer. And once I get my coil made to start with, I end up just sticking it to that little water-soluble. Then I'll stick a couple of pins in it to hold it while I get it under my needle. And to me, that just makes it a little bit easier for getting it started. So I'll move this under my needle, and then we're going to change the camera to the machine so you can actually see me sewing.
Oh, great. And thank you, Becky is still on. Thanks, Becky. And she shared it to her group, Power Tools with Thread. She does a great job. All right, here we go again.
Okay, so I'm using my zigzag stitch, and I've got a stitch width of 5.5 and a length of 2.0. And so I'm just going to start stitching just kind of straight through the middle, and I'm going to go back and forth a couple of times. Then I'm going to start just going around. And I don't know if you can notice, but right in the center of my J-foot, there's a little line right here. And that's what I'm lining up in between the two pieces of rope. And this is just standard clothesline rope that I asked my husband to pick up for me at our local hardware store. So as I get around to that pen that I had previously stuck in there to hold, I'm just going to remove it and just keep on stitching.
Oh, that's wonderful, Kathy. Hey, we have a quick question.
You're going to continue in this manner until you have reached the size or diameter that you would like for your coaster or rope bowl bottom to be. I have several. I've got one that's fairly big. I'm in the process of making another one now that I can use as a fruit bowl. But I've also just made what I'm calling hot pad trivets because I think that they will protect tables and stuff from the heat. But you're just going to continue on in this manner. like I said, until it's as big as you want. So here's one that I've got about the size that I want to stop with. So to make a rope bowl, I want to be able to bring the sides up. So I've got another step over here that I can show you that with. Let me just get it back under my machine. So as you're wanting to go up on the sides, take and tilt your bottom part that's flat up, and then just keep bringing the rope kind of in towards that, and that'll, it's almost like it wants to go part way on and part way off. I don't know if that makes any sense, but once you get started with it and you just want to keep holding it up as you're going, can you see that fairly good, Barbara? How that's creating the sides of this? And the further along you get, the faster you can go with it. And it's going to build the sides of your bowl. So if at any point you want to stop and then start again, all I would suggest is that you just use your reverse sewing, back stitching, and back stitch a couple of times. I'm going to bring my needle up, and I'll finish this one later on. But I have another special thing that I wanted to show you. This one that I started yesterday, notice how I have these beads for a handle? I'm going to start with this one back where I was sewing again. Get it back up underneath my presser foot, and I have that extra high lift, so it will help me get it under there. I'm going to go around, and I made a mark about halfway around so that I knew where my second handle would be. And I'm getting close to that, so I'm going to just thread my bead onto the end of my rope. So you need beads with a fairly large hole in them. And then I just kind of pulled it out of the way, made a loop. And if you can see right here, I'm just kind of holding it either with a stylus or some of your tweezers. I like to backstitch where my handle starts and stops a little bit. To put a little pink handle on your rope bolts. So what I'm going to do whenever I get around here to where this other handle was at is I'm going to show you how I like to end my rope bowls. I'm going to take and just cut my rope at an angle. Probably scissors would have been better than my little snips. Grab my scissors real quick. So I have sort of a diagonal cut on that. And again, I'm just going to keep zigzagging. There are plenty of ways to do this. This is just one of the ways, and what I found works best for me. But I also like to, at the end, kind of snug it up with my tweezers, back stitching, and then going over and seeing about dropping that zigzag off the side of the end of the rope to try and get sort of a cleaner finish. You can back stitch if necessary. But do you see how I'm trying to clean up those little loose edges with my zigzag stitch? And then I'm just going to trim my edges. And now I have this cute little bowl with handles that my coasters will fit in.
Kathy, that turned out so cute. Do you want to come back in front of the camera and tell us a little bit about that machine that you're sewing on?
Sure.
Okay. Guys, this is the Brother NS80E sewing machine. It's on sale for $499.99. It's free shipping, and you can finance that through Synchrony Financial on our website for only for 6 months. So you can defer the payments, which is really super exciting. So, Kathy, you ready to go?
Oops, let me change my camera.
Okay, got it. So while she's changing her camera, we are going to do a giveaway. So give me a comment, and we are going to choose a random winner for a $10 allbrands.com gift card. So I'll give you a few seconds to give me some shout outs, tell us where you're from, and oh man, yes, those rope balls are so hot right now. Everybody wants one. And let me pick one winner. Michelle Klein, congratulations. Email me at events@allbrands.com, your name, email address, and phone number, and we will send you that electronic gift card to use on our website, allbrands.com, on Monday the 7th. So congratulations on that. And I will bring back in Kathy. Hey, Kathy. Oh, let me unmute you. There you go.
Hi, how are you?
Good. So
this is the big rope bowl that I made. Can you see the embroidery design in it?
Oh, it's gorgeous.
So that's an embroidery design that's on my luminaire, but I've been sewing all these other ones while my embroidery machine is stitching out.
That's gorgeous. So this is a compact machine. So this is a great little machine for a gift for maybe a younger person, or a companion machine to your bigger machine, like if you're traveling. Didn't you say that you checked this in on an airplane and it fit?
It fits in my duffel bag that will go in the overhead of an airplane when we get to start traveling again.
Oh,
so
my goodness.
I no longer have to sit in the hotel at night with nothing to do. And it's a perfect size. Even my grandson, when I first got it, he came over and he said, Grandma, he says, you now
We're back. We're back. Thank you so much for tuning in to that little bit of the All Brands Mall booth, or the Brother booth, I'm sorry. So we are back on schedule, and now we are going to be hearing a little bit from Joanne at Brewer about some notions. We'll be right back after this commercial break, and then I'll be on with Joanne.
At allbrands.com, our doors are open and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask. And after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Durkee, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. If you're just tuning in, thank you again so very much for watching over here at the allbrands.com mall booth for the Houston Virtual Quilt Festival this year. So like I said earlier, we have a very packed schedule. And if you're just joining us, we will be having Joanne Nielsen over from Brewer Notions talking to us about some really awesome products that they've got. So let's bring Joanne on. Hi, Joanne. Can you hear me?
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Virtual Quilt Festival. I'm so happy to be here. I'd like to thank, I hope everybody can hear me. If you can hear me, just kind of wave.
No, you sound fine.
Okay, good. So I'd like to thank Barbara and John and Kelly for welcoming us and asking us to participate in this event. We are so grateful for them. They're a great customer of ours, and we're happy to be here to demonstrate some of our top-selling notions. But I have a surprise today, and I think she just mentioned it, but it kind of gurgled out. Today, I'm demoing one of my absolute favorite items that we sell here at Brewer. And I'm going to unveil it here. I'm going to take this cover off, and here we have it. This is our Panasonic virtually cordless 360-degree iron. I absolutely love this iron. I wish I could put it in your hands so you could feel the weight of this. It's got a lot of sweet features, and it makes I think it makes your life so easy. I use it every day. So let me just flash some steam so you can see what that looks like. It's kind of hard to get it on camera, but here's some of the steam. This allows you to do vertical steaming. Oh, there you go. We can see some of it shooting out now. So you can do vertical steaming this way, or you can actually go ahead and iron with this. And it is so smooth. So let's talk about, let's see if you can see this better here. Move the table back a little. Let's talk about why it's so smooth. The sole plate on this iron is a ceramic sole plate. And if you look at it, it's not like your conventional iron. It doesn't have a flat bottom. So this gives you the ease to move it around, glide it around from both angles, and you have the points to get into your corners if you need to. Love that. Absolutely love that. What else can I tell you here? It has 3 settings. It has a high, a medium, and a low, and we can kind of show you that there. And you can change it this way. So we'll change your settings. But I think one of the sweetest features on this machine, on this iron, is, well, let me get a close-up again. You can see right here, there's a little button. Hopefully you can see that. If you push that button in and take this out, set that back in your base, this is what you can take to the sink, or it comes with a little funnel that you can use to refill this iron. And you refill it just that easy, right, with the normal tap water, either right up at the sink, or you can do it in your sewing room and close it up. What I love is you don't get any wet spots or any dribbles from your iron this way. So that is just a unique, fantastic thing that I think everybody finds convenient. And then it just slides right back in. So let's demonstrate some ironing on this. As I said before, it has the 3 settings, high, medium, and low. And then we've got a squirt feature, which you can see here, where it squirts out water. You've got the steam that you can steam this way or this way for vertical. Very smooth when it goes. What I absolutely love it for too is if you have quilt blocks or little seams that you need to open up, you just go ahead and lay it down. You can give it a little shot of steam here. Turn it around, look at the other side, a little shot of steam. And you can really feel that. It's kind of like an engine, steam engine when you get it out. So I love that feature. And you can see here how beautifully it's iron flat. What else can we talk about? Another feature that I absolutely love is, let's say the kids are at school, you get a call, you have to run out and fetch an errand. The iron is hot. What you can do is put it right back in the base. You have this nice lid, so you can actually put it away hot. Just put the cover on it, you can unplug it, and you're ready to go. If you're traveling, that's also a great feature. If your class is over and your iron was on for the whole class, you need to hurry up and get out of there because they're shutting the lights and you have to move in a flash. You just put the lid on and go. So that's a great feature that we have there too. Let me show you where the cord is.
Hey, Joanne.
Yes. Oh, I can't hear
We
you.
have a question. We have a question from a viewer. We have a question from Phil. He would like to know how long you can iron before it has to be charged again. And I think that's one of my favorite things about this iron. But I'll let you talk about it.
Let me answer that. So that's an excellent question. And there is a bit of a learning curve when you get this iron, because we're so used to the original iron that has the square base. You put it down. So let's say we need to get this quilt block ready and we have our steam there. We need to open it. So I take it off the base. It's hot, ready to go. I iron it. Let's say there's my steam engine going. If we need to reposition this fabric, you can't just set your iron down like a normal iron because it'll fall over just like that. So this is kind of what a reminder is, that you put it right back in the base while you reposition your quilt block or whatever it is that you're ironing. And now you can go back on and hit it with this. So typically if you continual ironing without putting it back in the base, usually about 20-25 minutes, it should stay hot. I don't know about you guys, but I don't typically iron that long without moving it around. So it just works perfectly fine for me. I hope that answers your question. You can also use, I brought one of our Nifty Notions. This is a Nifty Notions pressing cloth. A pressing cloth also works beautiful with it. You just put, doesn't melt. And this is on the highest setting. Just put it right over, press everything out beautifully, and you're good to go. Pressing mat's fine. Quilt block looks beautiful. Are there any other questions I can answer?
Actually, yeah, we have, Judy says, I didn't know you could use steam on a wool pressing mat.
Yes.
Now, I'm pretty sure that's that Nifty Notions pressing mat that y'all have, right?
Actually, I have that.
Okay, I want to hear a little bit more about that.
We love the Nifty Notions pressing mats. There are several different types out there, but what we love about this is it's 14 by 14, so it's big enough to hold your quilt block, your biggest quilt block, basically. And you can put steam on here and nothing happens to it. It is all natural material, and it works just beautiful with this iron. So it's a top selling iron as well as mat. They kind of, that's why I laid them out here together, because they kind of go together. And so does the pressing cloth. If you're doing a lot of applique, you definitely want that pressing cloth. That's lovely to work with. So let's go ahead and give it a shot again, and I'll kind of show you when you go over it with the steam. It does absolutely nothing to the wool mat. It doesn't shrink or change position. Beautiful to work with. I hope that answers.
And actually, we have one more question, or we have another question, but it's coming from two different people. So Phil and Deanne also want to know if it comes in other colors, and if so, what colors it comes in.
I forgot to mention that. I'm so excited over the iron. So it comes in several other colors. It comes in, and it's, I don't know what you have available on your website right now, but definitely take a look at the allbrands.com website. It comes in red. It comes in a rose gold finish, which is really pretty. There is a gold champagne colored finish. There's a turquoise. There's a gray that's kind of borders gray black. And they all have this ceramic base. So that's another really, the original cordless iron that came out did not have the ceramic coated base. So we were really excited when this one came out, because there really is a difference. So if you have the original one, you should do yourself a favor and buy yourself one that has a ceramic coating. It's just so smooth. It just glides. I mean, I can just, and it goes. So several colors that it comes in. Hopefully you should treat yourself. I always say that. We are going into the holidays. So this is a great, great gift item, in my opinion. I think anybody with a sewing room or not would appreciate this iron. I sew, but I also, on Sunday nights after I do my laundry, just a little bit of information, I use this iron to iron all of my clothes because I'm an ironing freak. And I can have my choice over just about any iron. We sell several different types, and I picked this one because it's so convenient. I can take it anywhere. I can, if I just want to do a quick press, I can set up this on my table and just kind of press out a few wrinkles and go with it. So again, let me show you the steam. Look at that, like that little steam engine, it just is going. And the weight, if you feel the weight, you know that this is not a toy product. This product is for real. Once you get it, I think you're gonna love it. So there's no time like the present to treat yourself. Get that iron. How about any other questions, Callie?
So Phil has another question. He also wants to know, are there any other fun, nifty notions for ironing? And I believe there are. So let's talk about those. And Teresa and Christy both say that they love that iron, and I wholeheartedly agree. I have one. You can't see it. It's in the background over there, but I love mine. It's so portable. I take it with me on vacation, just in case we go somewhere. I have it.
I recommend it enough to people, and there are so many people that don't have it or don't even know that it exists. That honestly, every opportunity I get, I'm like, I'll demo the iron. I love it. I hope you guys see my excitement and are excited about it too. But
it's really fantastic.
We have so many different nifty notions. We love the nifty notions, and this is on All Brands' website as well. Nifty Notions also makes a small little travel iron. I don't have one in here with me, but we have a laser and we have several different types of tweezers. We have, where did it go? Oh, here's a good one. I know all of you quilters, if you don't have this, this is another definite must-have. This is another top seller. It's called the Quilt Wall. And this is what allows you to arrange your blocks for your quilt without having to pin it. So you just basically put up this fabric and then start arranging your blocks all over it. And it's 72 by 72, so it will accommodate a very large quilt. And you can get those all in order, and people love this. Another thing we can't keep in stock. So definitely recommend that. We have seam rippers, we have scissors, we have, let me show you these cool ruler grips. Hang on 1 minute.
And if you do go to the allbrands.com/quiltfest page, take a look at that, and you can shop all of the Brewer products that we have. We also have a little bit of a special going on Brewer accessories right now, and I completely neglected to mention that. So let's talk about it. We're offering 10% off featured Brewer accessories, and all you need to do is put in the coupon code Brewer10OFF. So everything you see on the allbrands.com/quiltfest, like that category page for Brewer, you get 10% off all of those notions, which is
fantastic. That is fantastic. It's a great time for that. Holidays are right around the corner.
Exactly.
So many people list, so many people's lists.
You were mentioning all those stocking stuffers and everything, or all of those rulers and everything. Those are perfect stocking stuffers. Absolutely perfect.
So this is like the mammoth ruler gripper. This will accommodate, it's huge. And then we have the little one too. But this one is great if you love that like 7 by 24 size ruler. This will hold it in place so that you don't have any chance of your hand slipping and you cutting it when you're using that rotary gripper. And then we have, this is called Hold Me Tight Ruler Gripper. And this is cute. And I hope you like the branding on this. People love this, another top seller. So these are 2 great items, but there are so many. You can see them all on their website. What else can I tell you?
They're really fantastic. They're amazing.
Let me show you the pressing mat. That's what I was using here. So this is the 18 by 20 Nifty Notions pressing mat, and this opens quite large. 18 by 20. So we love that. And then, of course, I'll show you the wool pressing mat again. We also have wool dryer balls, which are really a neat product. So here's what the pressing mat looks like. Show it to you from the back. Great item. I think every quilter should have. What else do we have? So many goodies. So many things to pick. We have a Swiss style tweezer that not everybody is familiar with. And I'll just show it to you because it is one of our most popular tweezers. And then we'll go back to the iron so we can kind of do a quick recap. This is a very popular selling tweezer. And it's because of the way, there we go. It's because of the, I don't know if you can see you see this, Kelly? Maybe not.
Yeah, I can see that.
it's because of the way the heads are on here. It allows you to kind of get in there. So if you need a tweezer, highly recommend this one.
So we have just a few more minutes, but before we wrap up, we have about 5 more minutes before we're going to wrap up. But I want to go ahead and do another giveaway. So we're going to be giving away a $10 All Brands gift card. So go ahead and just type something down in the comments and you'll be entered in for a giveaway. And then once we do end up pulling that name for that giveaway, go ahead and give the All Brands corporate page a Facebook message. And I'll tell you all that after you pick the name. So go ahead and get your comments in. Get them in. You're not going to want to miss this. Spend one of those $10 gift cards on all of those nifty notions because they are fantastic stocking stuffers. Even just the tweezers, they're amazing. I love them.
It's a huge, in my opinion, it's a huge appreciation to your customers. So we appreciate them being there. We appreciate them doing this virtual event since everything is so different this year, and we all kind of need to do what's good for us and you know, tell ourselves we deserve things. You know, it's been a rough year.
Yeah, this has been a hard year. So it's you know, I think of all of the years and times to treat yourself, this is the perfect time because you're treating yourself and you're getting a really good deal, especially with that Brewer 10 off code. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
And everybody loves a good deal.
Of course, yeah, we all love a good deal. So we're getting those names in. All right, everybody, keep getting your names in. This one's pretty competitive, so get your name in there. Enter while you can, because like I said, you're not going to want to miss out on any of this. This is all fantastic. We got some great deals.
It is. That's awesome. Whenever you're ready.
And everyone is commenting saying these are great gifts. Erin says this is a great iron. We wholeheartedly agree, Erin. Oh my gosh. Shelly loves the wool mat. I think it's fantastic.
So I don't know if I mentioned it. It has 1,500 watts, so that's pretty powerful. I'll show you guys how to fill it again, because I think that is so awesome. You just push that little buttons over there, push it in, take it to the sink. There's a little latch here. Pour your water in, close it up. You've got high, medium, and low heat settings on here. You've got your steam level on. I can show you that either earlier. Here's your steam level. You can do a high volume steam or just a spray. And I'll tell you, my favorite. Hear that steam engine? We love it.
You can see it too. Like that's a really powerful steam.
You can burn yourself with it. So
yes, so be careful. But it is a very, very spiffy iron to have. Priscilla says she's gonna have to get a bigger stocking, and I agree. Just get like an iron-sized stocking. Stuff that in there. I think that's fantastic.
That's awesome.
All right, so I think we are ready to pull for the giveaway. I believe we have a name. Beth misses us at the shows. Oh my gosh, we miss you, Beth. This is my first quilt festival, and I wish I could be there in person and meet everybody. So fingers crossed for next year, because I would love to meet everyone. But hey, we're making it work. And also, hello, oh my goodness. We just pulled for the giveaway, and Beth, you actually won the $10 All Brands gift card. I was just reading the comment. I completely missed that. But congratulations, Beth. So since you won that $10 All Brands gift card, go ahead and shoot a Facebook message to the All Brands corporate page. Don't just leave it in the comments just for privacy's sake. Just put your name, your email address, and your home address, and we will get that out to you as soon as we can. So that's it for Brewer. Thank you so much, Joanne. Everybody's really fallen in love with this iron, and I totally understand why, because it's fantastic.
Well, that's awesome. I'd like to thank everybody for taking time out to listen to the presentation And I hope once they get it, they love it as much as I do, or we do, I should say.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so very much, Joanne. So we will see you tomorrow, I believe, to talk about a little bit more. Fantastic. All right. All right. Thank you again, Joanne.
Another good product to demo. Bye, everybody.
All right. Bye, Joanne. All right, everyone. So that was Joanne Nielsen over at Brewer. Thank you again so very much for tuning in. So we're going to go to a very brief commercial break, and then we're going to have Brent Taylor on from Durkee to talk about some cool new things that they're cooking up over there. So in the meantime, while this commercial break is running, go ahead and head on over to allbrands.com/quiltfest and take a look at those Brewer specials and take a look at what we've got as far as Durkee as well, because we've got some really, really amazing specials. Like I've been saying, you do not want to miss any of these. They're fantastic. So, and also, if you are watching this on Facebook, thank you so very much for watching. If you would, go ahead and hit that share button down at the bottom of the video, and you can just hit share now, and in parentheses, I think it should say public. So go ahead and share that. Let your friends know you're watching. You could win a gift card, so keep on watching. We've got some other great giveaways planned for later on in the day. And so we will be right back, and we will have Durkee on, all right?
At allbrands.com, our doors are open and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask, and after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Durkee, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. If you're just tuning in, thank you so very much for watching us over here at the allbrands.com mall booth at the virtual Houston International Quilt Festival this year. We've got some really, really fantastic folks lined up for you for the rest of the day. And if you are just joining us and you have missed something, don't worry about it. You will be able to see all of these available at allbrands.com/quiltfest. And while you're at it, go ahead and head on over to that site and take a look at all the specials we're running right now, because we have some really amazing stuff that you're not going to want to miss. So right now, I actually have Brent Taylor over at Durkee, and he's going to be joining us in just a minute. So let me bring him on real quick. Hey, Brent.
Hey, good afternoon, Callie. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I wish we were all in Houston.
I know. This is such a fantastic first festival for me. It's so different than what I expected.
Tough way to do it, but we're delighted to be with you and delighted everyone would join us today.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's our pleasure. Well, one of the things, Callie, we try to do every year is we try to bring out something that hopefully everyone will find to be new and exciting. This may sound as an odd detour to get to where I'm going, but for a long time, I've heard people say that the opposite of love is not hate, it's being ignored. And I think that's true. I think being ignored is a bad thing. And unfortunately, I think we might have a little bit of that in the embroidery industry. And here's what I mean by that. And I mean it in a nice way, not by intent. I think that certain machines, people that own certain machines get more attention than people that own different machines. And one of the things that I think has been overlooked for a long time are the thousands and thousands of machine owners that have fabulous embroidery machines that have a maximum sewing field of 4x4. Well, guess what? They're not being ignored anymore, if they in fact have been in the past, because we've come out with something brand new. We have a brand new cap frame specifically designed for the 4x4 machines. And that's all the brother machines that have ever been made, up to and of course including the present, and baby lock machines with a maximum sewing field of 4x4. So if you've been wanting to expand the capability of your machine without buying a new machine, well, I think we just helped you do that. Now, by looking behind me, you might think that I'm just a little proud of it because we have a lot of them on display here. So let me just give you a quick tour of what we've got. And then I think we've got a little video we can show you with an actual demonstration. This cap frame, if you'll notice, it's shaped kind of uniquely. And that is because it goes into the machine this way instead of with many machines this way. So rather than me sit here and fumble around with it, why don't we watch a live video, Callie, and let's show people exactly how it works, okay?
You got it.
To begin embroidery, you'll need your cap, your Durkee frame, and a piece of adhesive back tearaway stabilizer cut to the size of the Durkee frame. Turn the Durkee frame upside down and orient it to where it's easy for you to place the stabilizer on top of it. Remove the stabilizer from the release paper and place onto the back of the Durkee cap frame. Press the stabilizer onto the back of the cap frame to secure it. Next, we need to get the sweat band out of the way of the embroidery area. An easy way to get the sweat band out of the way is to bend the cap inside out and pull the sweat band towards you. I like to secure my sweat band out of the way with a piece of medical paper tape. This will keep the sweat band out of the embroidery area and will remove cleanly when you're done with the embroidery. Once you have the sweat band out of the way, roll the top of the cap to where all of the excess is out of the way of the embroidery field. Turn the Durkee cap frame right side up. Loosen the nuts, but do not remove them from the frame. Slide the brim of the cap into the Durkee cap frame. You'll notice there are centering notches on the cap frame, both on the brim holder and on the back of the cap frame. Align the center of the cap with the centering notches on the cap frame. Arrange the cap to where the cap is actually sticking onto the adhesive back stabilizer. Make sure the brim of the cap is as close to the adhesive back stabilizer as possible. Once into position, tighten the wing nuts. Align the back center of the cap with the center notch in the back of the cap frame. Smooth the cap from the center out. If your cap has a buckle in the back of it, you may find it easier to manipulate the cap if you loosen the buckle. This will make it easier to curl the back of the cap up so that it will remain out of the way of the embroidery field. Once your cap is hooped, it's time to take it to the embroidery machine. At the embroidery machine, you want to lift the foot of the machine. Gently slide the cap frame into the machine, making sure that you clear the foot, and then attach to the embroidery unit. Make sure that the cap frame snaps into place. Open your embroidery design and then touch the rotate button. Touch rotate 90 degrees and then touch OK. Touch edit end. Touch the needle drop position key. Touch the left center button. Touch OK. Use the move arrows on the touch screen to move the design to where the bottom center of the design is where you would like it to be located. In the embroidery field, check to make sure that the foot is not going to hit the sweatband. If it's too close or too far away, use the move keys to adjust the position. I like to drop the needle to make sure that my needle is dropping in the center of the cap seam. If any adjustments need to be made, use the move keys on the touch screen pad. On the touch screen, touch the bottom left needle position key. Check to make sure that your foot is not going to hit the sweatband. On the touchpad, touch the top left needle position. Check and make sure that the foot will clear the sweatband. On the touch screen, touch the center needle drop position. Drop the needle and check to make sure that the position is correct. On the keypad, touch the right center button. Touch the upper right needle drop position. Check to make sure that your eyelets are going to be missed. On the keypad, touch the bottom right needle position to check that position. Touch the right center position key. Drop your needle to make sure that it is in the center of the cap. My center position was slightly off, so I'm going to lift my cap off the sticky stabilizer and then smooth it back into place. Be sure to check the needle drop again just to make sure that you are in the correct position. Once everything's in position, touch OK and then touch embroidery. Lower the presser foot and then press the start button. When the embroidery is finished, touch OK. With this cap, my embroidery finished close to the brim. To make removing the cap frame easier, I'm going to touch the previous screen button. Then I'll touch the needle drop position key. Touch the center needle position key. Gently remove the cap frame from the embroidery arm and then lift the presser foot and guide the cap frame out from underneath the presser foot. To remove the cap from the frame, loosen the wing nuts. Gently peel your cap off of the adhesive back stabilizer. Pull the brim out from underneath the holder and then lift. Unroll the sweatband and then reshape your cap. If you placed tape on your sweatband, you'll want to remove that before wearing the cap. The Durkee cap frame also allows you to embroider on the back of your caps. Place your adhesive stabilizer on the back of the cap frame and then place your cap on top of the adhesive stabilizer and begin your embroidery. The Durkee cap frame can also be used to embroider on hard-to-hoop items like masks, baby bibs, blankets, dog collars, and much more.
All right. I absolutely.
So how do you like that?
That was
How do you like
fantastic.
that? And folks, listen to this. Tomorrow is the official launch date of this product. So for the very first time, you'll be able to purchase this product today, and it can ship as early as tomorrow. So make sure you go to allbrands.com and check it out. But I want to make sure you understand all the real benefits of this little device and what your machine can do. And I think I'm about to surprise you with this. Think about the most expensive commercial embroidery machines in the world. We're talking about machines at $15,000, $18,000 for a single head machine. I want you to think about that machine and think about the caps that you've seen people wear. I may surprise you with this. Are you ready? Those caps made on those embroidery machines, those cap frames sell between $1,000 to $2,000 each. Are they great? Sure, they're great. Guess what? They can stitch a maximum of about 2 1/4, 2 1/2 inches. Guess what you can do with this cap frame? Depending on how stiff the hat is, we're going to talk about that in just a second, you can stitch as large as 3 1/2 by 3 1/2 inches. Can you imagine you can do more with your 4x4 embroidery machine than the most expensive commercial machines? There's one other thing. What you can do that they cannot do, you can stitch it on the back of the cap. They cannot. All of that with this little cap frame. And as Cindy pointed out in the video, it's not just a cap frame. You can use the same exact frame for doing baby bibs, tea towels, masks, pet bandanas, all kinds of stuff, okay? So it's an exciting new product. We're excited about it. I hope you can tell by the way I sound, but it's a great new product and we're excited to introduce it. I want to take a couple of minutes just to talk about caps in general, because a lot of people, this may be kind of new to you. If you've got a 4x4 machine, maybe you've just ignored this subject in the past because you felt like you couldn't do it. So listen up and let me give you a real quick, very brief education on caps. The language that's used typically is structured and non-structured hats. Now that's a little technical, so let's use language that you and I are familiar with. Soft, stiff, okay? So let me show you, this is a completely you can tell, a completely non-structured cap, just as soft as it can possibly be. Can you stitch one of these on that new 4x4 cap frame? You sure can. Can you do the front? You sure can. Can you do the back? You sure can. So let's step it up just a little bit. What about those hats that have a little more shape or definition? This is what we would call a moderately structured hat. That is to say, the front of it, it's a little stiffer, a little more firm. Hats that are structured have a fiber inside, a fabric that's called buckram. And the more buckram a hat has, the stiffer it becomes, all the way up to what you've probably heard the terminology of a trucker's cap. It's so hard you can almost step on it, okay? Well, you wouldn't want to try to do something that stiff with this cap frame, but can you do everything up to that? Yeah, you sure can. So I want you to hear that about the difference in the types of caps, and I promise you can do most any cap you really want to do, okay? So great gift idea, great for yourself. Give yourself a gift or give someone that you know the gift for the holidays. This will be a great gift for them, okay? So let's step it up just a little bit, talk about some different cap frames, because perhaps you don't have a 4x4, perhaps you've got a PE 770 or an 800. I'm going to talk about the cap frames in terms of how they attach to the machine, because that's going to tell you the difference between our cap frames. And so we're just going to say attachment method 1 is what we just showed you. This one attaches to the 4x4 machine. It's got 2 little buttons back here in the back, and when you snap it on the machine, there's a little metal clip here that goes under a plastic piece on your machine. That's how this one attaches to your machine. Again, maximum sewing field 4x4. Now, if you happen to have a machine with a maximum sewing field of 5x7, but that's the maximum sewing field is 5x7. The method's a little different. That machine comes with a 5x7 hoop. And this is our cap frame. And what you do is simply take the inside of that hoop out, and our cap frame fits perfectly into the outer ring. And then this type of attachment slides on as well, but those two little buttons you saw, they're actually on the machine. So the second type of attachment is for the 5x7, for the PE 770 and that level of machine. The third type of attachment is for the slide-in machines. Slide-in machines like the Luminaire, those types of machines, and all the previous, the 1600, all those types of machines, where this actually slides in to the machine itself and holds it in place. Once again, you remove the inner part of the hoop that came with the machine, the 5x7 hoop. Our cap frame fits perfectly into that outer ring. Slide it in, and away you go. Can you imagine creating that yourself? By the way, that design came right out of the machine. That's not something we created, okay? So that's it for the cap frames. If you have any questions, contact folks at All Brands. I'm sure they'll be absolutely delighted to help you. Just kind of as a quick overview of what's going to happen the next 3 days, obviously today's segment is on the single needle items, single needle cap frames, single needle easy frames, which I'm going to talk about in just a second. Tomorrow we'll be talking about multi-needle and all the Durkee multi-needle products. And then on Saturday, we'll be talking about the various packages that we have. We got a lot of packages for single needle, multi-needle, all types of things. So be sure to be back with us for those other events, okay? Depending on what type of machine you've got, one may be of more interest to you than the other. Single needle easy frames. Let me grab one real quick. When we're at trade shows and we're demonstrating, like in Baby Lock, Brothers booth at the Houston Quilt Festival, we'll have one of these on display and we'll be stitching away. And inevitably, someone will come up and say, how are you doing that? Because all they see is the fabric laying on top of the backing. They can't imagine how it's held together. The way it's held together is very simple. It's a one-piece frame. I have a good friend named Bob Stone, and Bob runs one of the large commercial embroidery companies in America. The very first time I met him, literally within 30 seconds, I guess, after saying hello, he looked at me and said, Brent, there are only two real challenges in embroidery. And I said, really, Bob, what are they? He said, the first one's hooping. I said, okay, what's the second one? He said, if you solve the first one, there isn't a second one. So I've learned over all these years, that was 12 years ago, that the number one thing most people dislike or enjoy the least, I guess I should say it, enjoy the least, is hooping. Why? It's fraught with challenges, especially if you're getting to my age, carpal tunnel syndrome, arthritis. It's hard to turn some of those thumb screws. That's number one. Number two is the aggravation of what is it? Is it too loose or is it too tight? Now, if you've been stitching for any time at all, chances are with a traditional two-piece hoop, when you put it all together and you tighten that thumb screw and you thought you had it tight enough, if you've been stitching long enough, you started stitching and all of a sudden you had what's called hoop pop-off. And that outer ring pops off, the machine keeps stitching, and guess what happens? The fabric, whatever item you had on there, just got destroyed, didn't it? Raise your hand, we've all been there, right? So how do you avoid that? How you avoid that is you make the decision right then on the spot. That will never happen to me again. And so what you do is you go to your local toolbox and you pull out a pair of pliers. And now you take that outer ring and you put it on and you take those pliers and you start cranking that thumb screw down. And all of a sudden I start getting phone calls and everybody that manufactures soup starts getting phone calls. My thumb screw doesn't work. Why has my garment got that big ring on it? It's called hoop burn. You have completely over tightened the screw and you'll likely ruin the screw and have to replace it. That's what happens when you get hoop pop off and then you go the other direction. So we said, let's fix that. And the way you fix it, you don't have a two-piece hoop. These are called easy frames for reasons because they're easy. You just take a piece of sticky backing, self-adhesive backing. You put it on the underside just like this with a sticky side facing up, and you put your fabric on top. Center it, press go. The sticky adhesive holds the fabric in place while you're stitching. It's as simple as that. So when you finish, just peel it off, remove the excess tearaway backing. It's called tearaway. By the way, you can get it in the water soluble. Most people use the tearaway type. And that's it. You're done. You're finished. So one piece instead of two pieces. And we have, by the way, if you have the type machine where it slides in, a couple of things I want to say to you about it very quickly. Your machine, let me use something for an example. Let's just say that you had a couple of years ago a machine, the number one largest machine that Brother made was called a Dream Machine, okay? Let's suppose you have a Dream Machine. Now that sewing field is 9.5 inches by 14 inches. And by the way, with our single needle easy frames, when you insert this into the slot that holds it, we call it the garage that holds it, your machine will actually read these hoops and it knows what size it is. It's the only hoop we make that your machine will actually recognize. So I want you to know that. But here's what your machine will not do. All of the machines will read down, but they will not read up. Now, what does that mean? It means if you have a dream machine, and then the Luminaire came out the next year, and lo and behold, sewing field 10 5/8 by 16, and you call us or somebody, you say, I want to buy one of those 10 5/8 by 16 frames, and we send it to you, you call us back and say, it doesn't work on my machine. That's because your machine will not read up, but it will read everything from its maximum sewing field down. So if the machine you've got is a 9.5 by 14 maximum sewing field, every single easy frame we have them all for every size, all of these frames will fit your machine from 9.5 by 14 down. Does that make sense? I hope so. If you had a 7 by 12, same thing, it will read everything down, but it won't go up. Hope that helps, and I hope it makes sense. Callie?
Yeah.
I'm out of breath. I'm got something to say.
Yeah, so I wanted to mention that before we let y'all go, we are going to be giving away one of these 4x4 cap frames. So I'm sure if y'all have been watching just for the last like 30 minutes, you know the deal. Go ahead and comment on this. Go ahead and comment on the stream, but also share that stream if you're watching it on Facebook. That will get you entered into this giveaway. Go ahead and share it with your friends. Let them know what you're watching. They can watch too. And we will be doing that giveaway in just a minute. So get those comments in right now. And Judy said, I'm glad you're virtual since I would never be able to be there, which that is one of the best things about doing this virtually this year, I think, is that we're seeing so many folks who wouldn't normally otherwise come to Houston, come see everything. Eileen wants to know how much are the hoops. So go ahead and go to allbrands.com/quiltfest, and you can find all of the Durkee deals and prices on the website. That's where we have everything and where we're running everything. Anne says that she thinks she has all of these hoops. Well, we have the cap frame coming out. So that's going to be your next one, hopefully, because, I mean, I hope you saw that video. This is fantastic. And I agree, Nancy. I think that cap frame is great. So get your names in. We'll have like one more minute before we pull the name, all right?
If we've got one more minute,
yeah.
Do we have time for me to touch on one more quick subject?
We have like 2 minutes.
Okay. If we have 2 minutes, let me touch on this very quickly. And I'm going to tell you how new this is. This is so new, I can't even show you a prototype. A couple of years ago, a change was made without our knowledge concerning the cap frames, the single needle cap frames. It had nothing to do with the manufacturer of the frame. It had to do with the change that was made in the machines. And I hope I can get through this very, very quickly for you. There are a couple of machines, for example, I think it's called the NQ1600, and there's one other. And here was the change. With all of the previous single needle machines, when the machine finished stitching a specific color, it stopped right there, wherever that last stitch was. Or it would move, if a change of color, it would move from this stitch to this stitch. The change that was made, now a couple of machines, again, the 1600, one other one, instead of just stopping there or going to the, it brings the machine all the way back to the front. It brings the presser foot all the way back to the front of the frame. The problem with that is, with our cap frame for the 5x7, the bill clamp holder protrudes into that area. So if you have a machine where it stops as it always has, never an issue. But now that presser foot will come all the way back and hit this frame. So we have it on our website, and we've told all of our dealers this does not work for those two machines. So when I said I don't have a prototype to show you, we just finished developing a brand new hoop. It'll be out hopefully in the next 4, 6, 8 weeks at the most. And that hoop will be a combination 5x7 easy frame with the cap frame attachment back here. Okay, so the cap frame attached. So when you buy this, it'll be a combo. It'll be red in color, so it'll be different. You'll know it's different. Slide in your machine. Machine will recognize it as 5x7, so you can use it as a regular easy frame to stitch anything you would ordinarily stitch with a 5x7, or with the attachment that will be on it, you'll be able to do caps with absolutely any machine that Brother manufactures for flatbed that slides in. So I hope that's of help to you. And sorry we didn't know about that change a couple of years ago, but we're addressing it, and that's coming out soon, okay?
Awesome. All right. I think we are ready, and I believe we have a name. So let's see that name. All right. Aaron can use an easy frame for NQ 1600. Well, Aaron, you just want a 4x4 cap frame too. So congrats. That's so exciting. So Aaron, congrats. You are our winner for the 4x4 cap frame. So go ahead and Facebook message the All Brands corporate Facebook page and give us your full name, your email address, and your home address, please. And we will get that frame to you. All right? Cool. All right. Well, thank you so very much, Brent, for joining us. I really, really appreciate it. That was
absolutely by my
really
pleasure.
great. Thank you again. And we will see you tomorrow. We'll be talking about some other things tomorrow, but we'll see you then.
I love it. We'll see you then. Take care.
All right. You too, Brent. Bye-bye. All right, everyone. So that was Durkee. And if you are just joining us, thank you so much for being here. We are going to come back after a quick little commercial break. But in the meantime, go ahead and check out allbrands.com/quiltfest and see what kind of specials we've got going on. But stay tuned, because right after that commercial break, we will have Angie Attwood from So Steady. And we may be giving away a pattern or two as well. So stay tuned for that. All right.
At allbrands.com, our doors are open and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask, and after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Durkee, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
right, welcome back, everyone. If you're just joining us, thank you so very much for tuning in. This is the allbrands.com mall booth at the Houston Virtual Quilt Festival this year. And if you are just tuning in and you've missed some folks, don't worry. You can go ahead and check out the replays of these videos over at allbrands.com/quiltfest. And while you're there, you can go ahead and shop all of the awesome show specials that we have put together for all of you as well. So now we have Steady Westalee educator Angie Attwood with us. So let me bring her on real quick.
Hi, Clay.
Hi, Angie.
We're good, thank you.
Good.
Yeah,
how are you?
A bit later than it is with you.
Yeah,
that's
I think it's
right.
like
Yeah,
8:30
so
time, right?
here, but it's really great to be
Oh,
here.
geez.
So.
Thank you so very much
No
for
worries,
joining
no,
us.
no
Oh my
problem
gosh.
at all.
All right, so what do you have to
Well,
show
first,
for
it's
us today,
fantastic
Angie?
to be here. I was meant to be flying to Houston for the first time this year, so this is the next best thing. So thank you for having me. And yeah, I'm over here in Birmingham, England, and I've been a Westalee accredited tutor for 4 years now, and I'm a full-time tutor and designer. And so I thought it'd be great to share all of the patterns and designs that I've designed so far using the fabulous Westalee quilting system. I was really lucky enough here in the UK, it was introduced in 2016, and I was right at the forefront of that to test the product. And I just knew immediately it was two things. One, firstly, right up my street, and secondly, just brilliantly designed. So yeah, I've been, it completely changed my life after that. So the last 4 years have been absolutely fabulous. And I just dedicate all of my time to designing with Westalee quilting templates. So.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much for coming and joining us, Angie. So I would like to add, we have Judy over here saying hi to Angie.
Nice.
And I wanted to say to everyone watching, if you do have any questions for Angie, go ahead and put those in the comments, and we will try to get to those at the end, and we'll try and answer as many live as we can, okay?
Okay,
right.
so if that's okay, I'll dive straight in.
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to start with my newest pattern first, and I'm realizing there that the screen that you have is chopping the bottom of my my bigger Stanley off at there, so I'll just put the smaller one up here.
Oh, here, I can try and remove that for you so you can see the whole thing.
Just about see the bottom of his little nose.
Yeah.
So this is my Stanley pattern. So this is Stanley the Stag. So this is my latest pattern, and it incorporates piecing and quilting. And he can be made as a lap quilt, which this is the bigger size. This one isn't quilted, it's just a top at the moment. But this is the bigger lap quilt size. And you can also make him as a wall hanging or a cushion. And as you can see here, you can have him totally just in your home decor fabrics, just to have him up all year round or all just winter. Or you can totally bling him up with some Christmas decorations. And I've got a little ribbon on there as well. So this is Stanley the Stag, and as you can see, it's pieced and quilted. If I show you the back, actually, you might be able to see the quilting on there. So the actual pattern takes you through all the piecing and 3 different quilting designs, depending on which templates that you own. So this one is all just done with the starter ruler that comes with your Westalee foot. So literally the 12-inch arc that comes with your foot, this is just all done with that. So you can be super creative with just straight line quilting. And then the only curve I've done is a little wave in the border. And the pattern also has, this face is quite detailed, and there's also a more simple quilting design for the head too. So here's really fun. The piecing might look a little bit complex, but actually it's all just made up of either half square triangles, which I think is probably one of the very first piecing blocks that we all learn to make. So half square triangles, inset corner triangles, just like that, and also rectangles with corner triangles. So that's all he's made up of. and my step-by-step instructions. He's broken down into blocks. So if I can show you just here. So the whole design is broken down into several blocks there, and they're just repeated in mirror, apart from the central one. And all the cutting instructions as well, they've got little icons by each cutting instruction, which then relates to this drawing here, where all the pieces go. So really, really simple piecing technique. You just have to make sure that you're concentrating when you're putting together. And as I said, it includes 3 different quilting designs. So the first one is just the one I just showed you just there with the 12-inch arc. The second one uses the sampler set, which I'm a big fan of the sampler set. Stacey from So Steady always has a little laugh about how much I've done with the sampler set. So we'll come on to some of those patterns in a second. And then the third design uses Donna McCauley's Holiday Sampler Set, which some of you may come across as well. So depending on what template sets you have or how intricate or plain that you want it to be, then you have a lot of choices. You can also make him as a cushion. This one here is just done with some decadent metallic fabrics. And so he's really cute as well. I think just make a great gift. If you think it's too late to make him for this festive season, as I said, if you just make him in fabrics to suit your decor, then he can be enjoyed through January and February, through those winter months. So what I'm going to do now is just move this one out of the way. I think we've actually got a Stanley pattern to give away today. I think that's right, isn't it?
Yes, we do.
Excellent.
We do. So keep watching. You're going to want to stay till the end of this, everyone, because we are giving away one of these patterns. And I mean, as you can see, this pattern is absolutely beautiful. It is stunning. There is so much that you can do with it. And it's so easy because it only involves a few sets of templates, like you said. So stick around. Stick around.
Yeah. You can just use
yes,
one template.
Stick around, everyone. You're not going to want to miss it.
You can just use one template if that's all you have. That's absolutely fine. So now you can see behind me, I'm going to go. So Stanley is my latest pattern that I have with over there in the US and Canada. And my very first pattern that actually got me hooked up with So Steady. So when So Steady first became my distributor for the US and Canada was when I launched my jewel quilt, which you can see a little bit of behind me, in 2018. And with the jewel quilt, what I wanted to do was to show just how much you can do with just the sampler set. So the sampler set is a great collection of just 6 templates. I have a little ruler roll with it in here. I'll show you in a second. But for me, it's really great value, a great selection of shapes that you can apply to lots of different quilts as well. So I wanted to show just how creative you can be. And the jewel quilt actually only uses 5 of the 6. So the little 4-inch arc isn't used here. So my my pattern, this was the very first pattern I ever wrote. So I just forget small patterns. I just went straight in there with a 34-page booklet. So jewel quilt is beautifully wire bound. So when you're using it next to your machine, it's really easy to fold the pages back and have it propped up right by your machine. And the beauty of this, actually, if you're quite new to ruler work, it's really good to get some practice in and build up that muscle memory. And what I found when I teach jewel is that students really, really develop over the process of making it. And it's all down to the repeats are really great for that. So here we just have a simple 6-inch square. And the first time you stitch it, you're learning the pattern, okay? But then the second, third and fourth time you stitch it, you already know the pattern. So then you begin to relax and you ease straight into the ruler work and you start to build up your stitch length and your rhythm. And so because you've got, you can't actually see off there, it goes 6, 8 and 10 inch. And then you've got the 1, 2 and 3 panels as well, which get bigger. You can see a little bit of the bigger panel here, I think behind me, down the side. So there's 3 panels and 3 squares and then the center panel as well. So stitching the repeats is a really great exercise and really great skill builder. And also the beauty of it being quilt as you go is that you can make it completely double-sided. So I had a student this year that she made one side in all spring colours and the other side in all autumn coloured fabrics. So you can also not make the big quilt if you don't want to. You can take just small exercises from the pattern book and use them for other things. You can take the centre square and make it as a cushion. You can make it just to here as a baby quilt, to here as a lap quilt, and then obviously the full size is a 70-inch double bed size quilt. All of my patterns, I use this very same sort of writing technique, and I use a colour coded technique. So basically where you've got full descriptions of what you're doing, but also fully illustrated. And the dots on the text here, if this is coloured, it relates to the line drawing. So if you've got a red dot describing a paragraph, then that relates to the red lines in the diagram. So very, very easy to follow. And I absolutely adore teaching this when I teach it. I usually teach it here in the UK once a month over 6 months. And I'm just about next week to launch a virtual class of it. So that's super exciting. So maybe when I've got those recordings done, hopefully they'll be coming over to you guys too. But so that's dual quilt. And as I said, that's to make this fantastic quilt, all just showing you how creative you can be with the sampler set. And this panel just behind me here with the twists, it's almost like a twisted log cabin. That is again just all done with the starter ruler. So you know, you don't have to make it super complicated to make a really stunning quilt. So next I'm going to move on to the my ruler roll, and I designed this actually to hold my sampler set. So I'm traveling around the UK full-time teaching, and I was a bit embarrassed finding that you know, I had nothing to hold my template set in. So I thought I'd design, the only time I ever get time to stitch for myself is if I design a pattern. So this is my ruler roll, and this holds all of the sampler set templates. And you can see it's a great little design as well. So this is really cool. Again, a really great practice piece. You absolutely don't get stressed about this. It's a couple of ½ meters of fabric and just really super to stitch in a weekend. And you end up with a really nice holder for your templates. So the pattern, you can make the pockets out of plastic, or I have another one with mesh too, or even just fabric. So you can make it to match the fabric too. So it holds your starter ruler in the bottom, and then we've got the clamshell in there, and the 6-inch arc and my spacing gauge, a Spinifex, the 2-inch circle, and lastly the 4-inch arc and the Spinifex 36. So it holds all 6 and your starter ruler and rolls into a nice roll. And as I said, the pattern takes you step by step. So this is available as a pattern again, and step by step, fully illustrated instructions, very, very detailed, even showing you the placement of not only the template but also where to use the spacing gauge. So really, really detailed drawings for you in there, and taking you right through every step of the pattern. Sorry, I keep getting my it's really keep getting my things off the screen there. And you just build it.
Yeah, it's like inverted. It's so strange to work with.
A mirror image. So that is my ruler roll. Again, this is why I say Stacey laughs that I'm a bit crazy about the sampler set. So it's a great set of templates, and you'll be able to do lots with it. So that's my another pattern using that. And then earlier this year, because the ruler roll went down so well here in the UK and over there in the States, not everyone wants to get into a big project like Jewel. So therefore I decided, people really loved that about ruler roll, because you can, it doesn't have to be a ruler roll. You could take that design and use it as a tabletop, a table runner, a little thing for your dressing table. Lots of people have changed the pockets to take other templates or crochet hooks, different things, makeup. So people love a small project too. So this year I decided to launch what I've called my Squared Up series. And it all stemmed from designing a pattern. Again, with the sampler set, it started out. So I wanted to then design a carry case for my crosshair square, which a really useful tool, which I'm sure some of you have heard of. So inside here, this is holding my, let's show this. So it's holding my crosshair in the one side, and you can put another 12-inch quilting ruler in the other side. And I've added another little pocket inside here because it's got also smaller crosshairs, the 8.5-inch ones as well, in a 5 and a 6. But my Fiesta pattern, this is this one here. So I designed this little carry case. This actually, this can be downloaded for free, the construction of this. So then you can quilt it with any design you like. But this is Fiesta. And so when I designed this, and this is Clematis on the other side, which I've template quilted. So this got people very, very excited. And so when I was making this, I thought what a shame it was going to be that this pattern would only ever be used on this ruler bag. And so it could be used on so many more things. And that gave me the idea to come up with the Squared Up series. So basically I've started a series of patterns that are just blocks, and then you decide what to do with them. So you can put them on a bag, you can put them on a cushion, and then the exciting thing is that you can stitch multiples together. So I have, this is a multiple of Fiesta here, which I'll try and hold up for you. So just to show you, this is 4 of Fiesta stitched in repeat. And if you stitch it all in the same colour, obviously it becomes like a whole cloth. So I've patched fabric there actually, because this was in lockdown when I couldn't get out to the store. So using what I had. But you can see there how it makes a fabulous pattern just from one simple pattern. You can make quilts then to whatever size you like. You can stitch 4, 8, 16 of them together, long ones into a table runner. And so this was the beginning of my Squared Up series. So I have several in, and I'll hopefully bring you more. So this is how Fiesta looks on the pattern. And again, the same kind of template instructions, diagrams showing you exactly where to place the template and the spacing gauge, and giving you options as well. So sometimes if you have a choice, you can stitch it with different options, different design options as you go. And that way you can see the color-coded diagrams taking you through everything step by step. So that's Fiesta again with the sampler set. And then if you just have the starter set, this is Radiance. And so Radiance just is, again, like that, the starter ruler that we talked about, the 12-inch arc that comes with your foot. Radiance is just done with that. And again, the same kind of color-coded instructions. And I have a sample here to show you. So this is Radiance stitched out as quilting, if you can see that, because it's so dark here and I've got some lights on, but it's quite difficult to show the quilting, or maybe it's better back there. So that's it as a quilted design, and then it's really, really striking here as a template quilted design.
That is gorgeous. Oh,
you've got lots of different, you could stitch this with fewer lines, so there's choices as you go along in the pattern. And obviously each time, if you template quilt it, you can make it look different each time because you can cut out different parts of the pattern. But I really love the Squared Up series. Hopefully people will be able to, I love to see them being used creatively. And people having that choice to use them as they wish as well. So it's not me dictating what you make with them each time. So
that's beautiful. Erin says it's beautiful too, and I wholeheartedly agree. That is fantastic. Oh my goodness. Yeah, everyone in the comments is just going nuts. They think this is beautiful, and that's great. So we have about 4 more minutes. So let's go ahead and give away that Stanley pattern. So everybody get your comments in. go ahead and comment. If you're on Facebook, please share this as well. Go ahead and just hit that little share now button, and all your friends can see what you're watching, because I'm sure they wouldn't want to miss this either. This is fantastic. So just put your comments in down there, and we will be picking a winner in just a minute. All right, cool.
I think you have clematis. Do you have clematis as well, Carly? Yeah. So
we
that
do.
was the one on the back of my 12-inch ruler holder there.
They're gorgeous. They're so beautiful.
That's yeah. Oh, I have another sample here actually. So let me show you how. Just while you're waiting to pick your winner.
Oh yeah.
So this is the same design, but look how different. Oh. Look. So there's two design in clematis. There's two designs. There's one that's slightly different to the other one. So these are both in the clematis pattern.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh wow, we are getting a ton of comments. People are really vying for the Stanley pattern.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Well, I love him. He's a bit special to me.
He's so cute. He's just so cute.
And also, you know, he can be super modern. You know, you could do him really contemporary. I actually just like the quilting on the back, actually. You know,
that's also, yeah, they're both pretty. They're both so pretty.
But if you're really into Christmas in a big way, then, you know, you can bling him up with bells and ribbons. And I have one of my students here is making two, and they're going to be called Stan and Lee. And then in the middle, she's making a panel to hold all her Christmas cards, I think. So.
Oh, that's really fantastic. Yeah, really oh my gosh. Oh yeah, wow, we have plenty of new comments. Oh my goodness. Okay. So let's give it one more minute or so. But in the meantime, if you are curious and you would like to shop all of Angie's patterns, you can go to allbrands.com/quiltfest. And from there, you can go ahead and find that Sew Steady category. And then we have all of the Sew Steady educators. We have their own separate categories. So if you just want to see what Angie's got, then you can go ahead and shop her page. And you can see everything that she showcased here. All of it. All of it's there.
I should just add, Kelly, that Radiance and Fiesta both have video tutorials on the university. So
yes, they do.
They and they're one's 1 hour 40 minutes, the other one's 2 hours long. So again, I'm a detail person, so you get the full details in the instructions. Yeah. So
if you're more of a visual and like hands-on kind of person, if you want to watch somebody else do it, I'm sure that helps me. That helps me a lot.
Lots of people say with my patterns that they're able to follow the diagrams, and then if they get stuck, then the copy's there. But I totally get that some people like to watch video tutorials too. So
right. Okay, so let's pick our winner.
Okay.
I believe we may have a winner. We do. It's Colleen D. Congratulations, Colleen. You just won the Stanley the Stag pattern. Colleen, if you are still out there in the internet verse, please go ahead and Facebook message the All Brands corporate Facebook page with your name, your email address, and your home address, and we will get that pattern out to you. So I think that just about wraps it up. Thank you so very much for coming on, Angie. I really appreciate it.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you for having me. Congratulations to Colleen. It's a good job she likes my patterns.
Yeah, right.
So that's great. I hope she enjoys making it. And thank you again for having me. It's been great. I hope I've met a few new people out there with you guys, and look forward to seeing you again sometime.
All right. All right. Thank you so much, Angie. We'll see you very soon, hopefully in Houston next year.
Yeah. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. All right,
everyone.
Bye, Angie.
Take care. Bye-bye now.
All right, everyone. So that was Angie Attwood with Sew Steady Westalee, and we would like to congratulate Colleen D for winning that Sew Steady Stanley the Stag pattern. That's a tongue twister. Wow. So if you are just joining us, welcome. Please go ahead and check out the allbrands.com/quiltfest page and go take a look at all of the specials we've got. We are going to take a very, very quick break. And when we come back, we are going to have Ann Moore, another Westalee educator. It's going to be showing off some of her work. So please stay tuned. Don't go anywhere, and go ahead and shop our website in the meantime.
At allbrands.com, our doors are open and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask, and after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Durkee, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
All right, welcome back, everyone. So we've been live streaming for about 5 hours now, and if you've been keeping up with us, thank you so very much for watching. Even if you're just tuning in, thank you so very much for watching. This is the allbrands.com mall booth over at the Houston Virtual Quilt Festival this year, and my name is Callie. I am so very happy to have been sharing today with you, and again, thank you so very much for tuning in. We're doing plenty of giveaways until the end of the day, and we have a really jam-packed schedule, so you don't want to miss what else we have in store. So now we just heard from Angie Attwood, and she showed off her Stanley and Jewel patterns, her Radiance and Fiesta patterns. And now we're going to hear from another Westalee educator. I'm going to bring on Ann Moore, and she's got some other stuff to show us. And we are also going to be doing another giveaway at the end of this, so you're going to want to stay tuned. Let me bring Ann on. Hi, Ann.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to my studio today. I hope everybody can hear me okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the quilt that is behind me. This quilt, as you know, I'm an educator with So Steady, and the beginning of the year we start getting all of our assignments and start making our travel plans and things like that, and just get ready to head out into the world to start teaching everybody everything that we know. And this year we kind of had a little bit different twist on that. We were working right along up until about the end of February, and then our worlds kind of got turned upside down, and all of a sudden we had to start canceling things, and I was left with this great big imagination. And so I started working on this quilt, and I literally made the quilt behind me from things. Since I'm an instructor, a lot of my fabrics are solids, as you can see behind me. So I just gathered up a bunch of my solids and said, okay, I've got this quilt running around in my head, and suddenly now I have time to work on it. So let's see what we can do there. So, sorry about that. I want to talk to you kind of in detail about each one of the blocks behind me. And let's see if I can maybe bring this forward a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Now, the first one that you're going to be seeing, and I'll step out of the way, this is called Poinsettia. This was the very first block that came along in this group. And I just had a really good time with it. And there's a ruler that I love to play with. It's called, it's a marquee number 85. And so I made it my center. And I called So Steady and I said, hey, I really like to kind of embellish my ruler work with my free motion quilting. Do you guys have a problem with me doing that? And they said, no, go for it. Please do. That sounds great. So this was the very first block that came out. And then along comes number 2. Let me see if I can scoot over right here. Can you see that? Let me tilt this a little bit for you. This is called Sunshine Squares. And this was made with the one of the circles that we have in our sets. It's a 1-inch circle. And then I kind of embellished around it with, just made it kind of look like sunshine. And then I also used my straight edge ruler. I hope all of you have a straight edge ruler. I use mine just all the time working on my blocks and stuff. And it's a great handy thing to have. Well, then number 3 came along. Let me see if I can tilt this up to where you can see it. It's this one right here. This is using Spinifex number 27. It's a ruler that really intrigued me when I first saw it. And at the time that it came out, it was only available in one size, which was an 11.5 inch. Well, I wanted to put it on a quilt, and the block I wanted to use it on, it wouldn't fit there. But I was able to still use it on the quilt. I moved it kind of to the side, and I put it kind of in between. Let's see, like right in here is where I ended up using it on a quilt. So it worked out really fabulously. So that's block number 3. Block number 4 is called Sweet Lips, and it is right here. This uses a, oh, I can't, it's escaped me. Hang on just a second, I'll tell you which one it used. It's number 4. It uses Spinifex number 11 in like a 9.5. And if you were to put this, say, end to end, it would come out being about 9 inches. Now, this whole quilt is set up as a pattern on So Steady University, and you can purchase it as individual blocks, or you can actually go in now and buy the entire set all lumped together. So if you get a chance, please go in and look at that. I think you would really enjoy it. And the goal behind this quilt was that once you're finished with all of the blocks in the sampler, in Annie's sampler, then you should be able to master any ruler that we have out there. And you're going to hear me use the word ruler and the word template interchangeably. They both mean the same thing. My husband loves to tell people that I quilt using, and I teach students using rulers, but he'll go get one of my rulers and show it to him, and he'll say, but it's not the ruler that you're thinking about, the little 12-inch one that we all used when we were in school. He said, this is what she means by rulers. So anyway, I wanted to show you this quilt, and I'll go ahead and finish going through it. We've just finished up talking about sweet lips, and so then number 5 came along. And number 5, let me see if I can tilt this down. Might be a little bit hard to see because it's purple and it has a black background. I'm trying to bring it up closer to you though, so that you can see it a little bit easier. That one is using that Spinifex number 11 again. And then I embellished it with pebbles and swirls and things like that. So that's number 5, and it's called Purple Dahlia. Number 6 is Night Star. And let me see if I can move over. Let's slide this way. Sorry, try not to make you sick as I bring it by. This is Night Star, number 6. And it is right there again, Spinifex number 11. And then I embellished it using some of my rulers. And then I embellished it out here using paisleys and circles. And in that class, I show you how to do all of this. So you're not just out there trying to figure it out yourself. Number 7, let me bring you up to that one, is right here. This is called Raindrops. And I use the paisley. I love the paisley. It comes in 4 different sizes. And I used 3 of the different sizes on here. There's a much larger one also that I did not use in this. And then I just came along and used my straight edge ruler again, like I talked about. And so this is number 7. Number 8, let's see if we can get up in that corner. Right here, this is number 8. It's called Paisleys and Pebbles. And I used that Spinifex number 11 again. Are you getting a pattern here? Are you thinking this might be her favorite one? It is kind of my favorite ruler. And then I used an oval right here. And then I just embellished the outside edge of it. So that's number 8. Number 9, let's see if I can twist this around a little bit. It is way up in this corner, and it has a black background and it has purple stitching on it. You can see a close-up of it if you want to. If you go to the website and go to So Steady University, you'll be able to see that in more detail. And here again, I use this really cool ruler that we have. It's a wavy ruler, and it's a lot of fun. Let me see if I can tell you really quick which ruler that is, because I think it's pretty special. It is called the, I have a Spinifex, nope, that's not it, hang on. Love it when that happens. Okay. It is like an artisan curve, and it has a really deep curve on one side, and it has a little bit narrower curve on the other side. And then I remember the circles on quilts I talked to you about earlier. There it is again in a 1 inch. So this is block number 9. Block number 10, this is probably one of my favorites. let me scoot this down where you can see it a little better. This is block number 10. I'm going to move this a little more so you can see it. And we'll talk about block number 10 in greater detail in a few minutes. Block number 10, I think, really happens to be one of my favorites. Each one of these blocks kind of has a story behind it. And this particular one, I grew up in the 70s as a teenager, and I know a lot of you did too. And of course, we had flower power everywhere. And so this kind of is a throwback to my teenage years and the flowers that we had back then. I don't know if you remember flower power and sock it to me and all those kind of little cute phrases that we had going on back then. But anyway, this is a throwback to that, and it's just kind of in honor of our teenage years. Here's another little flower, and in a little bit I'm going to demonstrate this particular flower, and I'm going to show you what I did to kind of kick it up a notch. So this is block number 10. Block number 11, this is Farmer's Garden. Let me bring this down a little bit so you can see it a little better. Do you see the crop rows right here? Well, I grew up in the country, and we had, there were a lot of farmers around, so of course there were crops everywhere. The biggest crops where I grew up were peanuts and watermelons. So you would drive down the road and you'd see these row crops going on. And so this reminded me of that. And then of course I had to throw a flower in there, and that's one of the spinifexes that we have. So that is number 11. Number 12. You guys ought to recognize something from this. This is spirography. When I was a little girl, I played with a spirograph, and I thought they were the most fun thing around. And so I wanted to do something that would kind of honor the spirograph that I played with when I was a little girl. So this block came about from it, and I used several of our different rulers that are the circles, the between the lines, the circles on quilts and things like that for the different sizes. And then I just filled it in and just had fun. I used some of the mini spinifexes right in here. I remember the sun that's right above this one. I'll show it to you. The sun, okay, here it is again in maybe a little bit of a different color. And then I put this whole quilt together using our Quilt as You Go method. I don't know if any of y'all have used that, but I absolutely love it. It is a way that I can make a huge quilt on my just a small domestic sewing machine, and I don't have to have a lot of room, and I can work in like smaller blocks, and they go together a whole lot easier. It's also a way for me, like I said, I'm an instructor, so a lot of my work gets done on solid fabric, but I do love printed fabrics a whole lot. So this is a way for me to bring my printed fabrics into my quilt. So I'll show you, I'm going to tilt down a little bit to my bottom edge, and I hope you can see that. This is a Cafe facet fabric, and I wanted to kind of bring it into my quilt, but yet I couldn't bring a lot of it into it without kind of hiding my ruler work. So this was my way of bringing it in. I've got it right here, and I have it right here. The last thing that I put on the quilt, and let's just go over to the border. I think this would be easier for me to show you from here. This is my border, and I used just a clamshell to make this pattern. And I didn't want a really broad border. I just wanted something that was maybe about 3 inches. So I was able to use this and make a really, what I think was a really cool looking border. Okay, also, I told you we were going to talk a little more in detail about flower power. I asked So Steady if they would please put me together a ruler set that I could use when I go out and teach. And I wanted to be able to teach from this particular block. So they very graciously did that for me. It's on the website. You are welcome to go and purchase it. If I'm not mistaken, they even have it on the All Brands website so that you can look at it there. And I wanted to tell you too, if you're shopping today, and I hope that you are, they have all kinds of specials going on. I know there's, if you spend a certain amount of money, you get a couple of free gifts. And they have the 12 days of Christmas where they have kind of specials going on every day. So please look at that and come in and just go shopping, just like you would if you were in the booth. They get these out very, very quickly. Something that I wanted to tell you about that I'm very, very proud of is the fact that these rulers are all made here in the United States. They're made in Eugene, Oregon. And I think that's really important because that means that people here in the United States have jobs. They have a beautiful factory. I've been to it, and I love watching how things are made. That's kind of one of my favorite shows on TV is how that's made. So I actually got to tour the factory and see how our products are made, and they're absolutely beautiful. And it's fun to watch it being made. So now let's go over, I've got a couple of more things to show you on this board, and then we're going to go over to my sewing machine. Again, we're going to talk about Flower Power, this little guy right here, and some of the fun things that you can do with it. So I'm going to bring this over. Recently taught at a retreat, and we all had this set of rulers. And let's see if I can back up so you can actually see what this is. This is a table runner that I made, and I'm going to be using it for Christmas. The one right beside it is the first one that I designed, and I love using bold, wild colors. And the reason I do that is because whenever I am wanting to show my students something, they're much more attracted to something that I bring out that is a really bold, bright color. They're going to take a second look. So that's why this one is in this loud, beautiful blue. I think it would be fun.
Hey, Anne.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I am like mesmerized by all of these beautiful quilts. Oh my goodness. So we have about 5 minutes left. I know the time flew, right? I think we all, I looked at the clock and I was like, wait, what? But before, and Kyle said, amazing what you do with a solid piece of fabric. And I wholheartedly agree.
I have some
This
more I
is
want
stunning.
to show them. Can I grab them real quick and I'll just do it like one at a time, or do we have time? Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. In the meantime, I know that we are planning on giving away a smartphone stand and a ruler work glider. And I agree with Carla, by the way, like there is no excuse. Use what you got. I love that. I love that mentality. So I know we're going to be giving away a smartphone stand and a ruler work glider. So everyone who is tuned in right now, go ahead and drop a little comment. If you're on Facebook, go ahead and share it publicly, just so other folks can see this. Your Facebook friends can get it, because I'm sure they're not going to want to miss these sales either. And I should also mention that you can get 10% off So Steady Westalee products with the code WEST10 off. And we're running this offer for a while. So just remember that coupon code, go to allbrands.com/quiltfest and go shop all of the So Steady Westalee educators individual pages, because we have them set up for everything. So go ahead and put your names in the comments for that giveaway, and let's go back to Anne real quick.
Okay, I want to
welcome back, Anne. There's a phone stand, yes.
I love these things. I was always having to dig for my phone because it would be buried under a piece of fabric somewhere. So one, and actually I have two because they're over by my workstations. My mom was over here one day and she said, "Where'd you get that?" And I said, "I got it from So Steady. Isn't it great?" She said, "Yeah, I want one." I said, "That's good. 'Cause I already have you one ordered." And she keeps it on her kitchen bar, and she always has her phone in it because she was always hunting her phone too. So I love them. They're fantastic. Okay, now I got to show you really, really quick. I'm working with remember I told you I was working with the Flower Power. Well, here's the same one over there that you just saw a few minutes ago. And I want y'all's opinions on these. I decided to do some where I did the Temple method and just did some cutaway. So I'm going to show you all of those, and I'm putting them together in a quilt. Okay, my question to you is, would you like to see me also mix in some solid ones? They'll all, of course, be purple, but I could do the same pattern that I've just done with these, and I could make them solid instead of cutting away. I love the cutaway. I think they're absolutely beautiful. One of my girlfriends actually brought the fabric that's in the background. She brought it to a retreat to use for something, and I said, that fabric won't go good with what you're working with, but I need to buy all that you have from you. And she just laughed at me. And what she did was we contacted the store where she had actually bought it. And I bought, like, I don't know, 5 or 6 yards of it. So she got to keep her fabric, but I got to get my own. And so I'm just doing some cutaway, and I'm still using that same set of rulers, that Flower Power. And so I would love y'all's opinion. Should I put some blocks in there that are just solid and not cut away? I'd love your feedback on that. And then the quilt will be rolled out. I hope to be teaching from it, hopefully live in 2021. And if not, then you know what? We'll do this on the air. I can do that too. But I love what I do. I love getting out there and teaching, and I love even doing it as remote and virtual like we're doing right now. So, any questions? Anything?
Yes, and
yeah.
So, how long for all that cutaway? I need to try that too. Yes, it's gorgeous.
It's fun. It's addicting.
It's so beautiful. It really is.
Well, thank you.
Any other questions from anybody? Everybody's just agreeing that this is all absolutely beautiful, and they are not wrong. This is fantastic work.
Very much. Thank you. Anyway, I didn't get to show you what my mom's getting for Christmas. And let me come over here really quick. My mom is really good about saying, "Hey, I want one of those." So she's easy to shop for. But I made this tote bag recently. Same set of rulers, and I did a little bit of a cutaway on it, and I'm really excited about it. I want to do a few more. My daughters-in-laws, they may get some for Christmas. Who knows? But anyway, I just wanted to show you a really fun and simple thing that you can do with your rulers. And I also wanted to tell you too that you're not limited by your imagination when it comes to using rulers. We supply you with all kinds of education. Your packet of rulers itself, which comes like this. Let's see if I can, yeah, there we go. Here's the 5 rulers that are included. Actually, there's 6 rulers in it because this one is 2 rulers. And then you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rulers in it. And inside then you're going to have instruction sheets. And mine's not put together really well because I actually had to, in the beginning, had to print this off. But you're not limited by your imagination. We're going to show you in great detail how to use these rulers. And then you can go to the So Steady website. You can go to So Steady University. I know you can get there through All Brands. And you can find out just all kinds of information. And I know a lot of times there for inspiration, If I kind of get stumped on an idea or something like that, I'll go look around for inspiration. Go to Westalee by me. Go to So Steady's Facebook Live. Go to All Brand's page. You know, we're here to help you.
So we have one question, and and then we're gonna go ahead and do the giveaway, and then we'll wrap up. So Carla wants to know if you use special scissors for the cutaway.
I do. I happen to like, and I hope it's okay to name a brand. I use the Karen K. Buckley, the ones that have a serrated edge. I know a lot of people like the ones that have the duckbill on them, and those are fine too. And there's a little technique I use when I get ready to actually do my reveal. I will use my seam ripper, and I will kind of slide it underneath that very first piece of fabric and kind of lift up a little bit and slit it just a tiny bit, and just peek in there and make sure that I'm seeing my reveal fabric and not my batting, which means if I see my batting, that means that I have gone a little bit too far. So that's what I use.
So we have our giveaway winner. Let's put that giveaway winner's name up on the board right now. Priscilla. All right. Congratulations, Priscilla Paris. You have won that phone stand, and you have won the ruler glider. So congratulations, Priscilla. If you are watching and you're still in the internet sphere, go ahead and give a Facebook message over to the All Brands Facebook page, and please send us your name, your phone number, and your email address, and we'll get that out to you, all right? And it has been an absolute pleasure to have you on here, Anne. Thank you so very much for being part of this.
I love what I do and love to talk about it. So, everybody, go out and sew.
Bye, Anne. Thank you. All right, so that was Anne Moore from So Steady. So we are going to go to a very brief commercial break. It's going to be about 5 minutes, and stay where you're at. Please stay watching because we are going to be having Ed Roche Jr. over from Daylight, and we are going to be giving away a lamp. And I'm not going to say which one yet, but you're going to want to stick around for it. So we will be right back after this very brief commercial break.
At allbrands.com, our doors are open and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask, and after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Durkee, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
Welcome back, everyone. So thank you so much for joining us. If you're just tuning in, my name is Callie, and this is the allbrands.com mall booth here at the Houston Virtual Quilt Festival this year. So we have a few more folks lined up for you this evening. And right now, I'm going to bring on Ed from the Daylight Company. How you doing, Ed?
Hello. I'm good. How are you, Callie?
Doing well, doing well. I like the hat. It's very festive.
Thank you, thank you. I had to get in the holiday spirit a little bit.
Of course, of course.
How's everybody going? How's the show going so far?
It's going. We've been running now for we've been running for about 5.5 hours now. So minor technical difficulties, but we're making it work.
They're to be expected, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah. All right. So what do you have for us today? And I see a bunch of stuff behind you.
Oh, yeah. I've got 5 of my best-selling lights here behind me. I have a few more lined up for the next few days. So over the next 3 days, as we continue this awesome virtual Houston event with All Brands, where I'm going to be showing you different lights that we have in our range that are designed to help sewers, quilters, artists, crafters, doing their tasks that they love, whether you're doing sewing at your sewing machine, you have a cutting table, if you're doing any paper piecing, any fine detail work, just where you need a little bit more light to help light up that area for you, to help you see what you're doing just a little bit more. We've designed a whole range of lights that are designed, frankly, to do that exact task and get the light right where you need it the most. So I'm going to go right into it here. I've got 5 of my top selling products for sewers and quilters. My number one, and I'll start with that one first, is this guy right here. This is our slimline table lamp. And I'll bring the camera in and out a little bit so you guys at home can all see the different features and designs on it and what we've done to make it a really awesome lamp for anybody sewing, quilting, doing any arts and crafts at home. So what's really awesome with the Slimline is the fact that it's nice and slim. It is exactly like its name implies. It's not going to be this big, giant, clunky light shade that's going to sit in front of you or over your head or in your way and block your view, block your vision, block your sewing machine. So it's going to be perfectly laid out so that basically it disappears into what you're working on, but gives you a ton of light right where you need it the most. The light shade itself, it does spin and rotate a full 360 degrees. So I'll bring you in a little bit closer so you can see that. So I got it right here, and you can see how easily it just twists and turns. So you're able to angle and position the light where you need it the most, where it's going to work for you best, and it not be in your eyes. One thing I do want to mention before I dive further into it, what we do with all of our lights at the Daylight Company is we produce them and design them with LEDs. So it adds a ton of longevity to the lights themselves, so how long they're going to last for you. So they're designed to last you over 50,000 hours, so that's equivalent to about 20-25 years of sewing without ever having to change or replace the light bulbs in these lamps. The LEDs themselves, they don't get hot. You can see me touching the light shades themselves here. They're not burning my hands. They're not scorching my fingers. Some do get a little bit warm, but that's more because of the materials that they're designed with that just kind of retain the heat. Like the Slimline, it's an all steel casing. So it does hold a little bit of heat, but no more than like a little hand warmer. So on these cold winter days, you can just grab your light, hold on to it when your fingers get cold, and warm your hands back up. But back to the light itself, as you can see right here, as I position my camera, that we have a double gooseneck design. So this allows for optimal flexibility and positionability with the lamp. So no matter how you need it flexed, positioned, maneuvered, wherever you're going to position it, it's going to stay in its own spot there. In the light shade here, there's 96 LEDs on the table model, as well on the floor model that's over here. I'll show you that one next. So they're giving you about the equivalent of a 250 watt light bulb in total brightness from just the LEDs. Next, we have our patented C-clamp design. So that way, it doesn't take up much room hanging off the side of your table there. So it's going to sit very close to your table, so you're not worrying about any big clunky clamp hanging off the edge. So if you have two tables positioned together, it's not going to create a big gap or space between the lamp there, or the tables there. Your power button's right here on the bottom. You have 4 different levels of light to work with. If I can figure out how to position this. Just a nice easy tap. So you can tap it on, tap it off. When you turn it on, it always goes right to the brightest level first, and then it will work its way down from there. Cool. Does pack up nice and easily as well. All you got to do is pull the light out of the tube, unscrew the lamp from the base. Oop, didn't get the screw. And it breaks into 2 easy pieces that you can throw right into your bag. Like I said, it is all metal, so that way if it drops or your bag falls out of your hand, you don't have to worry about your light breaking very easily on. We do also give you a 2-year warranty on all of our lights to make sure that if there is anything that goes wrong, we will replace that whole lamp for you in that 2-year time frame. Normally with the Slimline table lamp, it's normally $215. It's on sale at the All Brands website for $150 for the show special, $150. So make sure you go take advantage of that if you're looking for a good table lamp to clamp onto your table, work with you. This lamp is it is our best seller, and it works perfectly with your home domestic sewing machine. So if you have a spot on your table to be able to clamp the lamp onto, it can get right down in front of your machine, light up the whole throat, the working surface, the needle point, the front plate of the machine, and give you a ton of awesome light right where you need it the most. Its brother over here, the floor lamp, is exactly that. It's got a nice sturdy base. That base there is about 3/8 of an inch thick, so it is not very big and clunky. So it's not going to be in your way as you're working with it, as it's next to your table. It's lightweight as well. It's only about 8 pounds, so it's easy to pick it up, move it around, take it from your sewing machine to your cutting table to wherever else you may need the light to go. A lot of people, when I do shows and events, they like this lamp a lot because they can pick it up and take it from their sewing room to their living room. So when they're doing any handcrafts or hand projects, or they just want to sit in their chair and read, they have a great lamp that they can easily pick up and take with you. Same kind of thing. Double gooseneck design. The light shade does spin a full 360 degrees, so you can constantly maneuver and position that all over the place. Has the double gooseneck design as well, so it's very easily maneuvered, positioned, bent around to get the light where you need it the most. The floor lamp, it's normally $275, but because of the virtual Houston event, we have it on sale on All Brands website for $190. I mean, guys, that's a steal of a deal, so make sure you're going and taking advantage of that. We have another one right over here. This one we call our Lumi task lamp. So we have two task lamps here with us today in the daylight booth. We have our Lumi, and we have the big brother over here, the Luminos. I'll kind of go back and forth between the two of them as I'm showing you and talking about them a little bit here. I will start with the Lumi though. It's a 20-inch light shade here, so you get 20 inches of light width, and then you have 108 LEDs running through the head of the lamp there. This one's producing about 350 watts of comparable light output. So if you can imagine what a 350 watt light bulb in brightness would look like, that is exactly how much light you're getting out of the Lumi. It's got two different levels of brightness. Just tap the button or hit the button in the middle. Dim it down, brighten it up. It is a push button on this one, whereas like the slim lines are both tap buttons. You just push the button in nice and easy, and you turn the light on, turn it off. Both of the lamps have what we call a free motion head joint. Now there's one big difference between the Lumi and the Luminos in the head joint. The Luminos is a complete free motion head joint. So you can just grab the head, swivel it, position it wherever you want it to go. With the Lumi, it does have a wing nut on the side here. I'll bring you a little closer so you can all see. So we have this wing nut, and in order to adjust the way the head is positioned, all you got to do is loosen that. You can angle it up or down. Once you get it where you want it, you tighten that wing nut back up, and that head is not moving anywhere. But you can still swivel back and forth, side to side, or up and down, to give you some freedom of motion and flexibility there to get the light angled where you want it to go. Our Lumi and our Luminos are two excellent lamps for your cutting tables, large working areas, anywhere where you need just a lot of light over a large area to help lighten up that space that you're working on. And like I said before, they're called task lamps. So they're not overhead lights. They're lights that are going to be giving you light right on your specific task that you're working on. Granted, they can light up your room if you position them the right way, but they're going to light up your surfaces even better. One awesome thing that I love that we did with these lamps is the way we actually position the LEDs in them. So I don't know if any of you have been to a sporting stadium over the last however many years, but if you've ever taken a second and looked up at the lighting systems that these sports stadiums have, if you ever you'll notice that each individual light is angled at a slightly different angle. And the purpose of that is for the players on the field when they're playing. They're not seeing as many shadows as if they would if the lights are just coming down on two different sides. So it helps to break up a lot of the shadows the players see to make it easier for them to see what they're doing. We did that exact same thing in both the Lumi and the Luminos, where each individual LED is positioned at a different angle in order to light up your surface much better, but also to help reduce your shadows on your table by up to 65%. So that alone really, really helps out, because I don't know how many people at home that are watching this right now ever was working on a project, feeding your machine, and you're like, I can't see the shadows, they're blocking my view, like I can't see if I made the stitch correct. Having a light like the Lumi or the Luminos will break up those shadows so you can see more effectively and clearly onto what you're doing. The Lumi's arm, hey there.
So we do have a quick question. I'm sorry if I don't mind, I'm sorry to interrupt. So Shirley would like to know if the LEDs ever need to be replaced, and just how long they last.
Shirley, that is a great question. Thank you for bringing that up. The LEDs that we use are all a high-rated LED. So we're not giving you like a cheap department store LED that's going to burn out in like 5 to 10 years time. We're using a very high-end quality LED that we've designed that are going to last and are rated for over 50,000 hours of use. So if you're using one of our lights for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, you can realistically expect for them to last you 20 to 25 years of use without ever needing to be touched, played around with, worked on. Unfortunately, with LED products, the LEDs are not usually replaceable because they're built into the lamp as a circuit board, and then they're wired into the whole frame. So like for a light like our Lumi or Luminos, when you open it out of the box, it's only 2 pieces. The whole light is already assembled, but the only thing that's not attached to the light itself is the clamp. So as you can see here with the Lumi, I can take it out of the clamp, and the clamp stays back behind it. So you just have to unscrew the clamp and pick it, and remove it to where you need it to go. I hope I was able to answer your question there, Shirley. One other thing with the Lumi, the arm on it is a 38-inch arm. So it gives you 38 inches of height above your table where you're working. The light itself is designed to cover a 5-foot wide by 3-foot deep section and 100% light output, and then the light will kind of disperse as it gets further out from there. With the Luminos, I should show you this too, because this is really cool. So one thing we did with these lights, the Lumi and the Luminos, is we designed the arm to be a never droop arm. So you can see how I have that completely flattened out in position there, so that it is 100% parallel to my table. So if you want to work on the project on the floor, because your project's getting so big, you can extend the light all the way out, have it lay right over top of the floor, and never worry about it drooping down and falling on you as you're below. And that's the same thing with the Luminos. Now with the Lumi, it is normally a $220 lamp. It's on sale on the All Brands website for $165. The Luminos over here is, as I said before, the big brother. It is a bigger lamp. It is a much brighter lamp, and it's my favorite personal lamp that we have. So you have a big 24-inch lampshade here, so you can see just how big that is compared to my arm. So it's got 144 LEDs running through the lampshade of it as well. It's producing at its brightest level over 400 watts of light output. So imagine 400-watt light bulbs stuffed together in a little 2-foot area, just how bright that light is. Like I was showing you guys with the Lumi, the Luminos does not have that wing nut on the side here to loosen or tighten. It is a completely free motion head joint, or as we like to call it, a friction hold head joint. Can't speak. So no matter how you position it, where you move it to, it is never going to lose that ability to hold itself in the position that you left it in. And you never have to worry about stopping, tightening that wing nut, and moving on. It does have 3 different levels of brightness. So you have a high, a medium, and a low. Turn it off, and then reposition it where you need to go. One big thing with the Lumi the Luminos compared to the Lumi is the size of the arm. So as you can see here, hopefully, the Lumi is at its highest, that's 38 inches. The Luminos is now at its highest, that's 44 inches. So you're going to get an extra 6 inches of height out of the Luminos to give you more freedom, more reach, more room. Just like the Lumi, it does extend completely parallel to the table, so you're not having to worry about it drooping or falling. One thing that we've done, another question?
No, I hate to interrupt you. We have about 4 minutes left, so I just wanted to tell everyone what our giveaway is going to be and get that rolling before we finish up.
Yeah.
So we're going to be giving away.
Make it quick.
We're going to we're going to be giving away a slimline lamp. So go ahead and put your comments in to enter, and go ahead and share this. Yes, that amazing lamp that we just saw at first. I have one right behind me, and I am obsessed with it. So go ahead and put your put just some comments down below. If you're on Facebook, go ahead and share this with your friends so everyone knows what you're watching, and they can watch and get some of these cool deals too. And we're going to go ahead and pick a winner very soon in like the next 3 minutes. So anyway, back to what you were saying though, Ed.
Yeah, just to wrap up the Luminos, it does have a similar design clamp to like the slimline that we showed you before, where it sits close to the table and the weight of the lamp sits on the table. So you're not having to compromise too much table space or off the table space to get the lamp to fit properly. The Luminos is normally $415. We have that on sale on All Brands website for $290. That's probably the best deal that I have out of these 5 lamps right now. So if you're looking for a good cutting table lamp, go get one. The last one I have here is one of our newer lamps, and it's one of the cooler ones, I think. We call this our Halo Go. So it is a table magnifying light. It has a ring of LEDs underneath the bottom there. You have the cover on top to protect the magnifier. The magnifier itself is a 2.25 times magnification. You have a little inset lens as well on the top here. I don't know if you all can see it. But the little inset lens there is a ×4, and that's designed to give you a lot of extra magnification for when you're trying to thread a needle or do something very tiny, like maybe pull a splinter out. You have your light meter down below here, or your power meter, I should say. So there's 3 little blue lights that pop up, give you battery power indicator, 2 different levels of lighting as well, on, off. And one of the coolest things, when you're ready to travel with it, it folds completely flat to throw in your bag. This bad boy is normally $130. It's on sale for $99.
And here's a question from Brenda. She wants to know if you can suspend one over a long arm, although I'm not sure if you're referring to any of the other lamps or just the Halo.
So you can suspend them over the long arm. We have brackets and mounts. So if your long arm's up against the wall, you can use the Lumi or the Luminos with one of our wall bracket mounts and have that screwed into the wall and be able to support it over. Or you can look into our Quilta long arm quilting lamp. That's going to fit onto the handles and run underneath. So if this is your arm of your machine and your needle points here, it's going to sit and run underneath the throat of the machine and give you light right down where you're working at.
Well, thank you so much for all of this, Ed. I'm telling you, you guys need to go to the All Brand site right now because these deals are fantastic. You're not going to get deals like this at any other time. Like, now is the time. If you were thinking about getting one of these, now is the time to do it. So just do it. Just treat yourself, make it happen. All right, so we're gonna announce the winner of our giveaway. Let's put that name up there.
Christy Gray. Congratulations.
Christy. Good thing you love giveaways because you just won a giveaway. That's fantastic. So congrats, Christy. If you're still watching, please send a Facebook message over to the All Brands Facebook page and give us your name, your phone number, and your email address, and we will get that awesome little slimline lamp out to you. All right.
Cool.
Awesome. And I think that just about does it. I think that wraps it up. Do you have anything else that you want to say, Ed, before we wrap up?
I think I'm pretty good. I mean, guys, girls at home, make sure you go take advantage of those specials if you are in need of any good lighting. I was saying before, we don't design just a cheap end table lamp. We're designing a lamp that's going to last you the test of time. So these lights are very, very durable. They're designed to last a very long time. As I like to say, it's a one-time purchase on the light. You never have to worry about replacing bulbs, buying new parts and pieces. One light will last you a very long time.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you so much, Ed, for being here. I really, really appreciate it. And we will be seeing you tomorrow, where we will be giving away some other stuff, although I'm going to save all that for tomorrow.
Make sure you come back tomorrow and see what other great products that the Daylight Company has to offer.
Yes, get back here tomorrow. All right. Thank you so much, Ed. Bye.
Thank you, Callie. Thank you, All Brands. Bye, everyone.
Bye. All right, y'all. So that was Ed from the Daylight Company, and we have some amazing deals on our site right now. If you haven't yet, go to allbrands.com/quiltfest and go shop those deals. Like Ed was saying, this is stuff that you are not going to be able to get at this price like ever again. So this is a really, really, really amazing deal that we have ready for y'all. So we're going to go to a very, very quick commercial break. And when we come back, I'm going to be having with us Taylor from Anita Goodesign, and we're going to talk about clubs, embroidery designs, and all that good stuff. So we'll be right back.
At allbrands.com, our doors are open and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask. And after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Durkee, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
All right, everyone, thank you so much for joining us. If you are just tuning in, it is right past 4 o'clock Central Time. We've been going at it for about 6 hours now, and I am so thankful for everyone who has tuned in and commented and watched so far. If you haven't already, please go ahead and go over to the allbrands.com/quiltfest page, and you can shop all of the specials that we have on our site there. And there are so many things that you do not want to miss. So many specials. If you just caught Ed from Daylight, we have some special pricing for the Quilt Festival that you're not going to be able to get any other time. So hop on over there, look at everything we have. We have some amazing bundles, and we have a pretty packed schedule both until the end of the day and for the whole weekend. So please keep tuning in and watching. And Judy says, thank you, you're welcome, you're welcome. We're here and we're just enjoying things, so thank you all for hopping on and hanging out with me all day. And now we have Anita Goodesign with us. We have Taylor Henderson from Anita Goodesign, and we're going to be talking for the next 45 minutes or so about clubs and embroidery designs and just anything that comes up. So if any of you have any questions for Taylor, please leave a comment for him, and we will try and answer as many live as we can. And stay tuned until the end, because we are going to be giving away a $25 All Brands gift card. So make sure you keep stay tuned for that, because you aren't going to want to miss that either. So let me bring Taylor in real quick. Hi, Taylor.
Hello, Miss Callie. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. So excited to be here. So thank you for giving myself and Anita the chance to be here and show everything and join everybody and you at the quilt show and allbrands.com.
Yeah, thank you for coming. This has been really fun so far. This is my first quilt show, so I have no idea what to expect. But it's been awesome. It's so much fun.
Fun.
All right, so we've got some pretty special stuff lined up. Do you want to just go straight into it, or?
That's the best way, I think. If
Let's
you and everybody is out there, we can go ahead and put the pedal to the metal, as they say, and get started.
Let's do it.
All right, you ready? Okay. And bless your hearts for being at this for so long. I know it's a lot of fun, but if we see you just fall out of the camera, we just know you're tired from exhaustion.
Yeah, it's fine. Fine. We'll call it technical difficulties. We're good. It's fine.
No worries. Okay. Well, yes. So again, everybody, I am Taylor with Anita Goodesign. So I appreciate All Brands again giving us the opportunity to be here. I appreciate everybody that's out there that's our customer and joining. Hope y'all are enjoying everything that they're doing so far. They had some amazing lineups. Here, it looked like an amazing circus, and so they finally brought in the clown, which I guess is me here, for that circus. So again, hope everybody is enjoying the quilt show. It's a bit different, but then again, everything this year has been different, right? Life as we know it has definitely changed. So we're all in this boat together. But what I want to do kind of today during my time is I want to kind of show what some designs that we've come out recently with for December. And I don't know about y'all, but I certainly cannot believe that it is December. I was looking for a Santa Claus hat, but I didn't want it to mess up my hair. So that's why I don't have one, but hopefully I can find one here before too long. But I'm going to show you some things that we come out with in December, some fun projects in quilting and embroidery, and then also get into some things that we're going to be coming out with here soon. Okay, so some of our coming soon releases for next year. If you are not familiar with Anita Goodesign, we have been in business for about 17 years. We are, to me, the industry leader in embroidery designs, education, and events. Obviously with events, that's kind of been put on hold, just like you see with the, quilt show. But again, we are still doing things, virtually. I know that All Brands has hosted some as well. So we're kind of meeting everybody where they are, since we can't get together in large groups here, and doing it as safely and as much fun as we can. But we every month we come out with tons of different designs. We do embroidery designs, we do fun, in the hoop projects, and also quilting. So I'm going to kind of go over some things that we've come out with so that you can, see that. We're then going to talk about the all access, which is a great way to get everything together in the best possible way, the best possible format, and of course at the best possible prices. And we've got a surprise at the end of this too. So stay tuned, because we're going to go over some specials, and we've got a special that is going to last just a short while. Okay, so glad y'all are joining, and you won't miss out on that. So again, I'm going to dive right into it, y'all. So let's go. These are some releases that we come out with in December. And again, we have a variety of things that we come out with and that we can do. One of these here is a little tissue holder here for the kind of like the little plastic, store-bought, tissues that you can get. This says tissues for your issues, and ain't that the gospel? Here, so most of this is done in your embroidery hoop, really cute. Again, Christmas is, I can't believe it, but it is days away. Literally, so this would make great, gifts here. Again, it opens up really neatly here, and just put the little, tissues in there. There's one here that says, bless you. They kind of got fancy and put a little lame in there. So again, can have fun with, fabrics and different things there. This one says, happy tears. here. And then, of course, there are some that just have really pretty embroidery and don't have any sayings on there. That's actually kind of some crazy stitching there that is included in there. And there are a bunch more there. So again, just kind of a fun in the hoop project that you can do. Something else that's kind of like a project here are these little patches that you can make. Again, all done in your embroidery hoop here. A little cat there playing with a little yarn. Got a little pig there pigging out on some watermelon, says just chill. So have a lot of these little patches. Now these could go, directly onto something, just as a, true patch here. But what we did with it and the way we show you how to do it is to make a pocket out of it. So this would stitch directly onto maybe a t-shirt that's not too jazzy. You want to kind of jazz it up or put a pocket on it, just a regular tee. Then we show you how to embroider that and then just stitch it directly onto the shirt. And again, we've got a t-shirt that now has a neat little pocket on it. So you can really make it kind of, pun intended, but you can make it tailor-made here for you. We've got one here. It's got a nice little flamingo in there, hoping for some warmer weather. I know here we're located in Charlotte, North Carolina, and it has been cold for us here. And again, cold for us is when it hits about the 60s here. So you see I have this sweater on, but it's down into about the 40s or 50s here. But again, those are just some neat little patches that we have there. Again, all of these are December releases. So they are current, items that are available. If you are a current All Access member, and you haven't gotten your book, then they're on the way to you. But these are some of the December releases that have come out. If not, then if you're not an All Access member, I'm going to tell you what that is and how to get it. We can start you for December, so you could get everything you're seeing here and more. We'll kind of get into that a little bit later. Again, here is some really pretty ones here. This is called On the Serengeti, and these are just really pretty. You can kind of see the size here too of these animals, just very detailed and embroidered. And again, if I kind of get closer here, you can see that there's not so much really, stitching there. Most of the color is done with applique, and then all of your detail there to have that, really realistic look is done with embroidery just stitched on top of it there. These do come in, multiple sizes here. That information is on our website. There is another picture there. And again, as you can imagine by the name, On the Serengeti, these are just different animals that you would, find there. These are not pictures of my family, even though they kind of look like them. These are just some really pretty, animals. Again, very detailed, very realistic here. So again, I'm just going to show a couple of them, but there are tons more. And with this size and really with how light stitching this is, these would be beautiful, I think, maybe on a bag or maybe like on the back of a denim shirt or something like that. So very, very pretty designs there. Now, something else that we have too that's kind of like a project. We love to do, obviously embroidery, and a lot of people say this is cute, but I kind of want to do something different with it. So every month we try to kind of have some different projects and show you how to do different things with your embroidery and kind of get a little innovative there. So one of them again, everything I'm showing is December, is it's called LED embroidery. So you just saw the lights there. It's a really beautiful lights. We have some of those lights, by the way, so if you don't, you need to go get them. We love them here at Anita Goodesign. But again, this is, we're showing you how to embroider this out. Again, all of this is going to be in your instructions. We give very, very detailed instructions. Here we just did this on some felt with some applique. We used just kind of a light, thin kind of shadow box here to put this in. There's no glass or anything there. But what's neat about it is I'm going to turn it on, and you kind of see these little LED lights pop up here around. I'm going to turn it around because what we did was in your embroidery, and I'll kind of show you a little bit more about these in some other examples. It actually has holes in it. We normally don't want holes in our embroidery, but in here we actually do. And they are embroidered holes that what we do is we just went to like a Michael's or a little craft store, a little hobby store, and got just a very, very inexpensive kind of LED light kit. We just put it on the back here, and then we put those little lights through the front. And it just makes a neat little, you know, something maybe for like a baby's room, or even for, you know, an adult room. I really, really like these here. And obviously with a little battery pack can turn on and off. And it has a little battery that you can, you know, when they get dim or go out, you can just, you know, replace. Now, some of the other ones in here, let me turn that off because I don't want to be in trouble for running down the battery. But some of these here are, again, just really pretty scenes. Again, everything you're seeing here is just fabric and thread, so you can completely change your own colors. But you can see here that there's just neat little holes that are in there. So that would be where you would put your little, you know, light kit through. Of course, this is probably one of my favorites. This is one for Christmas here. So your Christmas tree can actually be lit up. Again, that's applique in there. The tree we just used, it looks like some silk dupioni, again, there to kind of make it really shine and be pretty. And then it just has some very light stitching on it there. So really neat and pretty. Again, here's another one, just a kind of a camping scene with a night sky there. So again, there's tons of different scenes, but just again, something kind of different to do with your embroidery, kind of in a project type, you know, setting here. A couple of more we have, again, with just some of the embroidery. Here is ginger jars. We've had a lot of requests for those. Here again, you can see they're a great size. So that is applique. I'll kind of push that up a little bit there. So that is applique and some detailed embroidery on there as well. And just really pretty and decorative to do different things with. Again, I could see these, you know, being stitched out and made and put onto a, you know, pillow for decorations, or maybe even framed. There they, again, got a little, you know, fancy with the lame there. If you are familiar with us, you know that we love to experiment and play around with the different fabrics and textures there. We use some metallic thread in these too. So just really pretty kind of a scene with, you know, within that jar there. And again, a really nice size, and they do come in, you know, multiple sizes there. So again, this is ginger jars, and this was released in December. So this is a current release that is out there. We also, like I kind of mentioned at the beginning, we do quilting in your hoop. And we do it to where you are only hooping one layer of your stabilizer. You don't actually have to hoop your fabric, so it saves you time and money and fabric, things that we all definitely need and more of. But this here is actually folk needlepoint quilt. Here, really pretty. Again, we you know, kind of went with the folk colors. Here, again, every one of these squares is completed in your hoop. Here, the machine does all of the work. And I'm going to bring this in here so you can kind of see one of those squares and kind of see, it almost looks like a cross stitching there. You can see how much, how kind of thick that the stitching is on that there. Kind of see it in that one there. And so what happens is, at Anita Goodesign, we want to make sure that everybody can, I'll kind of continue to hold this up, can you know, do our designs. And so we don't want to, you know, have a lot of different things that you have to go and buy and do. So a lot of people think when you see something like this, it's with a very heavy thread, or maybe like with an embroidery floss, but it's not. When you see something like this, it's actually built into the digitizing, and they build it so that the needle goes back over itself multiple times to get that kind of cross-stitched or that hand-stitched look. We have tons of different things on our website that, you know, kind of use this hand-stitched look. You can go to our website, search there. But again, that's how we get this kind of hand-stitched look. It's not a thicker thread, or again, even embroidery floss. It's just regular, good old, you know, embroidery thread, and it's been digitized to do that. And all of this here, you know, around it is fabric, and you can see how with the placement, you know, it creates these kind of diamonds here. So it's like a design within a design. But again, all of this here is, you know, is your thread. So a lot of different colors that you can do, and a lot of different things that you can play with to really make this unique. Now, this does come in multiple sizes here. So again, pretty sure this is 5x5 all the way up to 10x10, you know, blocks. Again, all of the sizing on all of this is available on our website. And again, this is the folk needlepoint quilt, and this was a December release. So it is out here. So just showing you kind of some more of these blocks. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful there. So have some more quilting I'm going to show y'all that we're coming out with that I'm really excited about. Now for December, the last one I want to show y'all is we often get, well, not often, we all the time get requests. And if you're out there and you say, you know, I wish Anita Good Design would do this or do that, I would love to see this or whatnot, email us. It's just customer experience at anita-gooddesign.com. Go to our website and just do contact us. Our website is anitagooddesign.com. And just go to contact us and just shoot us a message and say, hey, I would love to see this. And so, you know, after 17 years, sometimes we run out of ideas. Customers say often, you know, we don't know how you come up with the ideas. Most of them come from customers. Now, it's not like Sears and Roebuck to where, you know, if you send us an email, don't hold your breath to see it, because we'll put it into our database, and it may come out. It may come out a couple of years. I've put things in there that I'm still waiting to come out. So even as employee, I'm still in that database and want some things to come out that aren't. But, you know, let us know what you would like to see. But one of the things that we get constantly is wording and things for monograms. Everybody loves to do that. It's one of the simplest things that you can do. I know a lot of people get their start in embroidery, you know, with monogramming. So we have come out with, and this is a December release, so it is hot off the presses. It is out there, but it is called Anita's Fonts, and that is exactly what it is. It is different fonts that we actually, you know, made. So they are original to us, and they are obviously for your embroidery machine. Now, most of them come in two formats. There is a one that is a bean stitch version, and I'll kind of show you what that is. And then there's also some that have a heavier satin stitch to it. And now these are, and I'm just going to kind of show y'all, this is just the wording. Don't pay attention to the words. They actually make no sense. But that just kind of look at the stitching. You can kind of see how that looks, you know, very kind of, almost a, handwritten there, almost, I wouldn't say really calligraphy, but like a, again, really pretty handwritten. I cannot write at all. Nobody can read my writing here at Anita Good Design. So maybe I should just start using the embroidery machine to write out what I want. But it kind of looks like a very nice cursive writing there. But again, this is the one that is the bean stitch. So I'll get a little closer there. If you're not familiar with that and that's something kind of new to you, in embroidery or quilting, a bean stitch is where it goes forward twice, back once, forward twice, back once, so that it actually gets a heavier stitch there. So every pass gets 3 different passes of that needle and thread. Okay, so it's just a heavier stitch, and we use it a lot when we want to do things for like heirloom stitching there. Okay, so again, that's just one of them there, kind of showing they come in multiple sizes. Here is another one. This is also in the bean stitch. Again, please don't try to read that, because that ain't no English right there. It's not even Southern. It's just gibberish, but just kind of showing you the lettering and what it would look like if you were to put that together. So again, very easy to do. Now, of course, those were a little bit smaller, but they also come, there are larger ones here. This one, again, is one that is the satin stitch, and the satin stitch is just a constant, very nice stitch that is put together. I'll get a little closer there so you can see that is just a kind of a thinner satin stitch there. So most of these that you're seeing do come in both versions. And this is kind of just a little funner kind of version here that you can, do different things with. Here's another one that is done. I kind of showed this one earlier, in the bean stitch versus the satin stitch here. So a lot of different ones that you can do. Again, very easy to do. And obviously with wording like this, y'all, you can make anything that you want to personable. I mean, anything from napkins, here, don't worry if your name's not the Smiths, it's okay. You can put your own name on there. But again, just on this, really nice napkin, the Smiths, again, that is really pretty and kind of scripted, on there. Again, the lettering gets huge. So we put this on this bag. Yes, you need more fabric. I don't think anybody questions it, other than probably maybe your husbands or somebody at home. They question, do you really need more fabric? Yes, you always need more fabric, right? It's like, do they really need more guns or boats? Yeah, of course they do, or more golf clubs. Of course they do, but you also need more designs, you need more thread, and you need more fabric. So again, there's just a lot of different fonts, a lot of different sizes. that you can do. Now, we also give you not just that lettering, but one of my favorite things is we also give you kind of some blank slates, if you will, to put this on. So this is just some applique here that you could put onto a shirt, or maybe even a, you know, again, one of my favorite things to do is frame it and just do some writing on here, but that is included in there. So maybe you could do a gift or something like that on a pillow or something. There's, again, a lot of different shapes and sizes that we can see here that you could do some kind of writing in if you wanted to. Again, all of that area is just applique, so you could easily just embroider, you know, directly onto that with those all of those different fonts that are included in there. There are numbers, you know, in there too. And this is just an example of one of them here. So this little guy is included, and then we just use one of the fonts to write face on there. So a neat little towel that you can have kind of in your little powder room for guests, okay? All right, and then here's another one that says hands. So just in case you have guests that come over that they don't know what they're supposed to use, they know that, hey, this one's for the face and this one's for the hands here. Actually, they're not supposed to use any of them, right? So I know in my guest bathroom, they really should not be using these. So I just give them a paper towel when they go in my bathroom and say, don't use anything in there because it has embroidery all over it. Just use this paper towel. But again, so that is, I'm really excited about that one. It's Anita's fonts. It is out now. There's tons of more, scripts and lettering that comes with that. So if you have been looking for us to do something like that, the wait is over. It is here. So it is, it's on our website, and better yet, it is in the December All Access. That's the best way to get it, is there. Okay. All right. So Miss Callie, I am going to leave now December, and everything I just showed y'all was December releases. So now this is probably one of my funnest things to do, is I'm going to show you some things that we are coming out with. Okay. So everything going there, Miss Callie, you good?
Everything's going great. I actually got a question from Judy. Let's see if you can answer this one. She's looking for a thin font for a quilt label. Now, do you think that the Anita fonts have something that can help her out?
Yes, Judy. So that Anita's fonts, we do have that. Like I was saying, that bean stitch is only stitched it's a 3-ply. So that writing gets very, very tiny, in there. Too. So there's certainly something in there that would, help you. One trick that we do too, Judy, when we are doing some writing that is kind of smaller, we will change our thread to a micro thread, because most of the time your regular weight embroidery thread might be a little too thin. So you also might want to do something like that. Change the weight of your thread and use what they call a micro thread, and it's just a thinner thread, and it's great for doing lettering. So I would certainly, if you're doing something on a quilt label, or you're doing something that's in a tiny area, I would certainly, use something that you like, but obviously, use a micro thread, because that would certainly help. But yes, in Anita's fonts, we do have, tiny writing, in there too, as well as those large ones, that you saw in there. So thanks for that question. Do we have any more, Callie, or you want me to keep on going?
I'm looking right now. I think really that's all we got. Everybody just loves the designs, and they're right.
Okay,
these are fantastic.
Sweet. Let's keep going.
So yeah, I think you're doing your thing. You've got plenty of time. I think around 4:50 we'll stop and do the giveaway. But that's about it.
Just interrupt me if you need anything. I'm just going to keep going. I'm having fun. Hope everybody out there is too. So what I'm about to show now is I'm just going to be a stinker and show y'all things that you cannot get. So these are things that we are working on here at Anita. Some of these have names, some don't. So these are things that are kind of on our working table that we are going to be working on. They maybe could come out in January, maybe, a month or two later. But these are just kind of some things that we've got going that we are going to be working on, but 100% will be coming out. So you may say, well, Taylor, I like some of these. How do I get them? I'm going to tell you that too. All right. So stay tuned. I'm going to tell you how to get what you just saw and everything that I'm about to show you. Now, I know, and especially when y'all go to the quilt show in person, I have never experienced anything like this before. I will just be honest. I've been with Anita Good Design for 10 years now. And when I got into this industry, I didn't know nothing at all about it. One thing too that just hit me, if y'all don't know me, I was born and raised in Alabama. I do know English. It's one of those things I do know better, but sometimes I don't do better. So don't put in the comments, oh my goodness, he doesn't know English, bless his heart. I actually do. I love to have fun. So some of the things I say might come out a little crazy, but just say, you know, as we do in the South, bless his heart, and just know that I'm from Alabama, and you can just blame it on that. But when I got into this industry, I realized that women love bags. They love bags. When I started teaching these events, I would be up there, you know, just doing my thing and kind of walking around, and I would see ladies with these bags that looked like they could hold a Cadillac. And I would ask for something. They would say, oh, like I need a seam ripper. It would take them 23 hours to get into their bag because they would dig through all these bags, and there was a bag inside a bag, inside a bag, inside of a bag. So I say that to say, we've got some bags for y'all. We love, love, love bags at Anita Goodesign. We know y'all do too. We've got some that are really, really cool. We've got all of them are cool, but we've got some that are just really intricate and may involve some sewing. You know, may take a little longer to do. We've got some that are huge. We've got some that are little bitty. Some that are all completed in your hoop. So we've got a bag for everybody. All right. But I want to get down to these. These are neat little bags here that are going to be coming out. They're called, right now we're going to call them confetti bags, because you can see in here that this is clear vinyl, because you can see through it. It's clear here, but we have captured like these fun little confetti, these little round things here. It almost looks like it's kind of floating around like in like a snow globe almost. They kind of move around there a little bit, really, really fun. But on the front, there is applique. We just used here some very shiny material. It's probably like a glitter vinyl or like a really shiny vinyl there that says ooh la la that you see on there. It has a little zipper. It's a top zipper, which I really like too. That kind of makes it a little more fancier, if you will, than a side zipper. But love that there. It's a really good size. And they are vinyl, which means it's going to really, really last. So those are really cool. Again, make great gifts. Again, it's Christmas coming up. These can be made really, really easy and really quick. Here, there is one header that says best day ever. And again, really nice size here. And then you can see they just use some kind of larger little things to kind of trap in there, if you will. We show you how to do that. And they kind of move around. But the best thing is you can use any kind of like little, you know, things that you like in there. So they kind of wanted to keep it shiny clearly, but any kind of little gadgets and things like that from little, you know, like little, you know, like hobby stores and stuff like that. This one says, let's go girl. Here that is some applique there. So again, fun with colors. We just use a really colorful zipper, and then you can see all the little confetti on the back that they've got trapped in there. That kind of looks like Fruity Pebbles, the cereal to be. But again, tons of just different stuff that you can kind of put in there, and then you've got a great, nice little bag. This one says, "You've got this." Lord knows we needed this one about February or March of this year. This should have been our slogan for the year. One of them, shine bright. So again, tons of them here. Won't show you all of them. I have to leave some of them to your surprise. These are neat little stars that they've used in there. So again, really, really cool. So we've got a bunch of different ones here. One says "Hello, beautiful." Oh, thank you. One says "Where to next?" The good stuff. So yeah, just a tons of different ones here that they are working on, and we're going to be coming out with those here. Now, another one that we like. Let me see. I've got so much here. I don't know what to grab next. This one I really like. Again, being from the South, I love this one. This one is the cotton bouquets. And this one is beautiful, I think. Really, really pretty. Now, we just have this stitched on some white felt here just to kind of show it off. But obviously, you can stitch this on anything. Again, I think these would be beautiful framed or, you know, on a shirt or anything you wanted to do with them. I'll kind of get up close there. Really detailed embroidery there, so you can have fun with your own colors if you don't care for, you know, for what we did. In there, I could see maybe some writing in there even, I think would be really pretty. And again, they also come in different sizes, of course, but then, you know, just in jars. And so it's exactly what it sounds like. It is just cotton bouquets in different formats. So we've had a lot of requests, for these, for some kind of modern farmhouse things, if you will. There's just a really pretty kind of simple one there. So just beautiful, beautiful things here. Again, all of that is just embroidery. And there again, I'll just kind of get close up on that one. So I kind of point out that it's embroidery, meaning it's done with thread, meaning you can choose your own colors. If you don't love what we've done, then hey, it's a simple fix. You can pick your own. The machine or the design will know. They don't care what color you use. You could make this cotton purple for all it cares. So I love to see when people have done different things with our designs and use different colors. There's one in a pretty tall glass or tall vase there. Here's one here. So again, you get the idea, cotton bouquets, different sizes, and we are working on this, and this is going to be coming out soon. So love, love, love that one. You could see a lot of different, ways that you could use that one. Here's another one here, something that we kind of haven't really done, but again, we get requests for these. So here we are, kind of like an Art Nouveau look here. These are really, really pretty. This is involving applique and embroidery. Again, easy change of colors if you don't care for the ones we've done. You see these here, beautiful sizes here, and great, great colors, great detail there. So you can get up a little bit closer. So these are, again, some that we're working on, definitely going to be coming out here. Let me see if I can just get through a couple of more here. So again, kind of an Art Nouveau here with just, pretty ladies kind of in different scenes with, different colors and different frames around them here. And again, great sizes too. Again, I love to do embroidery and just frame it, or especially quilt blocks, and put it on a frame. But these are just really, really pretty here. So again, this is on our work table and is going to be coming out. Now, we also have some neat little projects, like I told you. So we're always working on projects. And every month too, y'all, we come out with a great mix. It's not all one ever, because we know that just like we have so many different customers with so many different likes. We want to, cater to that. So every month we do come out with a handful of quilting designs, a handful of embroidery, and a handful of projects. So some of the projects that we're working on that's going to be coming out are these neat little star pin cushions, and they are a great size. They are really heavy. They are stuffed, and they all are the same shape, because that's why we can call them the star. Here, I'll kind of show you the top of it there. All right. But the embroidered design is different on all of them. So you could do different colors, different designs. They have a neat little button there, and it's just got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can count to 5. Yay. Has just a neat little star there that is done. And again, a really great size. Have fun with fabric, because all of this is just fabric here, but we show you how to make that. And then it is just a neat, very nice, and again, very, very heavy pin cushion. There's one that actually does not have any embroidery on the top, but we have embroidery on the side there. So a lot of different ways to decorate that. And then here is another one there. Again, the little button is smiling. I just saw that. Haha. So again, these are going to be coming out, and these are just very neat little star pin cushions. Again, these would make great gifts for you, but also if you're part of a guild, or you need to kind of get something kind of unique for some members of your family or friends that that sew or do quilting and embroidery. That would be a great idea, I think. Speaking of quilting, we get a lot of requests to y'all for kind of more mythical things like fairies and dragons. We have stuff like that. Go to our website, again, AnitaGoodDesign.com. There's a search bar. So anything that you're looking for, you can go there and search. A lot of people, I don't think maybe know that. So if you're looking for, let's say things that are Christmas, you can type in Christmas. You can get as specific as, I'm looking for a snowman or a reindeer or Santa Claus, something like that. So go in there and kind of play around and see what you can, get. But we do have some things with, dragons and fairies and things like that. But we are working on a quilt that's going to be coming out. Right now, it's kind of just called a fantasy quilt there, because it has different things here. And I'll just show you some blocks, and then I'll show you a quilt that we've got together. So this would be a quilt block. This entire block would be done in your hoop. We've got a folded fabric border Here I get it a little bit closer so you could see they just kind of use some darker, fabric there. Again, I'll get a little closer for y'all to see that quilting, or I should say that stippling in the background. If y'all can see that, they used a color thread that really matches the fabric back there. All of that is done in the hoop. And then you see this beautiful detail here. And that's actually a bean stitch there. You can see how it's a light stitch, but it's heavy enough for you to see it. That is also a bean stitch that we were talking about earlier. If that was just a running stitch, meaning just one ply, you probably really wouldn't see that all that well. So again, there's just one of the blocks there. These come in, or are going to come in multiple sizes, 5x5 up to 10x10, which is a really, really pretty impressive block. There's another one there with a really pretty fairy on that. Again, all of this color you see, y'all, can change. That is just fabric and thread. So you can use your own thread in there. We always give you, or your own color thread. We always give you the colors we used in there. But again, I'll just get that kind of a little closer there so you can see the really pretty detail, very light stitching in there. And then let me just kind of show you some that we've put together. These, again, are just some, 4 blocks together. Obviously, you can make this as large or as small as you like in there. So again, different blocks, unicorns, fairies, dragons, lions and tigers and bears. Oh my, I don't think there's lions and tigers in there. But again, just a lot of different kind of fantasy, things that you would imagine. So again, different sizes in here, and I'll kind of get again closer so you can see that stippling and everything in there is done in your hoop by your machine and the design. So everything is completed in there so that when you're done, you just simply take your blocks. This is how we do all of our quilting if you're not familiar with that. These 2 blocks, again, completed, this one in one hoop, this one in the other. We just put our blocks together. We stitch right here. Again, our instructions will show you how to do this. Stitch just inside this little tack down stitch and then open it in our, there together. And then we just simply back and bind it. If you want to know more about that, we don't really have time to get into that necessarily here. We have tons and tons of videos on our website of how we do that. You can go there and see how we back and bind it. Yes, ma'am, Miss Callie.
Yes, so we had a quick question and I just lost it. There we go. Someone was asking if we have any new tiles.
Yes, we are working on some. We had one a couple of months ago. It's kind of some smaller ones. It was for Christmas. I think that was an October release. It was 4 blocks that made a beautiful kind of miniature tile scenes. But we love tile scenes. We know customers do. We have tons already on our website. Again, you can search tile scene and they'll all come up. But yes, we are working on some here in the next couple of months that will be coming out. Yes. Good question.
Awesome. Do you want to go ahead and talk about
can I get through 2 more and then let's jump into clubs? Okay. All right. Well, actually, I'll just show one because this is very, very much where we are going kind of now. We're actually already there, but these are not jackets for bumblebees. These are actually little jackets that you can embroider for hand sanitizer bottles. They are so cute. Everybody has been asking for these. This obviously says keep calm and sanitize, and they are so stinking cute. It has a little ribbon on the side to put a little ring through here if you wanted to put it on a keychain. It's got a little tail on it so you can put the bottle in and out, and then Velcro to keep it in. But they are so stinking cute. There's one here. This is probably my favorite. I love this saying. Again, you can change these colors and everything, but this says, keeping it clean since COVID-19. I love these little guys. These are so quick to stitch out, y'all. And again, just like a lot of the stuff I've shown, makes great gifts. And who does not need this sanitizer? Everybody needs this. This one is another one I love that says spread kindness, not germs. So there's a lot of just cute little sayings on there. And then there are some that just have little fun embroidered patterns on there. One with a little unicorn, one with a little flower, one with an eagle. Really like that guy there. So again, tons of different ones, great for gifts. And they have that little, ribbon on there if you wanted to make it into a ring. Okay. So just wanted to show that one, Callie, because again, that is kind of so very where we are now. Everybody should have hand sanitizer and be using it. So just kind of wanted to go there. Now, did you have any questions specifically, Callie, or you just want me to kind of get into the all access?
No, yeah, let's just go ahead and get into clubs, because I know we have very special things that we wanted to.
Yes, we do.
Later.
Okay. All right.
Later.
Let's get into the goodies here.
Let's go ahead
So
and talk
everything that I kind of showed for December is already out in December. If you were an all access member, you already have that and tons more in December. And all of the goodies that I showed and all of the ones that I didn't and tons more that we're going to be coming out with, you will get. So what all access is, as I mentioned, several times, we come out with different types of designs every month, all from quilting to embroidery to fun, projects in the hoop. All right. Now you can go to our site and, buy these individually, but that is a lot of money. And we want to save you as much money as we possibly can. Now more than ever. So the best way to do that and the best way to get everything that we come out with during your subscription is through all access. Now that's exactly what that is. We've got several different ways I'm going to talk about, but they are a yearly subscription. Think of it kind of like a magazine subscription to where you start 1 month and then 12 consecutive months after that, you are going to get a beautiful magazine. If you choose one of those options, they're a physical magazine. We actually have one where you kind of get something different. I'll get into that. But you get this magazine and you get all of the designs that we come out with for that particular month. So if, again, they're annual, meaning they last 12 consecutive months. So during those 12 months, you're going to get everything that we come out with during those months. So you don't have to say, "Ooh, Taylor, when are those, the little pin cushions coming out?" Or, when are these coming out? I want to make sure I get them. When are the bags coming out? When are the towel scenes coming out? It doesn't matter. You join all access, you're going to get everything that we come out with during your 12 months of subscription. Okay. So if we come out with it during your 12 months, y'all are going to get it if you are an active member. Now, how does it come? I keep talking about this book. So every month we print an all access book. It's obviously different every month. It's beautiful. This sucker here has almost 400 pages in here. It's beautiful, all printed for you. And what is in here, you can see all of the fonts and all of that stuff in here, is we give you articles. So there's things that we just give all access members in these books. We call it our kind of exclusive, content in there. And so we may show you how to take a design and construct something a little bit different, with it. So there's exclusive things that are in this all access that not everybody, gets in there. There are step-by-step instructions. So again, exactly how to do things. There is very detailed pictures that are in here, and with all of your instructions on exactly what to do. And again, there's beautiful pictures, so you know exactly what your designs look like. Again, every month here, like in this one, there is a last-minute gift guide. So just to give a last-minute gift guide for things, some ideas that you can do, in here. So very, very neat things. And then in the back, there are also all of your designs are shown here, and they also have all of your coordinating machine steps. So, if I can take this book and stitch out something, anybody can, because we've got instructions in a lot of different ways. But every month you are going to get this book. And again, all of the instructions for all of the designs for that month are printed in this book for you. There's, again, exclusive content and so much more that is in here. All right. On the back, it's showing everything that come out this month. So there's probably about 10 or 12 different ones that come out. You get it all. Okay. When you are a member of All Access, you get everything that come out that month, and we ship that directly to you. I'm going to get into more about that here. So this book would come directly to your door each month for 12 months. Okay. Now we've only got one All Access. All right. It's like one house, but there's about 3 different doors that you can do to get into this All Access and to get this. All right. And they are all 12-month subscriptions. Okay. So the first one is $1,400. Okay, so it's $1,400, and you would get the next 12 months of All Access, everything that we come out with for the next 12 months. But hold on. You also, with that one, you are going to get, we're going to email you a gift card for $1,400. You heard me. All right. You're paying $1,400. We are going to turn around and email you a gift card for that exact same amount. So it's kind of like, you know, Peter is robbing Paul, as they say there, but you are paying $1,400. We're going to give you that $1,400 gift card to use on our website. It never expires. You don't have to use it up all at one time. And then you are going to get the next 12 months of that book. Yes, Miss Callie.
Yes. So, oh my gosh, that's insane and amazing. And we have 2 questions.
Okay.
Actually, I think we just have one. So Judy wants to know if it's the same subjects every month.
No, Miss Judy. So just like a magazine, so let's say you were subscribed to Southern Living. Every month, it is a brand new magazine, right? So if they send you a January magazine of Southern Living, they never send you that magazine again. So this is the one for December. These designs will never be in any other all access. We'll never ship them to you again. Okay, we don't repeat. So again, with Anita's fonts, you gave that example. Anita's fonts came out in December. If you were a member in December, you would have gotten it. We would never send you Anita's fonts again. You've already got it. You don't need it. So to answer your question, it is brand new subjects, brand new things every month. Again, like a magazine, every month it is brand spanking new from the beginning to the end, from the front door to the back door. It is all brand new. Okay, great question.
So just 2 things. So number 1, we have about 4 minutes
I've got 2
left.
quick options. I can wrap it up.
So I want to go ahead. Okay, so I just want to go ahead and tell everybody that we are having a giveaway of a $25 All Brands gift card. So go ahead and comment, share everything. So at the end of this, we will announce the winner.
Okay, all right. I will make it quick, Callie. Thank you. So the 3 options again. One is the $1,400 for 12 months. You get a $1,400 gift card. All right, 12 months. The next option. All right, again, you're still getting the book every month. Only one all access. Several ways to access it. The next one is $999. All right, $999 for the 12 months, and there's really no goodies with that one. Okay, so again, $999, and you have got the again, same all access, but it's just a little bit cheaper, but no goodies with that one. So if you're thinking about those 2, really think about the $1,400, because we're going to give you a $1,400 gift card that you can use for all of the past designs on our website. We've been in business 17 years, so there is a boatload of things that you can get with that gift card. All right, and then the other one is, I'm excited to announce this one, y'all, is we have a digital only version. Again, it is 12 months, but there is no book to ship. It is all digital, and that one is $499. Y'all heard that right. Now that is only lasting through this coming up Sunday. I apologize, I don't know the date. If we can maybe put that on the screen or something, but it is this Sunday. It is only lasting then. After that, it's going back up to $799. So you need to act now and get that one if that is interesting, if that interests you. It is the book and the same designs, but you don't get the physical book. It is emailed to you on the 1st of every month, and you could pull it up on your computer and look at it. And if you wanted to print something off, then you could do that. But everything is digital. But you are getting an amazing value there, y'all, for $499. So you've got the $1,400 with a physical book that is shipped directly to you. You've got the $999, and the $1,400 comes with a $1,400 gift card. You've got the $999, no goodies there, and then that also comes with a physical book. And then you have the $499 that also comes with no goodies, but that is digital only. It is emailed to you on the 1st of every month for those 12 months. Now, Callie, do you want to talk about what All Brands is doing as far as the home shipping? Or do you want me to do that? Okay.
Yeah, so let's talk about it. So we are going to be offering 2 big deals with these Anita Good Design clubs. So not only are we offering 12-month 0% financing on clubs, you can also get free shipping on these clubs. So you can get all of this stuff delivered right to your door.
Yes, exactly. So that financing, y'all, that's also a big deal because not all dealers do that. So All Brands, thank y'all for doing that, because that financing is not cheap. So they are covering that cost. It is free financing for the 12 months. And then they are also covering the shipping cost to you so that it can come directly to you. That alone is over $100 value right there. So that is amazing. So get it while it lasts. And while All Brands is running this special, you don't want to miss out. If you're already a member, you can still join and we can just tack it on to your current subscription. So Callie, I think they go to allbrands.com, right, to get signed up. Beautiful.
Yes, you can go to allbrands.com/quiltfest too if you just want to go look at those Anita Good Design clubs. We have all of those put together on this one page, like all the different options on one page.
Perfect. Awesome. Well, I think that is my time, so I will turn it back over to you. Thank you so much, Callie. If y'all have any questions, then reach out to us. You can go to our website, anitagoodesign.com, and just do contact us with questions. But when you want to buy it, and I know you want to buy it, you need to go to allbrands.com and do that. Don't go to our site to do that because you won't get those goodies, okay? And thank y'all for joining. Okay, we appreciate y'all.
All right. Thank you so much, Taylor. So let's announce the winner for the $25 gift card.
It was Taylor Henderson, right? Yay! Just kidding.
Yes, that should be happening. So let's see if we can pull the winner. It was D Workman. You have won a $25
All right, D. Congratulations.
Card. So if you're still there, if you're still watching, please send our Facebook page, the All Brands Facebook page, a Facebook message with your full name, your phone number, and your email, and we'll get that sent out to you. All right. All right. Well, thank you again so very much, Taylor. And we're going to have a quick commercial break, and then we'll be right back with some more designs in machine embroidery, and we're going to talk about it.
All right. Bye, guys.
All right. Bye, Taylor. Thank you. All right. So we'll be right back in just a moment, and we will see you very soon.
At allbrands.com, our doors are open and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask. And after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Durkee, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone. If you are just tuning in, thanks for coming. And right now we have a presentation for you from Eileen Roche from Design Machine Embroidery. Yet again, she's back. And this time she'll be doing Hooping 101. So if you haven't already, go to allbrands.com/quiltfest. Take a look at all of the deals that we have. These are going to be going all weekend, and some of them will be going even longer. And please stay till the end of Eileen's presentation. We're going to be doing another gift card giveaway. Sorry, y'all, we're just having a few technical difficulties, but that's bound to happen with, with streaming the Quilt Festival. But in the meantime, if you have been watching, we've been at it for about 7 hours. And if you've stuck with us for any amount of time, or if you're just tuning in, thank you so very much for watching. We really, really, really appreciate it. And if you're just tuning in and you missed all of the stuff going on before today, that's okay. Well, it'll be available to stream on allbrands.com/quiltfest. Now let's see if we can get the sound working on here. Let me know if y'all can hear anything, or let me know if you can't, and if not, we'll figure it out. All right, y'all, sorry about that. We're having a few more technical difficulties, but thank you so very much for your patience. Am I coming in okay? Can you hear me okay? Please let me know if you can. And if not, we'll figure it out. How about me? Can y'all hear me okay? Anything on my end, maybe? Oh, well, we will be right back.
And you purchase your sticky hoop. This is how it comes. Now, our monster hoop, if you were to purchase that in a store, like at All Brands store, this is what would be on the shelf. And this has a sleeve, you know, with all the pretty marketing and so forth, but it also has a label that tells you what hoop is inside, and this is an item number, but it tells you what brand of machine it's compatible with and also what machines it is compatible with. Now, when you order here at the event, we're actually going to ship it to you. And when it comes, it's going to come in a white box just like this. It is absolutely identical to the box you just saw, except that it doesn't have the sleeve. And this allows us to tape it up securely and eliminate, you know, excess packaging so that we're kind of, you know, being a little eco-friendly. It will still have your identifying label on it and the compatibility. So just want you to know, they're the same thing, and everything that really matters is what is in that hoop. So I thought one of the best things to start with would be to take a look at a monster hoop. So Snap Hoop Monster is a magnetic top, and it comes with what we call this the magnetic shield. It's just corrugated plastic, but it's really wise to store your hoop with this magnetic shield between the metal bottom frame and the magnetic top. And when you do that, it makes it easier to separate the two items, because you'll see in a moment just how secure these hoops are when they are attached to each other. So in order to hoop a terry cloth towel, you would put tearaway stabilizer over the metal frame, and I abut the edge of the stabilizer right against that attachment. And then you take your towel and I place it, you know, in this vertical fashion. And I normally align the border, this adobe border, with the edge of the metal frame underneath. I can feel that frame. And that kind of is a good guideline as to when you will be centered in the hoop. And then I just drop that top frame in place and I am ready to hoop. Now, I will tell you, you can make minute fabric adjustments right in the hoop without hurting the fibers, because there's no inner and outer ring for the fabric to travel up and over. It's just flat. So I see some people are just joining me. So if you would sign in and let me know where you're watching from, we'd love to say hello personally. So in the comments on the right, just sign in and tell us where you're watching from. Okay, so what I like to do is what I call the magnetic hoop test, and that's pick up the hooped item and give it a little shake and make sure that it's going to hold. If it doesn't hold, then you know that this towel is too heavy for the hoop. But it's pretty rare that it doesn't hold. But what that test does tell you is when this hooped item is attached to the machine, and if the top were to become misaligned at that time, it's because the towel is being dragged off the table. So it doesn't often happen with a towel, but it can happen with a quilt sandwich. So it just tells, it's a good guideline for controlling the weight of the fabric around the machine bed. Okay, let's go ahead and kind of do the same thing with a multi-needle frame. Now, our multi-needle monster hoops come also with the magnetic shield, a metal frame, and a magnetic frame. And believe it or not, these can be used with the magnetic frame on top or underneath. You would use it underneath when you're working on a tubular item like a tote bag or a shirt, but you can use it on top when you're doing a flat item like a towel. So let's go ahead and do that very same process in the magnetic hoop. And I would probably trim my stabilizer in this sense so that it wouldn't be over the arms. I mean, it's not a real deal killer, but it does kind of make a difference. And then I just, again, fold that edge and align that with the outer rim of the hoop. And then open it up, take that top frame, and there I am. I'm almost perfectly centered, right? Isn't that great? And then off I go to the machine. And of course, when I put that on the machine, I want to make sure that this lip does not get caught underneath the frame. So we lift that up, and then to carry that to the machine and just attach it to the machine. Speaking of transporting hoops, the magnetic shield is also really handy for that. If you're afraid you're going to dislodge the fabric from the hoop, then just place that magnetic shield underneath the frame while you're transporting over to the machine. Super easy to do. Okay. And then next up we have, let's do a ribbon. How about if we do a ribbon in a standard, I mean, not in a standard, but in a single needle 5x7 hoop. So here I would use a soft tearaway or maybe a heat away, depending on what the use of the ribbon is going to be. And then I secure both ends of the ribbon. So if I'm going to write happy birthday on the end of this ribbon so that I can make a really beautiful bow for like a gift basket or, you know, a wedding present, something like that, I'm just going to hold those down, make sure they're nice and taut. This is a wire ribbon. And, you know, that wire helps hold it nice and taut in the hoop. Just pull that straight. And now when I go to the machine, I center the needle over that crosshair, stitch happy. And of course, probably over here, I would have birthday, and I would do the same thing. So super easy to do ribbon in a hoop. And, you know, one of the beauties of the magnetic hoop is that it's flat and it's holding this ribbon in place. I don't have to worry about that inner outer ring and distorting the fibers of a delicate ribbon. Okay, let's move on to some other fun stuff. Let's see what's next. Let's go ahead and do a tote. This is a very large tote bag with a wide mouth, a really wide mouth. This is about 23 inches, this opening, which is great for single needle machines because, you know, we don't have that free arm ability that we normally have, that we have on a multi-needle machine. So I'm just going to pop a target sticker here in the center and then show you how I would hoop this. So I would actually hoop this wrong side out. So I'm going to do that right now, turn it wrong side out. And put that design area, target sticker side down on my surface. And then I would place the metal frame of monster hoop underneath. Now attachment goes into the body, meaning not inside the bag, but towards the body, the bottom of the bag. And I'm going to place that, center that target sticker right over that frame, take my top and position that in place. Now, when I go to the machine, I lift this up. Here, I'll turn it this way so you can imagine. It's going to attach to the machine right here. And then I'm going to lift all this body of the tote bag up over the machine. And that way, all of the design area is completely free. I don't have to worry about a thing. And it's really easy to use. Okay, let's do some speed hooping in our new sticky hoop. How about that? This is a 6x10 sticky hoop. Now, sticky hoop comes with 25 sheets of tearaway, self-adhesive tearaway stabilizer. So this is really tacky and it will hold whatever I put in there. So if I was going to do multiple napkins for, you know, a gift, I would want to do all 6 in one hooping. So I would take my first napkin and position that at the back of the hoop. And frankly, I would probably put 2 down at one time. So at this point, I would then go to the machine and, you know, move my needle to the center of that design and remove the template and stitch that monogram. And then I would repeat that process for this letter. And then the next thing I would do is I would pull this up, and frankly, I would tape that with like blue painter's tape or Scotch tape, just anything that would hold it up out of harm's way. And then I put the next napkin in place. Same idea. Push that down, and I'll even put napkin number 4 in place. I have to lift that side because we don't want anything to stitch on top of anything. Want a single layer of fabric. So at the machine, I put the needle centered over that crosshair, stitch that design, flatten that down, stitch this design, and that's complete. Then we have number 5 and 6. We're going to do the same process. And frankly, I have so much space here, I don't really even have to push those points back. I can see through my napkin, and I guess you can see that too. Here's my previous napkin. And so I can get that small design down there in the corner and repeat the process for this one. Same thing. All right, and that's all 6 napkins. I can do that in about 20 minutes and have a matching set. Everything perfect. I love that. Super easy. Super easy. Okay, so we'll put these away. And then we'll move on to a hat in a sticky hoop. I gotta move all this. So, pardon me. Now, I'll bet you didn't think you could, maybe you did think you could stitch a hat in a single needle machine. Of course, you're going to need the right type of hat. Now, pardon me, I've already stitched some placement marks on here for a previous presentation, so just ignore them. Just pretend that's open fabric, just free fabric, right? And we have a product called our hoop clip that is really, it's like a clipboard, and it, you know, you can put the brim of a hat in here, but what's really nice is there's magnets here, so that will hold onto this bottom frame and allow us to open up this soft structured flat hat. Make it flat. So I'm going to lift that clip, put that in there, and I'm opening up that soft structured hat and smoothing down everything that I can so that I can stitch that beach bound right on the cap. You'll notice I have my vertical line on my crosshair aligned with the center seam, and everything is lined up. Then I'll go to the machine, and when I attach it to the machine, I have to flatten that so I can get the needle over the hat, and then open it up so the needle is centered here, and then remove my template and stitch that design. I would then take it off the machine, the hoop, and then reposition this part of the hat so that I could stitch the arch in the back. So here we have beach bound, heading to the beach, and then just telling everybody, follow me. So isn't that fun? So you get 2 hoopings in this hoop and a 5x7, and that's super fast. Goodness, that design would stitch in about 8 minutes. It's really fast. Another good use for sticky hoop would be a cosmetic case, like this really adorable seersucker cosmetic case, and it has that zippered top that will lay flat, so I can position this flap right on my sticky stabilizer and smooth it down, and then center my needle right over that crosshair and stitch that monogram. It's beautiful. It would just fill that whole space. Oh, wouldn't that be a great gift? That's just so timely right now. Who wouldn't want that in their suitcase, right? Heading to the beach. Wouldn't that be fun? Okay, so that's our sticky hoop. Sticky hoop right now is available for Baby Lock and Brother in 2 sizes, the 5x7 and the 6x10. We will be coming out with other sizes in 2021, but right now they're not available. So it comes with 25 sheets of that adhesive tearaway stabilizer, and we also have refill packs that are available. Okay, so what's up next? What should we do next? Let's see. Let's go ahead and let's take a look at a larger hoop, a really big hoop for quilting. So here we have an 8x12. This is a very popular hoop. This is compatible with many machine brands, and you know, it's a really nice size hoop. It's bigger, of course, than your 5x7 or 6x10, but not so giant that it's hard to handle. So I just wanted to show you how easy it is to quilt with these hoops. You would center the quilt block or whatever portion of the quilt that you want to stitch at that time. And because, you know, it's multiple layers or 3 layers, but because it's a nice firm hold on all 3 layers at one time, you get a taut, strong hold on your quilt, and you're ready to take that to the machine, center the needle over your blocks, and stitch your design. So that's really super fun. Okay, we have a new product that we actually just introduced today. So you are one of the first people to see it. And this is our totally tubular hooping station. So let's take a look at it. It has 2 boards, a post, and 2 plates. And the post, you know, we can make it come apart so that it stores flat. We can pull this piece out, and this is how easy it will store. But when we want to use it, we just snap it in place and then insert it into the other plate. And now we have a tubular station that allows you to stitch hoop things that are tubular, sorry. So it also comes with hoop mats, 8x13 and 13x13. And this is a non-slip silicone surface that will grip your hoop and allow you to position your bottom frame so that it stitches so that it doesn't, you know, flop all around. Okay, so we place our bottom frame over the, well, I'm going to do this pocket. So let's talk about pockets. When you are stitching a pocket, especially for a woman's pair of blue jeans, it's a good idea to insert fusible web inside the pocket and lose the use of the pocket, because 99% of women don't use the back pocket of their blue jeans. So it's just easier. If you really need to use the pocket, then I would suggest releasing all these stitches all the way around except for these bar tack stitches. Then lift that pocket up and hoop just the pocket on sticky stabilizer and stitch the design. But in this case, I would fuse this shut so that you have, you know, basically a single layer of fabric. And then we are actually going to insert the blue jeans like so. I'm going to dress this board. This is going to allow me to just pull that right over. And put that top frame in place. And now when I go to the machine, I will just center the needle right over that. Now the bulk of the pant is, you know, all underneath. So let's turn that right side out. I'm just going to insert my hand into the legs, pull that right side out. I mean, wrong side out. Both of them. And then that way I will not worry about catching the front of the pant in the hoop, in the stitching. So we get that turned right side out and wrong side out. These are like the longest pant legs. And I'm just going to pull that in. And then we nest everything above the actual hoop itself. Oh, just bear with me a second there. While we do that, and then you'll see what I mean. And you know, when you're on the machine, you need everything above the bed of the machine. You need it all on top of the hoop, not underneath. So there you have your blue jeans. everything, and the attachment is on this side right here underneath the bulk, so that when it is attached to the machine, this bulky part of the pant can be on the machine table and not caught, you know, around the head of the machine. So there you have how to hoop blue jeans. Super easy. All righty. Okay, let's go ahead and do a tote bag. That would be very, these are so popular. Now this most certainly I would use on a multi-needle 4x4 hoop. So let's go ahead and get that. So I have this is the wrong side of my magnetic hoop. So the magnetic hoop, the magnetic side is up. And then I'm just going to take this seersucker tote bag and pull that over that frame, and I can feel the frame underneath. And then I just snap this into place, and this is ready to go right on the machine. Isn't that so easy? It's just unbelievable how simple that makes hooping. I just love this new totally tubular hooping station. It's awesome. Okay, and then I have another tote bag. Now this tote bag would also have to be done on a multi-needle machine because it's really for a laptop. It has even that pocket for a laptop, you know, that soft pocket. Now, if I monogram this side, I am going to lose the use of this zipper pocket here, possibly, probably. So I'll just zip that closed. And again, I'm going to put the magnetic frame on top and slide it over. I got to make sure that I don't capture that soft pocket inside that laptop cushioned part. And then just drop this in place, and that's centered. I can feel it underneath, and off it comes off of the totally tubular station, and then just goes right onto the machine. So makes very fast work of hooping a tote bag. Okay, but maybe you have a bigger hoop, like an 8x8, and you want to do the center front of a t-shirt. So let's go ahead and flip the board over. You can just see how easy it is to switch from hoop to hoop. And I've put my 13-inch hoop mat on top. And now I'm going to do a t-shirt, and I'm going to do the center front of the t-shirt. So here's my template that's already in place. And notice it has my crosshair. So I'm going to take my t-shirt and I'm going to dress the board. I'm just going to pull it right over, and I'm centering that template within the frame. I can feel the frame with my hands. And then I just center the frame on top. And then off we go. I can take that right to the machine. Well, before I do that, I'm going to turn it wrong side out right here. I'm going to do that right here in front of you so you can see how easy that is to do. I even push the sleeves wrong side out because that's often the part of the garment that gets caught in the hoop. So now I have everything nested above, and I am ready to go to the machine. This is a great illustration as to when to use that magnetic shield to transport the hoop. And now when I carry it with that in the back, makes it so easy. I don't have to worry about, dislodging the fabric from the frame. I'll take my time placing this on the machine, working this fabric here underneath the needle and foot. And then once I'm attached, I open everything up and stitch the design. I'll have to rotate it, but that's easy enough. Okay, but maybe you're working on the back of a garment. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. You should see my room. You should see what a mess I make here. This time, I'm going to change the direction of the hoop. Maybe I did it like that last time. I don't even remember. Okay. And now, this is a t-shirt from Target. And it's just a, plain t-shirt, wide rib neck, nothing on the front at all. But the back has an interesting seam across the back, which is a great place to write, you know, a fun text phrase or something. Or often, you know, in a tourist, you'd see, you know, Florida or California or Mexico, or, you know, some fun thing of where you're visiting. So we're just going to dress this board, and I am pulling the garment over the hoop and the totally tubular station. And I have placed my template so that it aligns right with that top stitched pieced seam that's on the garment. And then press that in place. We're going to do the very, no, that's not really that centered. So no worries, just undo it, slide it over a little bit, which ways it goes. I think that way. And there we have it. That's centered enough because, you know, on these beautiful brother machines, we have the ability to move and navigate all of the designs around the sewing field. So I'm just going to pull these sleeves wrong side out. And there we go. Ready to go to the machine. All right. I think we have hooped just about everything, and I don't really think there's any more questions. So let's take a look at, I just kind of want to give you a heads up as to how you can shop. So all this special event pricing is here in this platform, and you should really take advantage of it here because you won't get these special prices elsewhere. This special event pricing is with thanks to All Brands. It's not anything we can do on the Designs and Machine Embroidery website. So thanks to them. And I hope that you'll add it to the cart. And thank you for joining me. And we'll see you again. We'll teach the same class tomorrow afternoon at 5 o'clock. So long.
All right, everyone. So thank you so much for joining Eileen Roche's Hooping 101 class. If you ended up missing that one, or if you want to go back and watch this, that is okay. You will be able to go back and watch all of these videos at allbrands.com/quiltfest. That is where we have everything. So you'll be able to go back and watch all of the videos. You can go back and watch all of those videos, the videos from the next day and the day after, and you can go ahead and shop all of our specials. And if you've been with us for a while, or if you've been watching us for a little bit, then you'll know that we have a lot of specials that we have worked out with everyone, and we are incredibly thankful that we have worked this out. So I will be right back. We will have, actually not yet, we still need to do the giveaway. So I told you before Eileen started her class that we were going to be doing a very quick little $10 gift card giveaway. So go ahead and comment, put your name or whatever, what you liked about Eileen's class, anything down in those comments, even if you're watching on YouTube or if you're watching on Facebook. Go ahead and put that information down there, and we will be picking a winner very, very shortly. So keep going. Let's just chat. Let's hang out for a second while we work on this. My picture is breaking up. I know we've been having technical difficulties all day, Ellen. We're gonna hopefully try and get that figured out before tomorrow. So we're gonna try and get that worked out so we're good to go. For tomorrow, because tomorrow we have so much. We have so much more to show you. So get your names, get comments in there, and we will be picking a winner very, very, very soon. Robin loves the hoops. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. I think they're fantastic. I mean, I have one right behind me, and Janice says that this was a great class, and I agree. If you didn't see it or if you missed it earlier today, Eileen also did one about quilting with your embroidery machine. that was absolutely fantastic. I really, really loved that. So put your name, put whatever you'd like, whatever you thought was interesting about Eileen's class, anything like that, down in the comments, and we will do that giveaway in 1 more minute. So hurry up, get those in there, get them in there. Priscilla says, great job. I agree. I think Eileen's doing a fantastic job with these classes. And I'm so happy that she's been able to watch, or she's been able to do 2 in one day. And Dee said that she watched both. And I'm very happy that you did, Dee. And I hope that you get to tune in for the next ones. I really liked the hat too, Liz. I agree. I thought that was really clever, the way that she fit that in there. Honestly, before seeing that, I had no idea that they could do that, which I love. And Brenda is waiting for her monster hoop to get there, so I hope it gets to you soon, because that is really, really, that is such a great, great product. Nancy said it was a great help. I agree, Nancy. I think Eileen has a great way of making things seem very easy to understand, right? She makes it seem so easy. Shirley says the new hooping system is exciting, and I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and pull a name for this giveaway. Let's see, so we have like a little system here. All right. Glenda said, great to show how to embroider on the single needle too. I agree, I agree. And I'm looking forward to trying them too, Charity. All right, so let's pull that name. And Nancy Gonzalez. Nancy, you're our winner for our $10 All Brands gift card. So congratulations, congrats. Oh my goodness, that's so exciting. Okay, so so Nancy, if you're still there and you're still watching, I know that you're watching, it tells me that you're watching on YouTube right now, but whenever you get the chance, go ahead and go on Facebook and direct message our Facebook page with your name, your phone number, and your email, and we will get that gift card over to you. So congrats, Nancy. We are gonna go to a very, very quick commercial break, and we will be back soon.
At allbrands.com, our doors are open and we're fully prepared to serve you safely. Show respect for others by wearing your mask, and after a quick temperature check at the door, you're on your way into the allbrands.com experience. Inside, you'll find the latest sewing machines and quilting and embroidery products from brands like Brother, Grace, Bernina, Durkee, Singer, and so much more. Plus, take advantage of exclusive in-store pricing and financing at all of our retail locations. Our stores are cleaned regularly throughout the day for safe shopping. And as always, you can arrange curbside pickup or get your items shipped straight to your door by ordering online at allbrands.com. Since 1976, it's been our joy to serve you. And believe us when we say, we're just getting started. Allbrands.com. Find us in Louisiana, Texas, and everywhere online. Shop with us today at allbrands.com.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. Thank you so very much for joining us. So we are nearing the end. Honestly, we have been streaming now for 7 hours and 41 minutes. So if you've been with us since the beginning, thank you. Thank you so very much. We are going to be doing this all weekend. So we are doing this today, we are doing this tomorrow, and we are doing this on Saturday. So today wasn't just it. There are going to be plenty more giveaways. There are going to be some more things we're going to look at and learn about both tomorrow and Saturday. So don't miss them. Don't miss them. We have some really amazing specials. And if you still have not gone to allbrands.com/quiltfest, make sure that you do that, because like I said, we have some really, really incredible specials for the festival that you are not going to be able to get anywhere else. So we've had so much time together today. Oh my goodness. This has been so much fun. Thank you so much for letting me do this with all of you. This is actually my first quilt festival, and this is not what I expected. I was full on expecting going to Houston, but I'm really glad that we're still able to make it happen, despite everything. And I'm so very thankful for all of you that have been watching with us. So we have just a little bit of time left for you. We have our last presenter of the day, and it is going to be, we're going to be hearing from Martelli. So in just a second, not quite yet, but I just wanted to say again, thank you all so very much for watching, and thank you so very much for tuning in. We are so thankful to have all of you here. And again, we will be here tomorrow. And if you do miss out on anything today, these videos will be able, you'll be able to go back and see them. So head on over to allbrands.com/quiltfest, and you can see everything that we've got over there. So now we are going to go ahead and we're going to hear from Martelli now.
Hey everybody, Martelli Enterprises here. Brian Jordan, along
We are having a few technical difficulties, but thank you very, very much for your patience. This will be really, really quick. So give us just one moment here, and we will show you guys what Martelli has to offer. So give us. Can you hear me, Kathy? Can anyone, can you hear me? I should be unmuted. You should be able to hear me, hopefully. But please let me know if you can't, and if not, we will get this figured out. Let's see, Janice says there's also no audio. Okay, Nancy, you can hear me. Okay, fantastic, fantastic. Like I said, we've had a few technical difficulties over the course of today, but thank you again very, very much for your patience. And now let's try and get this figured out. Let's try and move on over to Martelli really quickly. All right, we've got it. All right, so now I'll let you guys start over and give Martelli a watch. Oh, actually, y'all are absolute rock stars for having to deal with me and me not being very technologically inclined. So let's try this again.
Hey everybody, Martelli is here. Brian Jordan, along with Danny Graham here from Pensacola, Florida, coming live to you. Welcome to the Virtual Quilt Festival, hosted by allbrands.com booth this week, the exclusive person we're dealing with for all your Martelli needs through the Virtual Quilt Festival. We're happy to be working with them. Today is my favorite part, though. Our favorite part. This is the workstation day, y'all. We're going to show you why you would want and need and use for any type of workstation needs, any type of craft with our unique and innovative and ergonomic cutting system. All right, let's get started. Okay, what we do here in Pensacola, Florida is we make and we are the manufacturer of our tools. There's no middle person when you're talking about going through Martelli. So you're going to go through Martelli, and then All Brands is going to shoot it out to you with the best possible rock bottom price you can get. Let's go over the tools, why they're so special, why this workstation is so unique. Danny, show on the back of this. We have what's called a grip system. Now, you probably have seen it, maybe saw it in the other videos that we've done this week, but we have a grip. It's a get a grip material. It does not move. It doesn't shift at all. Push that down, and we're going to move this. You'll move the table before you move any of the tools. So there alone, you know that you're going to have a no-slip environment going on. Now, well, that's all good and well, Brian, but why you're not working with any fabric? Well, watch this. We're going to show you a unique way, an easy way to use one of our tools. This is the white 24-inch strip ruler. It has about 10 different strip sizes. Let me move this out of the way real quick, just so you know. We're going to do a quick and easy bias, okay? Everybody doesn't like bias. It's kind of
The marking on this, we have a line to line.
Hey y'all. So we're having a few technical difficulties again. I see some folks telling us that the audio and the video are a little difficult to see and hear. So we're going to try and get that fixed very quickly. But thank you again, like I said, thank you so much for your patience. We are going to try and work this out. And let's see if that's a little better.
On now. Well, that's all good and well, Brian, but why you're not working with any fabric? Well, watch this. We're going to show you a unique way, an easy way to use one of our tools. This is the white 24-inch strip ruler. It has about 10 different strip sizes. Let me move this out of the way real quick, just so you do. We're going to do a quick and easy bias, okay? Everybody doesn't like bias. They tend to stay away from it. Some of you do, but this is the most easy way. The marking on this, we have a line to line. It's going to match the lines right there. We're going to do 1 inch. Watch how this. He can't move it right here, but it would still be a very awkward way to work if he had to work with that. When you have Martelli tools in the workstation that you see here, you get to maneuver and pull that to a comfortable cut towards you. He didn't have to move. He did not have to hold on to that ruler at all. Now look at that. You can't even see that cut. I'm going to take this side. You take that side, Danny. 1, 2, 3. There's a perfect multi-layer bias. I think that's 5 to 6. That's at least 6 layers right there. We can easily get 6 to 8 to 10 layers done with our tools. This is how unique and awesome our workstation and tools are. This is crazy cool. All right, so there's your bias, but that does all your straight grain too, so you don't have to worry about that. Let's move along. Let's do, what about some squares, Danny? So when you have your squares, yeah, that's good. We're going to have to work around these tools. They tend to slip and slide. You know why? It's a plastic and acrylic side. Put it on our backing side right there with our get a grip, and now he has full control of those 6 to 8 layers that we just did. Look at the maneuverability of our cutter right there. He's got a perfect ergonomic stance on that. He's able to hold that like a rolling pin in your hands. It's the easiest way to cut. And there is a perfect 3.5 inch strip right there, or square. But look at the multiple layers. Look at how many, what if you have to do 40, 50 of these? You've got a perfect cutting environment right there where the top layer is the same as the bottom, where you know fudging at the end when you have tools that work around you. All right, let's move along to, while we have squares in our hands, fussy cuts. They got their name for a reason. Our fussy cut windows are unique. There's no backing on it. Brian, how do you use these? Well, Danny, when we put that on there, say I've got a little design I want, a t-shirt, whatever it is, and you got your crosshairs, but you also got your quarter marks all built in, all ready to make it perfect. Now, watch how this works. You see what you want to cut. I see that certain area. I'm simply going to place that inside there. I'm going to get that, and I'm going to remove this, and I know exactly what's on there. There is still no slipping whatsoever. Okay, when things work around you and you don't work around them, the environment, it's so much easier. While we're doing that, how many of us love doing circles? Watch this. This is our circle template here. Okay, we got a circle. Watch what we're doing. We're folding this into quarters over there. See, I'm backwards over here. Okay, so he folded the quarters. Nice, really good, nice, clean fold, and he's going to put that folded, he's going to put the corner into the folded area. This is the easiest way to do a circle. I promise you don't have to work around bowls or anything like that anymore. Now, once it touches, he's got it all fully controlled. He's going to cut this circle on a straight line. See how he just picked the line right there? Now watch this. Boom, 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 boom. Done. And Danny, what is it?
There we have a perfect round circle with no bumpy bumps, no wonky wonks, no fraying. And we also have our reverse applique side as well.
So it is perfect and clean. Let me tell you something, y'all. If Danny Graham can cut a circle out, anybody can cut a circle out. I promise you that.
Yeah, right.
Okay. We're allowing finally the tools to work around literally anybody. All right, that moving along. Moving along. We got a lot to show you in this bundle. This is a crazy cool bundle right here. I love the workstation day. All right. So that being said, now
talk about the ones who like to do a lot of stripping.
Yep.
Of fabric.
Those, yes, yeah. Well, you know, it goes both ways sometimes with some people. Okay. Here's one of the most common strip rulers we have today. All right. One of our favorites. It's a 1/2 inch strip ruler. 1/2 inch meaning you can build up your value however you need to. So each one of these have a 1/2 inch value in them. So you don't have to worry about just that 2.5 inch strip. You can do a 2, anything that's a 1/2 or whole inch value in there. Okay, I'm going to show you, or Danny will show you, a cool, super cool way. How many do you want, Danny?
4, 5, 6, 8, 10.
It don't matter, does it?
No.
You see how that 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, whatever he wants here.
Just stack it and whack it.
Stack and whack. But it's not going to be just a stack and whack that's out of sorts. It's going to be perfectly accurate. Yes, this is a strip ruler. But while he's doing this, I'll tell you a cool little story here. There's a customer. Danny and I met her a long time ago in Columbus, Ohio. Her name's Eileen. And I'm sure she knows who she is when we say this. And we say this all the time when we do this. He's going to get this. He's going to go ahead and take a little bit off right there, a little selvage off. And then he's going to cut this out. Now, what she did is she did a 40,000 1-inch squares to finish half-inch. Yes, this is a strip ruler. We do 2.5-inch strips all day long without ever having to move the ruler. Look how he's going back and forth. Imagine those were your strips. You get multiple runs. Now he's going to take that out. He's going to move the last little piece out, the selvage. Now, we would actually put whatever size we need on there. So little to no waste on there at all. Now look at this. See the peel back factor? That's what you want when you're using ABS material. You see how all those layers of fabric did not slip from underneath there? He was able to move it, get back to the comfortable cut. Nothing slipped from underneath. Now he's going to do pure 1-inch squares, and this is a thing of beauty. Look at that ABS material working for him. Now, watch this. Pull that selvage out, and then do it, Danny. Do your thing. Look at all that. That's hundreds. Now, this is about 6 layers a piece. That's hundreds of squares done, and he did it in about 30 seconds because he allowed these tools and this backing on our tools to work around him. We use styrene when we use our tools, okay? Styrene is a very important part of our process when we're working with our strip rulers, Danny, because bend that for me real quick. So when you do a bend and a torque like that, it's able to peel off. And when you're peeling off, you'll get that static clean up coming up on you. You lose your measurement. It'll always stay stuck. And then like he was moving towards him and moving away from him, he was allowing that tool to work around himself instead of him having to do that. And when he did that little value right there, that's what every one of us do because we have to walk every one of our cuts down. Stop doing that. Use this cutting system and you'll never have to walk around anything ever again, okay? So, moving along. Those were your strip rulers. You've got every value you would ever need, quarter sizes, 5/8, whatever size, and then half and whole. All the value, you got volume, efficiency, and accuracy balled into one and all that. The template section that we just showed, you saw circles, squares, you can also do triangles with these.
And diamonds.
And you got to think about it this way. Good point there. If I cut on the fold with the squares, I've got a nice rectangle.
That's right.
What Danny just said here on these triangles right here, cut on the fold. Friend. You got your lady's best friend with those diamonds right there, so that's going to be great. And then, yes, you've got circles, but a lot of people do the drunkard's path with our circles because of that. It's just a beautiful way to do 6 different ways, and then all those fussy cut windows for all of them, you're getting value, very much value. And then remember all this because this is our bundle. So when you want one of our workstations, get the workstation when you can get a lot of stuff with it. Because when you tend to get our workstation, you get a mat, you get the cutter, you get the blades, and you get, lifts and some wheels, and then you got to add these up. Not with the allbrands.com booth. With this virtual event, we're going to give you all of the tools that you're just seeing here right now. Now, moving along, we're going to get to this mat. Now, by the way, the fussy cut windows, the circles don't need them. I need to explain that. We have people that they're going to come with all of the squares and they're going to come all with the triangles as well. So FYI, circles will not get fussy cuts. You're going to fold those. And look at these. They all have their own window. So these are each an individual ones for every one of these. So this is a 40-piece template setup. It's crazy, right? All right, let's move to this mat. You know I love the mat. Let's go over the mat. Okay, so our mat is made out of kind of a PVC, it's a derivative of AstroTurf. Let's just call it what it is. It's very close to what they make football fields, baseball fields out, AstroTurf type material. It's a derivative of the stuff. It's very durable. It's back and forth, right? So it's got the same side is on this side as the other side, but they're 2 separate colors. Now, the reason we do 2 separate colors is because we want to color contrast what we're working with. But look how durable this thing is. It's not going to crack in the cold. It's not going to warp in the heat, okay? It's always going to take its shape back. It's got a tri-blended technology on it. That's 3 blends in there. So tri-blend technologies. Yeah, we need to patent that. That's awesome. So 3 separate, and it's always going to take its shape back because of what it's made out of. Now, you OCD quilters out there, I'll put this back in there, and that's pretty much all of them, so that you don't freak out during this session. Yeah, session.
this 25-minute session. Okay. Numbers on the outside. This is very, 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 very important. So we've set our numbers on the outside, not the inside. And the reason we can do that is because we made a 26 by 38 mat. All right. Your yard is built within it. We put a 16th inch of a line on there, not an eighth. So this is true ruler measurement on top of this. So you can measure all the way across this board, be 100% accurate, and nothing will ever go bad on it. A lot of the other mats, you can cut 4 or 5 runs down and you're a quarter off. And they're wondering why. They're blaming a tool or something. It's not. It's just you're measuring on your mat and you're not supposed to. Well, you 100% can on our Martelli mats right here. You've got, like I said, 26 by 38. You've got 45 and 60 degree lines all the way across your nice bias. You can cut many, many, many runs of bias. And then that's, all right, moving along. The mat is unique. It's recessed. It's wonderful. The reason I say this, I want you to look at the flushes. The mat is amazing. It's self-healing, by the way. Let's just do this real quick. There's an 11-inch cut right there. And you can barely see it, but I can't feel it. This mat will last you a tremendous long time, if not the last mat you own. All right, remember the tools. Remember the mat. The mat's a tool too. Here's your main tool right here. This is the Martelli workstation. This is why a lot of people are going to be tuned into this one, because this is the special that we're going to be doing here. This table, Danny, what it's made out of, it's not the ABS material that the tools are. What is it made out of?
HDPE, high density polyethylene plastic.
So it is strong, sturdy. Does it break down? Is there any?
No, sir. No warpage, none of that. Very durable. There's
what
no
about
particle board. There's no wood. It's American made.
It's American made.
All the frame
right
underneath
here.
is extruded aircraft aluminum. No rust, no corrosion.
So it's not hydraulic. You're telling me
No,
it is
sir, it's
electric.
electric.
And then here's the beauty of what we do. Look at this workstation go down. And let's get an up-down shot right here. Z, come up to me. See, watch this. I'm going to put my hand right here and let it come to me, because maybe this is where I want it. It goes up, it goes down. Here's the problem in the industry. Everybody has a perfect height. They say, for years and years and years, we've got close to 20 years experience in this industry. And so we've seen it and heard it all, basically, right? Brian, me and my friends, my husband and myself, or whoever built it, we've got a perfect height table, or someone told them. The problem with that is it's a myth, because we always cut from A to B. That means we're always doing this, right? So we're always cutting. If I'm having to lean over like this, there's where my back comes in and we have problems, all right? What we do is we are able to use it as a drafting. What's the one thing about the drafting that correlates with this? You always have it's a wonderful, wonderful.
Same exact thing as architects. They're drawing straight lines, we're cutting straight lines.
So the beautiful thing that he said, what is the difference? Basically, why do artists and architects use this? Well, you're cutting straight lines, but they're drawing, but they use a tilt to get to them. Why lean over and do anything when you have density right in front of that? The ability to be able to stay with your back squared up and be able to reach a 24-inch ruler, which you would never be able to reach ever at all unless you have it tilted to you.
That's right.
Now, take a look at what's slipping and sliding all over the place, y'all. I mean, he can't even stop all of it coming out. It's like an avalanche coming at you.
That's right.
Not a chance with Martelli tools. This is why this cutting system is so unique and so special, is because nothing ever, ever, ever will ever slide on you. There's a grit on our mat. It's a slight little textured grit. There's a reason for that. That stops all fabric from moving. So now you have a tilt that way. We got to go the other way real quick. So the other way, you can throw your ironing board on this table, you can cut on this table, and then you can sit it on this side. And guess what, y'all? This is a simple and easy and wonderful and ergonomic stance. Oh, look at that. Yeah. Look at this, y'all. I'm going to set a machine on this edge of this table. It's not going to move. It's not going to budge. And we are going to be perfect right here. Look at this. There's a reason why you want to tilt when you sew. The reason is when you are sitting down into your chair, you're hunched in and your head drops and you're wondering, why does it hurt so much? Well, it's because you're hunched into your table. When you have a chance to lift your head up, get that focal point forward. We want that focal point forward and not down. I get to see all 3 points of my needle. So now you've got ironing, you've got cutting, you've got sitting, you've got standing, you've got tilting, you've got everything you've ever wanted. And what Danny said earlier about being HDPE, that means paper piecing, scrapbooking, hot glue projects, stained glass work. It's a workstation painting. Okay, you can paint on this 1,000,000 times and it wipes right up, right outside it. You peel this back, there's a section that it recesses into your mat, and there's where you get. So now you have a full and true and 100% ergonomic workstation that works around you. The entire setup that we just showed you is coming with your tape. Well, let me take this off. So you get all 40 pieces of the template set. You get both the strip rulers coming with it. You get your mat coming with it. You get the cutter coming with it. You get a set of blades to come with it. You get it all. You get the lift kit. You get the wheels to come with it.
Everything.
It's not ergonomic. It's not hydraulic.
No, you're not getting hydraulic. You're getting an electric lift.
You're getting a live event now. You know that, right? It's hydraulic. It's all
not
electric.
Hydraulic.
It's not. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm saying. It is not hydraulic. You're getting all electric, which is a zero maintenance system. That's what you want. Okay. So now, flush environment. Here's the thing. We got 2 sizes for you. Remember, we have a different size mat, right? So let's go over here. Here's the 28 by 55 Advantage workstation. This is the #1 workstation we do. 28 by 55. Take that off real quick on that one. Those tools, yeah. Mats are recessed. It's the 26 by 38 one, okay? Now we're going to roll over here. We're also going to offer you, we got with all brands, they wanted you to get 2 options because some rooms, some dedicated areas, they want a bigger table. So we made one that's basically 35 by 72. It's a 3 by 6 table. It is a monster table with the 30 by 60 embedded into it, okay? So remember, all these are flush. This goes up and down and it tilts left and right as well. All of the workstations do the same, okay? So coming back over here, you get all the same tools with this as you do this one. Pick your size. This is normal, typical desk size right here. This is our #1 table we sell. This table right here leaves our offices at $3,500 a piece, okay? And that's just bare bones. That's basic setup. That you get a mat. We'll always give you a mat with your table. Mat, cutter, blades, workstation, all right? Then you've got the big boy table, the 3 by 6 table. That table runs out of here at $4,000 before you add anything, okay? But $3,900, let's call that what it is. When you get to that level of pricing, it's $4,000. It's $4,000, right? So what allbrands.com, through the virtual trade show here, virtual quilt festival that you're at right now, what your value here now from a $3,500 table with nothing with it goes down to $2,600 on the dot with all of the tools, okay? With the entire tool setup that we just went over with you. Okay, that's all fussy cut windows. That's the squares, the circles, triangles. That's both of your strip rulers. That is the cutter. That's the blades with it. Let them know whether you want a left-handed or right-handed cutter, or the 45mm or the 60mm. It's your choice on that. Getwithallbrands.com when choosing what cutter you want. $2,600. That is a enormously good deal for you. All right. On the big workstation, the 35 by 72, we'll pan over there. That is a $4,000 workstation, 30 by 60 mat on top of there. Look how large that mat is. That mat is actually larger than this workstation is. Okay, so for about $3,900, $4,000, this one is kind of nuts. If you don't buy this at this price, you're selling yourself short. This one is $3,200, $3,200 with the entire setup for that table. There is no show ever that you'll ever see us sell it for that. The reason we can do this is because it is a virtual trade show. There's no overhead for us. Allbrands.com is allowing us to work with them, and we're giving you the rock bottom, the bottom down line pricing where you can take it. I think if you talk shipping, what did she say about shipping? What do you think? I think if you get your workstations, I think it's coming with it. You'll have to talk to Barbara about that. I think it's free shipping though. All right. 35 down to 26, 3,900 to 3,200 for your 2 workstations. 28 by 55. You won't regret it. 35 by 72 on the big boy. All tools are included. I do know that there's also financing available.
You read my mind.
0% financing, y'all. There's no reason you should not buy this workstation when you have a chance to have no money down and 0% interest to buy it. It's their money. Use their money. I promise you, for at no cost. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
So allow tools to work for you guys. This is going to be perfect for you. You will not regret this. This is our #1 product that we do. And we are so excited to be able to bring it to you through the virtual quilt festival hosted by Quilting and in the allbrands.com booth. Danny Graham and I are very appreciative. And like I said, jump on it if you can. $3,500 to $2,600, $3,900 down to $3,200. And you won't regret it at all. Free financing available and all the tools. So think about your back, your neck, your shoulders, your hands.
Don't miss out.
Don't miss out. And like always, from Pensacola, Florida and Martelli Enterprises, we appreciate you viewing us and being here and being around and watching us. And we hope to see you down the road.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. So that was our last presentation of the day from Martelli. And thank you so much to Martelli for giving us those amazing specials. And yes, you heard that right. Those are absolutely incredible specials. And I can say I do have one of those workstations right behind me, and it is absolutely amazing. One of the most useful things that I have worked with. I mean, it's incredible. And so, like you said, these are specials that you're not going to be able to get anywhere else. So if you are interested in one of these tables, which you absolutely should be, I mean, look at that. Go ahead and head over to allbrands.com/quiltfest, and you can take a look at all of the Martelli bundles that we have for you. That was just one of them. And we're going to be talking about more tomorrow and the day after. So now we have our giveaway, and now I need to pick a winner. So we're going to go ahead and choose a winner really quickly for another $10 All Brands gift card. And let's see. Larry, congrats. You love the height table. Well, you just won a $10 All Brands gift card. So congratulations. If you are still watching, please send a direct message to the All Brands Facebook account with your full name and your phone number and your email address, and we will get that gift card out to you. So just as a reminder, this isn't the only day that we're going to be doing Quilt Fest specials. So we're going to be doing this tomorrow and on Saturday from 10 to 6, same as we did today. And make sure that you tune in because we're going to be doing a bunch more live demonstrations. We're going to be showcasing a bunch more products, and we're going to be doing some more giveaways. And we have some really, really awesome giveaways lined up for the next 2 days. So again, congrats, Larry, for winning that gift card. Make sure that you send that direct message to the All Brands Facebook page with your information, and we'll get that gift card to you. And if you are still tuned in, thank you all so very much for watching. We've been streaming for 8 hours today, which is wild to me. But thank you again so much for tuning in. I'm sure, I hope you had a good time. I've really enjoyed doing this. And hopefully we'll see you at the same time tomorrow. And thank you again so very much for all of your patience through our technical difficulties, all of that good stuff. And we will hopefully see you again tomorrow, bright and early at 10 a.m. And we will be hearing again from Eileen Roche from Designs in Machine Embroidery. So have a good night, everyone. This is the allbrands.com mall booth signing off. And again, just one more thing, make sure that you go to allbrands.com/quiltfest and go check out those specials, and let all your friends know that we are going to be streaming all day tomorrow and Saturday with more exclusive giveaways and products and demonstrations. All right, allbrands.com mall booth signing off. This has been a blast. Thank you all so very much, and have a good night. Goodbye, everyone.